Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to another edition of High on Politics. I forgot to put this up. There we go. Hey. Well, it is Wednesday. If you guys did not know that already, welcome. Appreciate you guys being here. Also, hope you had some fun yesterday. I had a blast because playing that Epic Fury game, or the was it Operation Epic Furious? Man, that was fun. There's a good chance that I will actually be playing that again coming up. If I got some time today, there's a few things that I would like to explore. I kind of feel like a silly goose though, because I think that the entire point of the game, obviously, is that there is no way out. So I think they put a few things there where it's just like, okay, well, I could go there and I could do this and. Yeah, I think that I think that's all just part of it. The Theo Vaughn part when you're getting close to wrapping up is just too freaking funny. So yeah, if you guys didn't see that, check out the VOD from yesterday. Actually, no. Do not check out the VOD from yesterday. Despite the fact that you could do that. It's gonna be on this space a little bit later. You guys can follow this space. I have Primetime Pepaganda. I'm not going to be live tonight. So you guys can check out my playthrough of Operation Epic Furious. Now, I know that the audio was kind of scuffed up. So unfortunately, there is a pretty large portion of the video that is, it's got some loud music, but the music's good. It's one of those video games where the music actually does it does actually slap. I am kind of shocked at how good that game is. Like they put in the work. I must say that much. They really did put in the work. So if you guys haven't checked it out either, consider going to operationepicfurious.com and it's free to play. Tons and tons of fun. Also, we will be going through the back half of the ContraPoints, Brianna, Joy Gray here, in a minute. It's going to be kind of a backwards show here. We're going to cover the rest of that, and then we're going to go into the news. So this is going to be kind of fun. But hey, Forever War, the game. I think that's what it is, because I was thinking, this is how you know it was a good game. I was thinking about it. After I got off stream yesterday, and I was just like, okay, so obviously he bombed the bridges, and what idiot would have done that? That was so funny. So you see these two spaces, right? You see this big giant palace and a bridge to it that's destroyed. Then you see another oasis area, same thing. So I was like, there's got to be a way. There's the whole thing where he's just like, they're gonna need some infrastructure. Yeah, I think that was, again, a play on the whole, Trump just being an idiot and getting in his own way. So I think that the entire game is, the premise is you cannot win, which, brilliant, but I also feel like an idiot that I didn't see it, quicker, because I was, actually enjoying myself. That Pope battle was also hilarious. You battle the Pope, and it is ridiculous. So definitely check out the playthrough on this space later tonight. Sorry guys. I'm also full disclosure, I'm trying to still fix whatever the hell happened. I think this happened last Friday. I don't know how to describe this, but some setting that is just like it's one of the dumber ones. It's like a security setting thing. Like it keeps shifting my stuff, and I'm like, okay. Obviously, I'm not turning security settings off in any way, so I had to try and do some workarounds, and here I am. Here I am. I'm still going to be futzing around, and unfortunately, it looks like my chat is just it is what it is. I have to go back and forth manually. Like if you see me looking, yeah, I have to literally go through all my chats. So I appreciate you guys at least bearing with me because I'm going to be looking into a new OBS. I'm at that point where this is ridiculous. It has definitely impacted stream. So, yeah, hopefully you guys will see an improvement soon. But, all right. Damn it. I just dropped my freaking top of my water. And I think it just slammed my computer. Where'd it go? Okay. And now the music's barely working. Great. Hey, Amanda, how's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, thank you for holding it down over on Twitch. Twitch actually got some movement yesterday. Got to say that that was kind of nice. But yeah, if you guys can do me the solid, hit the follow on the hit the like on the stream, subscribe if you haven't already, and share the stream if you have not already done that as well. Because yes, it is. It's one of those times where it seems like it's a slow start. And also that announcement I made about how like the reports and all that. Yeah, guess what? YouTube informed me that I was going to see something. They said, we are sorry. You're going to see a little bit of a slowdown, but yeah, that's how it goes. Whatever. Politics. I should just stick to gaming after playing that game yesterday. I think that felt kind of good. Hey, Ricky, how's it going? Ricky Hearn, welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here. Also, yeah, how you doing, man? Did you finish the game? I was very tired from work. I kind of did. Yeah, what ended up happening is, after I went through it again, because that's pretty much your only option is to do it all over again, which is a commentary on how the war is going. And once I figured that out, I was like, oh, so you're supposed to quit. You're supposed to taco, go home, restart the game, and then there's a secret way to game over, which in this case, the game over is ending the game. So I did that. Yeah, Ricky, as I said, if you want to check it out, if you do not already follow on this space, you really should. Yeah, I have Primetime Pepaganda tonight, and that will be the episode, is me going through it, so definitely check that out. Is this the game from yesterday? Yes, yeah, Operation Epic Furious. Dude, I still can't believe they did it. Like, I can't believe they made a game that's actually good. Like, it's a good game. Yes, I'm subbed. Awesome. No, I figured you were. I have to do this, you know? I wish I didn't, and I talk about this a lot, but realistically, dude, I get it. I get it. As a YouTube consumer, I get it. Nothing is more annoying than when you're in the middle of vibing with a video, and then they stop themselves from whatever the hell you're interested in hearing, and it's like well, if you could take your time, or take the time out of your day to hit that like button, I really appreciate. Or the fucking, before we unpack all that, I mean, you guys know who that one is. But for real, man. And then on top of it, like when they have sponsored content, which you guys will likely not, and this is a choice. I'm not one of those guys that's just like, I'm not going to have sponsors when I don't have, sponsors really chasing me. I have turned down some other sponsorship opportunities because I kind of had a bad experience with my first one. You guys, if you are a long-term viewer of this program, you know who it was. I'm not comfortable really saying on any of my current shows. So if you guys are curious and you do not know, you guys can go kind of look through my my older live streams. I haven't changed the thumbnails yet, so you can see who it was, but I'm gonna have to go back and change those as well because I'm not dealing with that. Howdy from Mississippi. Oh God, man, Mississippi is like the ultimate state that shoots itself in the dick. Like constantly. You guys are like the lowest on education. You guys are like, you always have like the worst economy somehow, even though it's southern state, you know, lower taxes, dirt, dirt, dirt. Sorry, Josh. I'm not trying to actually like shit on Mississippi. It's a nice state. There is like a common misconception that it's like, you know, all broken down cars and front yards and shit like that. No, it's got some nice areas, but it's definitely got some of that vibe, if you know what I'm saying. It's a little racist. Yes, the artwork was pretty good. Yeah, the artwork is actually is solid too. So yeah, guys, we are going to be dealing with some stuff coming up here that is gonna suck, and it's not just me. I do want you guys to know that I'm not like doing the prepper shit and I'm not going into conspiracy land, but I hope that you guys can at least see what is happening around us and that we really need to be a little more vigilant about how the government is blatantly lying to us about shit now. Like before, even if they were lying, it wasn't so egregious to the point where it was just like, yeah, but I don't think this will move the jobs market and, you know, and crater us towards a depression at this point, because I think we might be skipping recession. I really do. The way that I've seen the increase in not just gas prices, but my energy prices are insane. And for anybody that lives near a data center, which statistically most of us are going to end up living with near a data center. I don't have a data center anywhere near me as far as like you can't see it, but 45 minutes away, apparently there is one, and it's impacting everybody around us. So, my boy Peppy, what up, Godzilla God King? Thank you for being here. Appreciate that. It's true. Oh, okay. At least I wasn't too far off base there. That's funny. Oh, by the way, guys, check this out. Got a new sticker for my water bottle. Yeah. Also, water bottle made a return. Full disclosure, I lost it. And I lost it in an embarrassing way. I lost it underneath a seat in my car. It rolled underneath, and yeah, I found it yesterday. So, God, don't you love when you do that? When you take something that, I mean, come on, like this isn't just my normal, like this isn't your run-of-the-mill water bottle. Like, there's a reason that this is stickered up. I want to make sure that nobody just like picks this up and thinks, "Oh, that's mine." You have to be going out of your way. Plus, this thing is like dinged up, like the shit. So I was just like, why not? But yeah, had that moment where I was kind of sad too. I was just like, oh, I might have lost my water bottle. Like I thought I left it somewhere, and then yes, I felt very good when I found it. But it was also like, oh, I'm dumb. It's not small either. Like, how do you lose that? I know! That's kind of where I was like, yeah. Well, I didn't think about it, dude, because what ended up happening is I put it in the back seat with my backpack, right? And I very rarely do that with a water bottle. Like, I'll usually keep this up front with me. I have, like, a little, you know, what do you call it? Like it's a cup extender. Like, you know, it's like a thing that you put in your cup holder, and it kind of like widens if you need it to, because your average cup holder does not fit these. So yeah, I put it in the back seat, kind of forgot about that, and at some point it rolled underneath, and yeah, I just listen. My brain was in this space where it was all over the place, and yeah, made it a little bit easier to lose things. You've been there. Come on, guys. Like, don't make me feel like I'm the only one that has the ability to lose something that's this large. Yeah. You know what? Fuck it. I'll talk about it a little bit. Yeah, I was going through some stuff, you know? Not just like the mom stuff, but yeah, I was going through some stuff. And yeah, that's why I'm kind of freaking out about the gas. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to just say it. I'm freaking out about the gas prices because I've already had, like, my family, me and my wife, we already have some problems as far as keeping up. And, yeah, we keep getting slammed with more shit. As I said, our energy bills went up again. We're using less energy, which it's just these little hits that keep fucking, like, it is breaking us. I'm gonna just say it. Like, it's starting to break me. Like, I'm starting to feel just the worst that I have felt financially in fucking, I think, ever. Like, it's insane. The way that, like, having a spouse get cancer has just completely ruined us financially is insane. And I think that I've been pretty open about this, where it's like, we weren't doing, like, we're not rich by any means, but we weren't doing poorly. Like, we're, you know, dual income, no kids. But it's just crazy, man, like, how quickly this happened. It hasn't even been a year, and we're just, yeah, struggling to stay afloat. And then, I think that I've been pretty open about this one, is the $1,000 deposit that they are requiring us to have at the start of the surgery. Like, when we take her in to get her surgery, we have to put, and it's cash. They want cash or a check. You can't use a fucking, I am fucking so angry about this. I don't get it. I don't get it. I genuinely do not get it, especially when my insurance is saying that they're covering it. I don't get it. Wow, cash or, yeah, when they said that shit, I almost snapped. Yeah. Why does that sound so out of whack to me? It's insane. And it's because I'm looking at it like he's one of the best surgeons in the country, because he is. That's sus. It is sus. But the thing is, it's the fucking hospital doing it. It's not like it's like his practice. Like, it's the actual, like, that's what really broke me, where I was like, what? It's obviously administrative. Anyway, so yeah, we're dealing with that, and it sucks. But you guys have definitely helped by contributing to the show, and I appreciate that, guys. All those proceeds that you guys have donated are going directly to funding that. Thank you, Bloodstone. I appreciate that. Use credit and run. We can't use credit.
Bloodstone by Stars V.
I appreciate that, though.
$5. Falling leaf emoji. Use credit and run. Falling leaf emoji.
No, I wish. And that's kind of the thing. Like, I think that's why they don't allow you to use the card. I fucking hate it. I do not understand how our system is this bad. And I complain about this a lot, but now that I'm really going through it, like, oh, man. And this is where most of, like, I'm starting to kind of reach that point where I want, like, guys like Bordy here to feel it. Like, you know how you say you never want your worst enemy to feel that kind of stuff? I don't know. Like, this is where I start really kind of losing that and start kind of turning, where I'm like, okay, no, fuck you. I kind of want you to go through this, because maybe, just maybe, you would find some humility. But I doubt it. Let's be real. Yeah, you apply for a card that for the value with no intention of paying it, and they never get paid either. Yeah, I don't recommend that, especially if it's tied to your credit. I don't know. I mean, listen, I'm gonna, like, bankruptcy could very well be an option in my future, because, I mean, what sucks is, excuse me. Ah, jeez. Wow, that hit me. Give me a second. Yeah, trustee, and all. Yeah, exactly. And plus, I don't want to lose my house or anything like that. Like, thank you. I appreciate that. Salute. No, it just sucks though. Like, realistically, I'm fighting for a system that would make it so shitheads like Bordy don't have to deal with this. That's kind of where I was going with this is I'm trying not to let the worst side of me take over where I just all of a sudden I'm like, yeah, you know what, screw these guys. Blah, 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 blah. But housewife. Well, no, I mean, obviously, we're going to take care of the wife regardless. And if we, knock on wood, if I have to lose this for it, I mean, it sucks, but I'm prepared for whatever comes. I've already had kind of a rough go. I'm just going to say that much, so it is kind of like, kind of hard to get to me. But, no, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for the support, just in general. Thank you for being here. They get free healthcare with 0 co-payments when they're in federal government seniority plans. That's not necessarily true. Like my mom, she was technically in a special plan. She was on, she was getting her Social Security. She was on Medicare or Medicaid. I keep mixing them up. But yeah, she had to pay. So, also, thank you, Bloodstone. Uni's doing good right now. She's getting an MRI as we speak. She was kind of cranky when she went in because she wasn't able to eat or drink. And they scheduled it for the afternoon, which I warned her about. I told her, I'm like, you should schedule that for first thing in the morning. Like, whenever I get, like, I've had 2 MRIs within, like, the last few years, and both of them I made sure I was first thing in the morning because I knew how that goes, where it's like, haha, nah, you don't want to wait till the middle of the afternoon when you are feeling a little peckish because you can't, I mean, it's 9 hours before you even go into surgery, so, yeah. Just a little, hey, if you guys are ever going for an MRI, just remember, earlier the better. The longer you are there, the older your plan. It's been since Bush 2 that newer members of Congress owed co-pays from what I heard. Oh, jeez. Oh, you're talking about, like, the federal thing. Oh, okay. I got you. Damn. I just realized that I should probably go grab my coffee. Coffee's upstairs. Damn it. Oh, shit. Thanks, Godzilla God King. I appreciate that. America makes 0 sense to my UK girlfriend. Had to explain to her.
At Godzilla God King $10. America makes 0 cents to my UK GF.
Did you
Had
hear
to
that?
explain to her
You
that
heard that through my
ER costs
headphones?
fall on the
Wow.
person that gets emergency medical care regardless of how you got there.
That's... Yeah. And then there's the myth that because we're in America that, even if you pay, that you're going to get seen right away. Nope. God forbid you go to the emergency room. You're going to have to wait probably 6 hours, depending on what day you go. Like, when my wife first got diagnosed, we went to the ER. It was like 8 in the morning, and she didn't get seen until 6 at night. So, yeah. Yeah. You definitely don't buy into that myth and that bullshit where it's like, well, we get what we pay for. It's like, no, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. Why do the poorest, the poorest and the dumbest amongst us have the loudest voices that people actually fucking listen to? Like, these are the jackasses that allow our system to fuck us the way that it does because they just will not fucking fight. They will not fight against it because acknowledging that the system is broken and acknowledging that the American healthcare system is what it is means that you're acknowledging something bad about your country, which they're more than willing to do by making a movement called Make America Great Again. But that they can't touch with a 10-foot fucking pole. And these are the contingent that definitely understand the medical system. Like, these are a bunch of older boomers. Come the fuck on. Ugh. Just let me die. Wait, I can't afford that either. Yeah, that's another thing. I've covered that where it's like, dude, you die in America and it's immediate, $2,500 autopsy fee. Honestly, you're better off not having a family, because then they try to pass that on to the next of kin, which is bullshit. It was funny because my mom, well, nothing's funny about this, but my mom died in Tennessee, right? She has her husband who, you know, whatever. They did the legal thing where I was still her power of attorney and all that stuff. So they tried to come after me for all the fees initially. And then, like, I paid them, and that's what sucked, is I was just like, here, I can give you what, like, I think it was like over 10% of whatever the hell we owed. Paid them that, and then I found out when I got home that because I don't live in Tennessee, that legally they cannot come after me for that. But, I mean, realistically, I'm just glad that it's done. But yeah, man, it's insane when you die how not only there's costs accrued, but they don't give a shit. The way that they handled it was like like I went into like a Subway and it was just like, hey, you fucked up my sandwich. Like, they had the same energy. Do they have filial duty in Tennessee? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they explained to me that had I actually shared an address with my mom, that I would have been on the hook for it because of the way that she wrote me in as her power of attorney. Yeah. Milk is $6 here. Yep, milk is increased here. Gas shot up by like 40 cents, dude. It was it was like at 460 something yesterday, and now it's at 529. It's whatever, man. Yay, Trump! Yay! Trump daddy! Woo! Our president's doing such a good job. We just need to be there for him, folks. We just need to remind him that all these libs out there, they're crazy. They're crazy. These crazy wacko lefties. You know what? Maybe we should lock them up because you know what? They're just too loud. They're disturbing our president, folks. We need to make sure that our president doesn't get disturbed. We need to make sure that he has his beauty sleep so he can poop tweet and start more wars that we have to pay for. And then, well, you know what? I'm more than willing. I don't care. I will pay trillions of dollars that I don't have, and I will never own anything just because it makes my fifis happy that I'm trolling the libs. I'm gonna go to my deathbed with a smile on my face, knowing that I've trolled those libs. Those libs got so trolled. God damn. I went to the ER once with a severe concussion, and they handed me a fucking clipboard. I'll be honest, I might have showed my ass that day. Why did it cost me $51 to fill my car? It's just a Ford Focus. $51 is actually what my average used to be for a 13-gallon tank. I would never go to the hospital for anything. Well, you're likely going to. The thing is, statistically, you're going to get sick. Something's going to happen to you. You're going to age, and at some point, you are going to need health care. That's why we have insurance. The thing is, you can't conceptualize it. The younger you are, trust me, I thought I was fucking invincible. I played hockey. You think that doesn't come with a degree of, I'll be fine. I walked into the grocery store today because I'm still waiting on someone to bring me gas so I can go fill up my car. To go fill up your car? My Nissan takes premium. Tell me about it. 16 gallons. Why is your Nissan... premium? I've never put premium in any fucking car. Then again, I've never had, like, nice enough cars to really, have to worry about it. Man! You know how I said it? My seasonal allergies didn't hit me? Yeah, they just came late. I feel like crap today. $54. It cost me 80 something. It was like $82 to fill up my car. Yeah. You're 42, the age status effects are already starting to. Yeah. It's what's status effects. Like how you call them, status effects. Yeah, that's gonna happen, man. That's definitely gonna happen. Jesus loves you, brother. Great. Go remind other people. Like, you don't need to, like, you do not need to try to save my soul, because by your standards, Jesus, like, he loves me, because I actually do things not in his name, not because I fear God. I do it because I just want to be a good person, because it makes me feel good to see other people feel good. And once I'm not sure if maybe I just had like a really radical leftist pastor near the end of my time with Christianity, but that was actually one of the guys that was really inspirational in making me kind of feel like, oh, you know what, the way that our like religion is structured and the way that like our churches are structured is antithetical to what God's messages and Jesus's messaging was. That also, you don't need to fear that whole going to hell thing. Number one, hell is a construct from Dante, like the way that it's structured there. If you're talking about like, you know, not going to heaven, it is literally purgatory. There's nothing different in the translations of the Bible. I think it's ridiculous that people they shifted the fairy tale into something that it's not, to try and have more control over people, I guess, because that's how it goes, where it's just like, oh, well, Jesus, you don't believe in Jesus, so that means you're not going to heaven. It's like, no. You misinterpreted that entire taking the Lord's name in vain thing. It's not saying, oh my God, or any of that. It's literally being a piece of shit and then saying, well, Jesus forgave me. It's knowingly sinning, expecting to then have God's forgiveness. Like, that's literally antithetical to everything that Jesus was saying. Jesus was saying he is the truth, the truth and the light, and that, you need to try to be a good person. He accepts that you will fail because humanity is imperfect, but you need to try. And it's even worse when you use his name to actually practice hatred. You know, that whole thing where you guys use Jesus to be judgmental pricks. There's this whole thing in the Bible that talks about how only God can judge you. So you're wasting your time. Like, that whole thing that, like, your insecurities about it, it's blatantly against the Bible. So, damn, now I'm scared of God too. Yeah, right. Trump won, cope. No one's saying that he didn't win. We're not you. We don't have to pretend that like the election was stolen or anything like that. We just acknowledge just how bad he's doing. So you want to talk about cope, even though you've used the exact here. Oh, wait. I love doing this where I get to look at your channel activity and see if you've said the exact same thing. Hey, look at that. Trump won, cope. You said that one. Whew. That was last week. Damn, dude. So how's this work? Do you guys like have these prompts that like cycle through? Are you one of those Russian teens that like this is what you do also? Like, do you get paid the rubles? Do you get government rubles? I would like to know. I'm genuinely curious how this works. RVKB chess. Hey, what's up, man? Play chess? Cool. Welcome to the show. I appreciate you being here, man. Yes, I agree. People that call on his name for forgiveness to knowingly go back and back to the same sin are not good people. Followers that repent and call on Jesus as the Lord's will be saved. No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. What you're doing right now, Mike. You're a little you're proselytizing. Yeah, technically, your faith in God is diminished because you don't think that he You know, you think that you're somehow the conduit, number one, like to convince all of us that you are doing the Lord's will, instead of looking at it the other way, where it's like, no, you're just being a judgmental douche. It's okay. I'll pray for you, Mike. I'll pray for you though. I'll make sure that you know, you're all good there. You know, my man my man Big J. You know, he knows what it's all about. Charlie is correct. What'd Charlie say? Are you talking about me? Wait, I don't see Charlie in chat, so... how am I being judgmental? Oh, just by saying that, you know, Jesus, like your little diatribe here, just reminding us, you know, he said to fear God. Yeah, why would you need to fear God, though? Why does God require your fear? Seems like an asshole. I don't fear God. I don't fear anything like that. The fuck? I fear that moment of death where it's just like, oh, it's gonna suck not to be here, but realistically, okay. You know? What sucks is how anybody that is like super duper religious, yeah. This is why we don't have somebody that just comes out and says, yeah, no, nah, there ain't nothing there. You know, I've taken enough psychedelics that will, that can kind of like explain why we think of like divinity the way that we do, the way that we think that we see things when we don't. Yeah. LeMayo, Mike, you literally were like, followers that do a specific thing will be the one saved. How do you not see judgment there? Because that he doesn't. They don't. This is their superiority complex that they have to live with. Like, this is evangelical Christendom. They are so insecure in their way of living that they need to judge other people and think that they're saving them, when they realistically have absolutely no grounds to be doing so, because they have not saved themselves. It's okay. Mike, I know you're tight, bro. I really do. Unfortunately, I think that what you need to do is you need to go study that theology a little bit better. And then maybe, just maybe, you'll come out of it with a little bit more of a progressive way of thinking, because actually, Jesus was pretty fucking progressive, dude. Like, he was like the OG liberal. But at Pep Talks, what if we die and the religion isn't our religion? You devoted yourself to Christ and you get the other side, and you get to the other side, it's a Hindu god. That's funny, because I would just be like, oh, that's cool. The thing is, I'm always learning, so I'd just be like, oh, which one are you? Cool. You know? I don't know. I think that any religion that says that you have to tie yourself to it, and if you don't, then you're not going to get your divine prize. Yeah, I think you're all, I'm gonna just say it. I think you're all dumb. I'm sorry. I think that anybody that has that way of looking at religion just is, there's a genuine stupidity there. But hey, if you need it though, good for you. You know what? Good on you. I'm also not going to attack your religion. I just personally think that it's silly. I think it's very, very insecure, male-coded, by the way. There's no way a woman wrote any of these books. I'm just going to say it. Like, this is a very specifically male-coded insecurity that makes you think like, okay, so I'm gonna put this rule in there that if you are following the wrong God, then you're gonna be punished in the afterlife or whatever, even though your life may have sucked already. Could you imagine that too? Your life already, like, you have so many hits that you still believe in God, and then they like, you do that thing where it's like, you ate shellfish. You didn't take the Bible literally, dumbass. Well, to hell with you. What? You wore jeans? Sinner? What's wrong with you? To hell with you. Like, they don't see it. They just don't see how silly it is. And because they're like, they have this divine feeling. I get it. I had it. Like it is actually like a fuzzy feeling in your chest, you know, when you that first time that you fell in love with somebody, it's a lot like that. Like you feel like, and that's what inspires you. That's where you get a lot of like these stories with born again Christians, where it's like they're fucking Elwood from, you know, the Blues Brothers, where they're, I had my moment. Oh, I see the light. I see the light. That's you had a burger on Tuesday? To hell with you! Dinner! You had pork? Fuck! Like, why? Why do you keep fucking up, man? I put all these rules there. You can't even follow the basics? Damn! Praying for you, bro. You really don't need to. Don't even waste your time. You do not need to pray for my wife and put the energy out there for her, but you do not need to pray for me. I'm sorry. Like I would rather have you do 14 or actually 13. Let's keep it consistent. 13 Hail Satans for you. Actually, there we go. Caleb WDE in your name. I am doing 13 Hail Satans. Pentagram. All right. Hail Satan, 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 Hail Satan. These 15 crash 10 commandments. That's one of my favorite jokes. The Lord has given me 10 commandments. Life of Brian too, man. Same. I love that stuff. Again, I love the fact that like people back then were, you know, wow, blasphemy. And then by the 90s you had Christians that were just like, it's not blasphemy, it's funny. You have to learn how to poke some fun at yourself. Hope the truth is revealed to you, my man. Jesus loves you so much. That's what your book says, but also there's other books out there that say, you know, Krishnu or Krishnu. You know, there's a bunch of that stuff out there. Cool. I'm glad that your invisible friend loves me. That's awesome. Now, here's the problem, though. Your invisible friend has a whole bunch of rules that you don't even follow, but you want other people to follow. Interesting. Yeah, what did you think of that whole, thing with Jesus actually calling out the people that use his name in vain? Have you actually, looked into that? Have you kind of done the checklist to see if you're doing exactly what you should be? Christian asked me a question, and my answer was Puritans were too stupid to write books. That's why Christian extremism isn't as extreme as radical Judaism and radical Islam. Still pretty bad. It is. I mean, the Crusades were not just nothing. Also, it's a sophisticated form of control. That's why they didn't, they didn't want the printing press to even be a thing. They didn't want anybody. Dude, Martin Luther. Fuck. Look at the way that they freaked out when some dude was just trying to translate the Bible. It's almost like it was upsetting a power structure. Whoa. Oh, man. Trump's approval officially down past 30%. Break out the tequila lads. I mean, sure, I guess. I keep hearing 37%, it doesn't change. It's weird. I keep hearing that his approval rating is going down, but then CNN will come out and they'll just be like, see, look, it's 37%. It's like, it's not going down. Yes, it is. From his peak. It's like, okay. Also, why do we say 37% approval? Why don't we ever just, front load it? Where it's like, yeah, over 60% of America doesn't approve of him. We don't do that. We did it for Biden. We did it for Biden all the time. I brought this up yesterday. So easy to use the terms disapprove. So easy to constantly remind people that the economy is on the brink of collapse when it's a Democrat. Because realistically, Biden didn't give them the juicy bits. They didn't give him, he didn't give them, the Trumpisms. He didn't give them a 24-hour news cycle. And that was his punishment, was to make sure that everybody knew just exactly how much the inflation is. Now I have to have this argument all the time. Daily, I still get people in here. It's like 2%. It's like 2%. No, it's not. It's at 3.8%, which it was at 3.3% the last time that I was tackling this, saying it's going to go to 3.8% because nothing has changed. Now we're paying out the fucking tariffs. Now we're paying out 1.5 trillion to the military, which we don't have. Do you understand how much debt we're in? And I never, I say this every time a fucking Republican wins. I remember the first time that Trump won, where it's just like, I never want to hear about the deficit. I don't care about the deficit anymore if the Republicans don't care about it. But they do care when a Democrat wins. And this is why I get so pissed at Dems. Like, they're doing the complete opposite. They are silent. Which is not how you do this. Fucking Chuck Schumer coming out and saying, like, it's great that they got the UFOs out there. We needed the details on the UFOs. Fucking idiot. I was writing in the wrong chat. Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, I don't know. I hope you guys are okay with having the horizontal stream up still. Yeah. Deep breaths, Pep. Your hair's thinning out. I mean, that's not what's causing the hair thinning. That is called me not knowing how to part my hair very well. Dude, my wife got mad at me. She actually, that's why it looks horrible today. Yeah, my wife helps me out. She likes my wife. She's an expert, so she just yeah. Technically, I think my natural part is on the other side. Yeah, it's like this side. Whatever. That's what happens. Also, most of the ladies in the audience know what I'm talking about. You know how it is. There's those moments where you go against your natural part and you're just like, what the fuck? I bet you that a bunch of the long-haired lads and lasses in this chat know exactly what I'm talking about when you got to do the zigzag. Also, because it gives you a little more volume. Yeah. Lost another job because of this fucking economic shrink. Yeah. And the thing is, it's going to be a lot harder to go and make up that lost job. Yeah, the jobs report, I said this yesterday. If it is true, it's because most Americans now have 2 to 3 jobs, which that's not great. That's not exactly a great sign of the economy. Like, I don't understand how you have a bunch of Republicans out there that are just like the best jobs market ever while ignoring the high inflation rates. 3.8%, bro. We're teetering at 4%. If it gets to 8%, then what? Oh, it's still lower than Biden. Biden was at 8.21%. Hits 8.3%. It's still not Biden. Fucking retards. I'm sorry, man. I've been very good with not using that term, but oh man, I cannot stand that. And how often I see it where it's just, put Biden. Yep, no one cares. No one legitimately, nobody cares. Nobody cares about Joe Biden anymore. Nobody cares about even the Democrats, ironically. Yes, the Democrats have a low approval rating, but it hasn't really done much. It's not going down. If anything, It's going to be more embarrassing, like, if we win back the House with I think it's a 32% approval rating. Like, damn, dude. That's not exactly something I would be going crazy over. All right, dude. Enough. I don't care. I mean, if you think you're trolling somebody in chat, I don't care. Steve, come on, man. Learn how to act. Are you a child? We saw it the first time. You don't... Okay, you don't have to spam. I don't care if Jesus is the devil or not. I don't care. I'm not religious. I don't give a shit. And I don't think that, honestly, anybody in chat is gonna listen to you. Like, are you trying to engage with somebody? Because you should tag them. You should say, at whoever you're trying to piss off, try and piss them off. Even if it's me. But honestly, you're just spamming something that's stupid. Who cares? Steve GPT. Yeah, honestly. The MAGA party is the last breath of the Confederacy. Yeah. You're applying to a hospital food court now? Oh. Actually, you know what? That's awesome. Hey, I appreciate that. Also, if you actually get that job, yeah, do that with pride. Do you understand how important that is? I spent a lot of time in the hospital, with my wife when she got diagnosed, and it was almost 2 months in the hospital. And I'll just say this, you want to talk like jobs of like heroes types of thing. That's one of them. It's definitely unsung heroes. And honestly, the hospital that my wife was at, the food court, was good. Because they had some people that really knew how to cook. Like, their breakfast was really good. They also had a deli there. Like, I was genuinely shocked. Because, like, you always hear hospital food. And then you also think, like, it's going to be so expensive. It was not as bad as I thought it would be. So, you know what? Thank you for that. Seriously. Dude, I kind of feel... getting emotional. Because I just realized how much... that really mattered to me. Hospital food is solid. Yeah, dude. They had a lobster bisque that I was like, holy shit, this actually might be the best lobster bisque I've ever had. They also had a chicken salad sandwich that was fucking fire. So, gotta say, yeah, it's pretty cool. It's literally gruel. What do you mean? Are you talking about, like... No, it's not. No, you're wrong. If you ended up in a hospital where they had, like, gruel, then, I'm assuming that's, like, you're talking about, like, porridge or whatever the hell, right? No, it's fine. One of the best burgers and fries I ever had was from Fizzy. Fred, stop! Okay, so one of my favorite things that happened is my wife, I was there after she got one of her procedures done, and she was getting, they were ordering food for her, and she was just like, do you want something? Like, you could get it delivered to the room. You're just gonna, like David said, that you're gonna have to pay, like, separate. It was fine. Sent the link in the politics channel. Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate that. How you doing, Anna? I hope you're doing well. It's been a rough few days, but I really appreciate, you always popping by. Brings a smile to me face. Don't be so angry Trump won, Democrats lost. Nobody cares. Who's pissed? Dude, we're pissed off at the fact that he's failing so hard. I know that, like, here's the thing. I know that you think that I'm like your normal leftist channel, even though this person doesn't think. It's not a person. Brandon is like, that's a bot. I don't know who programmed it, when, who, like, why, but this is like quintessential bot. And I'm just saying, nobody cares. Like, people, you know what? I think that most Americans kind of want lower prices, and they wanted Trump to actually do the things that he promised. But you know what? He didn't. The economy sucks. Everybody's pissed off at him. And you have to deal with that, man. Fuck. All right, dude. What is wrong with you? You know what? That's a 10-minute. I'm done with this. Also, what up, Rebecca? Welcome, welcome. What did you, okay, so RFK is officially on the case to solve hantavirus. Relationship issues. I'm sorry. That sucks. Relationship issues suck. Hopefully you'll either get through them or just you'll realize that you are, strong and, happy, by yourself. I just had to deal with this with a friend where, dude, Ogie, stop. Nobody cares, bro. You keep spamming the same thing. God F Jesus mom. Who cares? Okay, so Joseph was the biggest cuck in history. Okay. You're not triggering me with this. You're annoying me. That's the difference. You annoy me. That's just a hard out, bro. I want you to be able to enjoy the show, but I don't even know what you're doing here. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know, why. This is a thing, but it's a thing. And none of it's going to you, Brandon. Don't be a mark. Oh, yeah. Brandon's the biggest, literally the biggest mark. Yeah, stupid people annoy me too. It's just, this is childish as fuck. It's just copy-pasted, same thing, not well typed out, and it's not even there's nothing that's gonna get me in trouble. There's nothing that is gonna really piss off anybody in chat because they're probably reading it going, huh? Okay, word salad. What are you talking about? That weird moment that somebody in chat actually kind of made me more annoyed than than with the bot that is here. I'm not a bot, dude. That is exactly what a bot would say. Your AT&T bill went up $10 this month. Do I blame Trump? Yeah, you should. Yeah, the price of everything is going up. Greed is in fashion, man. Where's the winning? Where exactly are we winning? What's this? Where did he make America great again? It's weird. He didn't lock up anybody that you guys would probably say, well, he got rid of these people. He got rid of the immigrants. Also, why the food prices are up. Does everyone hear about? Did everybody hear about the Trump phones? Yeah, that was pretty funny. That was just objectively funny. All right, let's get through this. The back half of the Brianna Joy Gray debate thing. Oh, where is it? Oh, here it is. We'll go back a minute. I love the trillions of investment thing, ignoring the fact that this investment is across the board rises in costs of doing business with real Americans and the pull out of foreign investment. Like I said, dude, he keeps coming out and saying, we pulled in a couple $1 billion from this thing and the tariffs. We got some money from the tariffs, even though I have to pay that back. Dude, objectively, everything sucks. Everything sucks. Groceries are way higher. Prices of just normal goods. God, has anybody looked into furniture lately? So, I had to look into buying an end table, right? Because one of my end tables finally broke, which I've had this thing for 15-something years. I'm actually, I'm upset about it. It sucks. Dude, just for a fucking, standard end table, a small one, this thing was $60. I was like, why? What are we doing here? And it's one of those ones with the bar that has like you can tilt it and it like becomes like a table, like a little like reading nook kind of thing. Yeah. What the fuck? IKEA furniture is skyrocketed. God. I was looking at like IKEA storage and I was just like, what is it? Okay, fuck it. At this point, I'm just gonna use like bins and fucking cardboard boxes. I remember when she was a cross-dresser, shit-faced in front of a bookshelf with a bottle of rum in her hand, slurring her words. The longer the video. Wait. This convo wasn't bad. It was just Contra being Contra. The thing is, I found myself disagreeing more with Brianna than I thought I would. Mostly in the fact that she's uncompromising in her position as far as like needing to win over some libs. Like honestly, and I know that me and you kind of disagree on that a little bit, but I genuinely do think that it's like, nah, we got to sell people like on the smaller bits that we can definitely get them on, and then we can kind of do the thing where it's like, once we're like, this is where I keep saying hide our power level. Like, can we get to like winning office and then implementing some of the stuff that might be viewed as unpopular, but that, like, look at what Mamdani did. Mamdani just cleared a $12 billion deficit, and trust me, oh boy, are the fucking right-wingers kind of pissed about that, because you know how I know? They stopped talking about him. They stopped talking about the fucking deficit. They stopped talking about everything with him. It is genuinely fucking funny to watch. I'm gonna say that much. But, yeah, man, I don't know. I like to think of it this way. Like, Anna, if my mom were alive, I would love to, like, have her have a conversation with you and then walk away from that going, you know, I may not agree with her on, you know, a few of these points, but I really agree that we need to tackle this thing with healthcare. I really, really agree that we need to start like casting a wider social net and really taking care of the people that need the help. You're deeply the thing is, don't stop. My therapist has always told me that looking for the other shoe to drop is just creating a world of anxiety that you don't need to be in, because theoretically, Anna, what happens if it does? Was there anything that we can do or have done to do anything differently? No, because then Cuomo would have won. Just take the wins, enjoy it, and then move on. You can't control this, and it's not going to happen. And even if it does, like I said, then what? Then you can then the people of New York can move on. But it is also this thing where it's like, nah, like, I don't see anybody else that's like from some of these smaller orgs, even the DSA. Like, we can't get people from, well, I mean, fucking Chicago, we can't get anybody to actually run with the DSA. But like, I'm not like, that's my biggest problem, is just like, holy crap. Like, we're sitting here fighting these really stupid battles when in reality, in order to win 2026 and 2028, we are going to have to suck it up, and we're gonna have to cater to some of these stupid, like what we call the libs. I'm not even gonna call them the stupid libs. In a personal relationship, yeah, I agree. I don't think national politics works the same way. If it does, we organize against him and get someone better. The thing is that's not necessarily going to work, because what we tend to do is we forget that there's another cohort of people out there that do not think like us, that honestly, you could still win them in an election. Like I said, it's the hide your power level thing, and then just do what your agenda is when you win. But we don't focus on winning. Like, we also have this thing about, like, purity politics is exactly what it is. Because in our perfect world, we would be able to hold, like, all of these politicians to every fucking word they say. we're way past that. Dude, Trump literally he ran his entire campaign on no new wars, and they just moved to the next thing, and saying, well, yeah, nukes or whatever. Like, yeah. I'm so over politics, but I really care about you guys, and I want you to be okay. I want you to be okay? Thanks, Rebecca. I do appreciate that. And yeah, I'm sick of it. But it's so important to keep informed on this stuff at least. Like that, I will say, am I being too pure? No. No, what I mean about purity, I'm talking about where it's it has to be all or nothing with somebody like that. Also, I think that this is where we do have a pretty well talked out disagreement on the fact that I know that there is always going to be something wrong with somebody that I am looking to put into power, because that's just how humanity works. You know what? I'm going to just say it, and this might get me in trouble, but you guys met my best friend. He does shit that pisses me off. Doesn't mean I don't love him. Doesn't mean that for the most part, we agree on pretty much everything else, but there's a few things where it's all right, man, you see it that way, I do not. You may not fuck with politics, but politics fucks with you. I've always liked that one, because it is simple and true. No, I just feel like worrying about Mamdani being an Obama 2.0 is one of the dumbest things that we can do right now. I feel like this is where I got into it with that atheist socialist girl. And that's also where I've been getting into it with some of the farther left, is just why focus on that? Actually, that's why I was kind of freaking out about Brianna Joy Gray, where it's why do you guys want to focus on this instead of what's right in front of you? You would rather still, people would still rather focus on, making sure that nobody votes for the liberals, but they don't understand that they're not gaining that vote. You're just disenfranchising everybody else at that point by saying, stay home, because that's what happens. These people are not getting there is no revolution tomorrow. I hate to say it. It's not gonna happen. Too many fucking people are complacent. Listen, the Epstein files came out, nothing happened. That's why I don't have exactly this whole faith in us doing anything like that. They also they kind of kneecapped us with the whole January 6th thing, because now you got the whole thing where it's well, we can't do that because we don't want to be hypocrites. I see it this way, that the way that we're gonna win is by, and you might hate this, but getting more blue people to be in office. But this is where I think that we would have an easier time challenging them after all this stuff. And I think that more, you're going to get more progressive people in there, because, yes, there isn't exactly an appetite for the same feckless Democratic bullshit that is going on right now. You know, you do have an appetite for people that want to put new people into power. The problem is they also are, for lack of a better term, they don't want to break from too much from the status quo, which that's most Americans realistically, because what I don't hear a lot of is people addressing the actual concerns of some of this stuff. Okay, say there's an anarcho revolution, then what? How does that make how can you answer that to making their lives easier? Because you understand that it's not like talking to me saying, well, then you would have healthcare, and I would be able to understand that kind of stuff. These people think more linearly to their families and to their situations. Realistically, it's all about will I pay less? Will my kid have a future in this? God, you have too many people out there still thinking that they're just, one lotto ticket away or one, business decision away from being fucking millionaires. Obama ate glass, so Mamdani could crawl. I mean, realistically, dude, even Obama winning, people kind of miss that was kind of like it was unthought of. Like people really could not deal with the thought of a black president. They made a movie about it with Chris Rock. RPT Talks. Thank you for the raid, dude. Appreciate that. Hope you had a good stream, brother. Been catching some of your content lately. Need to start shouting you out a little bit more. Everybody check out RTP. Sorry, I have freaking this is that dyslexic thing. Dude, I got mad at I and E words again yesterday, where I was just like, why did they do this? Mamdani is overrated. I mean, I think that him clearing that deficit in under 6 months, that's not insignificant. Or was it just 6 months? Well, no, it's not June yet. Haha, it's under 6 months. I and E words are the worst. Thank you. I appreciate. Oh, solidarity. Because, whoo, I had like a mini breakdown over that where I'm like, why did they do this? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, man. Sweet summer child. Appreciate that. Also, Tummy Malone. Hey, I haven't seen you in a wow. First time chatter. Even though, dude, Tubby, didn't I used to like get into arguments with you in Honeybee's chat? I'm pretty sure I remember like unless you have the same name. No? Oh fuck. I remember mixing it up with somebody that was Tubby Mowan. Well, must have been a different Tubby Mowan. Is it projected to be cleared based on the future tax revenue? What do you mean? You're a first time chatter. No, I know you're a first time chatter here on my channel. Never mind. I used to go into other like politics channels chats and try to mix it up a little. This was back when I was still in like my consumer phase of things. Not so much anymore. I will admit that. It's actually really difficult for me to watch like a whole stream. What do I remember? I just kind of remember. Are you not right wing? Because, like I said, you could just be a totally different person. Okay, that's it. Get out of here. Go. Fucking A. This fucking cat. He just got caught up in the cables. All right, hold on. I gotta take him upstairs. No, we're not doing this. You're upstairs. You didn't even see the cat? Yeah, he was underneath the desk here. Oh, that guy? I don't know. I have enough interactions, on these platforms that I like to think. Yeah, I was about to say, okay, yeah. That's why I was like, I'm pretty sure that we've mixed it up before. Which, hey, welcome to the show, man. Happy that you're here. We both think Marxists are stupid. Well. Too bad I'm not a Marxist. No one got laid off under Biden. Come on, man. Yes, people got laid off under Biden. The economy wasn't great under Biden. That's why I'm trying to institute this. And I don't know why I'm trying to help the right wing by saying, hey, maybe don't do the thing that Biden did that lost him the election. But okay, whatever, man. Keep telling us that the economy's great and that, it's just a little bump in the road and blah, 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 blah. Like, dude, Trump is, he is fucking things up. So, I was gonna say, man. All right, so I need to get to this ContraPoints thing. If you guys are just joining us, I was watching the ContraPoints Brianna Joy Gray debate, I guess. I mean, it's not as much of a debate as I guess you think. I think you need a little socialism. Yes, I keep saying, like, dude, I'm a democratic socialist. Like, that's where, like, if I need to, like, lay out where my politics are, that's where I'm at. But at the same time, I'm one of these channels that likes to have conversations with the other side, except for, like, bots. Like, Brandon here is, like, if he's not a bot, he interacts like a bot. Like, that shit's wild to me, the people that are just like, nuh-uh, everything's great. Biden. Yeah. And I think you're stupid too, by the way. I lied, by the way. I remember you. Oh, okay. Like I said, man, I'm pretty sure that you were part of that community. Either way, I appreciate you guys checking out the show. If you enjoy political content, like I said, I'm very honest about where I'm at and where my biases lie. But I like to, mix it up here. I like to have some, people make their comments on the news. I do appreciate having other takes. Like, goddamn, that's one thing I'm going to just say. I am all about not having a bubble. I do not want that because that doesn't help anybody. It doesn't make me, like, any better. I also will not, be a debate bro. That's another thing where I'm going to draw a line there. What even is your chat section? Such weird comments. Oh, I have YouTube and then I have Twitch. By the way, guys, I actually, for once, I have more viewers on Twitch than I do over on YouTube. Holy crap. Like I did say, appreciate you guys being here. If you guys are interested in chatting via YouTube, I do know that I got a cool bunch of people over there if you want to go over and check that out. I do appreciate that, by the way. Wait, so were you guys like fighting in RTP's chats? Is that what goes on? You guys just like bounce from like political chat to political chat and just kind of like get into arguments? I mean, hey, it's all right. I just feel like there could be, some better things to do. But hey, also hope you are having a good time, I guess. I know the left typically doesn't like arguing in affirmative for any of the crap they want. What do you mean? Like, arguing in the affirmative, like I argue in the affirmative for healthcare. I argue in the affirmative for expanding socialist programs. I think that housing is a big one that we need to step up on. Because one thing that I need, like, all of our politicians to do is to get away from kind of conflating how most homeless people are, drug addicts. They're not. Like, dude, it's only 37%, man. Like, do you understand that is not exactly a majority? I know. Like, well, hold on. That's Trump's approval rating too, so some people might not understand that. All right, wait a minute. All right. Now I think I think you are too inferior for debate. Oh, man, I remember this. Like, yeah, you were one of these guys. Like, oh, you were, man, why you so, like, what's up with you? Like, why are you so angry all the time? Like, is it because you can't, like, you want to talk about arguing in the affirmative? You're not a Trump supporter, but you're technically, so what are you? Are you, like, one of these politically homeless people? Because now I'm a little confused. We desperately need social programs in this AI market. Well, the AI market I do not see lasting much longer. I think it's going to be interesting the way that collapses. Now, do you see why it feels weird in chat? LOL. Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. Like I said, guys. That sucks. You know, it's honestly no better over on YouTube. I'll admit it. I have the same kind of discourse over on YouTube. Just a troll, I think. I mean, I know, like, Tubby Mowan. This is how I remember his name, is because I actually, like, that was one of the ones that made me laugh. When I read it, I was like, Tubby Mowan. Because like I kept reading it like Post Malone, like Tubby Malone, and I was like, that's funny. That's funny. And I do kind of have a rule where it's like, if you made me laugh, then I'll at least give you a chance. But no, I also do remember you're kind of a prick. But I am genuinely curious why. Like, so, because man, I remember like. Yeah, I was on a stream pretty freaking late. No, I am nice. I mean, how do you say that and it like comes across as like you're an even bigger dick? No, I'm not. I'm nice. Shut up. God. Well, Brandon, no, now you're just a narcissist because you think that we're talking about you. No, I actually got a new favorite hater over in Twitch. So sorry. Yeah, you have lost your post, sir. Nobody cares about you. I mean, I was already telling you nobody cares, but now I genuinely don't care about you. Some guy came in here with a, at least a clever name, being Tubby Mowan. You're Brandon Clark. Like, seriously, first name. What a boring name. You definitely are, like, gray-haired, fucking... Do you have kids? I'm not sure. You strike me as the type that, like, might not have ever found a woman that actually loves you. So, I think that you might be lonely. Do you build wagons? Is that, like, your whole thing? I think you build wagons. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but it's like they're all like gaudy and like you put like Donald Trump's like stickers all over them. Yeah, that's what you do. Well, wait, sorry. When you're an NPC, you got that bot Inhumane Programming. Well, wait. Sorry, guys. My chat actually... I need to swap this. Wow. LOL, Spicy Pep. It happens occasionally. Radio Flyer Brandon. Hey! We got a new nickname. I like it. Radio Flyer. Dude. You like mayo? No shit. You probably eat that stuff out the tub with you. Like, you got your, like, dirty fingers just fucking, he does the thing because that's the closest he'll ever get to, like, fingering somebody. So he, like, sticks his two fingers in the mayo and goes, and then he's just like, yeah. Taste that cream. Ah, gross. Sorry. Whoa. That went a little far. But he's also nasty, so he's like leaving like, black dust in the mayo. That's so Pep, you're wrong for that. Hey, you know what? You guys are, hey, you still hang out here? You know that there's a good chance that this could happen on this stream. I'm sorry. It just comes with the territory. I mean, Trump Tower, they don't allow dirty fingers. Oh, man. I'm more concerned with the future my children will inherit. I mean, I don't have kids, don't plan on having them, so you would think that I have, like, all of the reasons to just kind of be, like, a nihilist. Yeah. And just watch the world burn with my pal Eric. Yeah, Peter. maybe we could touch tips, and then we can watch the world burn. Oh, that's right. Last time we touched tips, technically, your barbell got stuck in my dinghy chain. I don't think that we should be doing that anymore. Yeah. The dinghy chain, that one hurts, but it hurts so good. Hey, this is Pride Pep Talks right here. If you guys don't know, I have stupid little characters and things on this show. That was Peter and Eric, or Pieta and Erich. They are the German nihilists, you know, based off of the Big Lebowski, yeah, but technically they were the ones who taught them how to be true nihilists. It's been a while since I've done that bit. Oh, stop him! Oh, wait. What was it? The dinghy chain? All right, that was even. These are the moments that I love when I have like that creative moment where I make myself legitimately laugh. Where it's just like, oh Jesus. Zach, fuck both parties. Big Puppet Show have few failing petro dollars.
Zach Carter 8681.
Hey man, thank you for the $5. Appreciate that.
Both parties. Big Puppet Show have a few failing petrodollar.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Have a few failing petrodollars. Yeah. We do have the failing petrodollar. That is a thing. Yeah, and fuck both parties indeed. Realistically, I really am part of the. I've never left that cohort. I'm just more so like I do think that, and I've said this many times on the show. So sorry if I am beating the dead horse here. But we should be able to MAGA the Democrats as far as like moving farther left on their positions, and putting like actual like some popular people in there. The thing is, a lot of people just don't know how to talk to your average person. Like, this is where I look at Trump and I get it. I do understand how he like can talk to the base and like just where you get that idiot that's just like, yeah, you know what? He is kind of an asshole, but god damn it, at least he tells it like it is. It's like, ugh. Not really. He tells it like he sees it. I would take that one, but yeah, Bernie would have won. Yeah. I do think that. I'd rather not fuck both parties. Most of them are geriatric farts back in diapers. It's so many wrinkles. It's lots of flaps, you know, like, God, it's a lot to navigate, you know. Oh, God forbid, you know. When you say nothing concrete, you hear what you want to hear. That poor dead horse. All right, sorry guys, I went a little off the rails there, but no, I do. Like I said, I appreciate you being here. If you are enjoying the show, please hit the follow button. Gonna do the thing I have to, and also sub to the channel if you guys have not already. Come on, guys, let's build the channel up a little. Also, I really do want to have more people like in more of these discussions. Like, I try to have an outlet for that, but you know what? Sometimes you got people that ruin it. But for real, who do we have on the left? I mean, right now we have we do have Mom Donnie doing a good job. Like, I'm gonna just say it. He's doing what he said he was gonna do. He cleared that $12 billion deficit, which is insane, and he did it enacting pretty popular programs, man. Now, like, if he can do the bus thing and he can do the childcare thing, then he did it, because he only kept it to 3 basic things, which, great. That's what we need to do. We can't fix the world with one person in like a year. That's just not gonna happen. I mean, shit, look at the way that Trump has been doing it. He thought that he could do that, and now we're in the second year. It's getting progressively worse. At least that, you know, I guess that's a good thing. I don't really believe that because I think that, Trump really is fucking up, man. When you got so many normies going to the gas pump, just like, yo, if I could like take my vote back, I would. It's like, oh wow, you're even thinking about that. Okay, cool. But all right. I got to get to this this thing. We got to start this. All right. Damn it, I forgot my coffee upstairs too. Sucks. Sorry guys, bear with me. It's not working. There we go. Alrighty. So if you guys missed the first part of this, we covered this at the back half of my show yesterday. So to sum up real quick, Brianna Joy Gray and ContraPoints mostly are discussing kind of what we're discussing here about what we can do in order to kind of grow the party. And they have some, pretty big disagreements here because Brianna Joy Gray is arguing from what I would consider the farther left position here, which for anybody that like thought that Contra was, the anarcho, like she actually kind of covered it, like, the voice of BreadTube kind of thing. Yeah, definitely kind of shed some light on that may have been an accidental just at the time that it even happened, because it seems like she is very centrist in her politics. Maybe not centrist, but moderate in her politics. I'm kind of surprised that Brianna is going as hard as she is in the paint on this one, because she is arguing that, Kamala, there, I'm working on it. That she was like that. What contributed to Kamala losing was specifically the her not acknowledging genocide, which is part of it, but I don't know. I think that in my opinion, I think there were bigger things that people just it didn't like result in a turnout. Specifically from like the point of view of like detracting from people like coming out, that one I do buy. Like when you look at the numbers that didn't turn out, that like turned out for Biden, that didn't turn out for Kamala, you can say that pretty confidently. But I do think that also ignoring like the normies, and the way that they just didn't sell to the normies, and that they constantly were trying to use the gaslight tactics of telling us how great Bidenomics were, that was also not great. So it is one of those weird situations that I am in the center of this, where I'm just like, I kind of agree with both. So with that being said, I went back about a minute from yesterday. If you guys are just joining us, I will link the full interview, but here we go.
Like, and some of this has to do with
seats without actually wielding power. And that to me, it's very frustrating, because we should be on the same side, but I think there was this cartoonish caricature and an attempt to drain the substance out of the critique of the left.
Excuse me.
That has us at cross purposes, where I don't actually know that you disagree. Like when I outlined the specific critique of Zoran, it doesn't sound like you disagree with it. So is there something else that I'm missing here that's your critique of the left?
Well, so I think when you're critiquing specific things that Mamdani does, or that Biden did, or that like yes, of course it's within reason to criticize your elected officials, and we all ought to do that. I agree, but I also think that what my frustration with the left is more that when it comes time to actually elect, the energy is so oppositional to like it's very difficult to build the kind of momentum behind a candidate when it's, so much. I don't see this problem existing on the right, where like you don't have, I mean, obviously Trump has lost a lot of his, I think, supporters in the last year, but like during the election, they show up for him and they form this kind of like unified, like, and some of this has to do with right-wing values around loyalty and submission and stuff, and I don't necessarily advocate adopting that, but I do think that,
I see your point.
I mean, you don't even support Kamala Harris during the election. It's not like you say like okay, well, we'll get her elected and then we criticize. It's that when you're not even you don't even want to get her elected, then it's
because
it's
I have so
that's
much
where
less.
I see the criticism as being this like critiquing power thing.
Okay,
because it's
so-
like you don't.
Yeah.
You're
So
not.
let's talk about
taking
power.
any
Let's
plausible
talk about
action to
leverage.
yeah. Okay.
Do I have more leverage against Kamala Harris before she's elected or once she's president for 4 years?
I would argue when she's president for 4 years.
Well, in this, I mean, I see what you're saying, like as like a protest voter threat, but I don't know. Do the Democrats take that threat seriously, or is they?
No, and the thing is, you could easily make that heard in the midterms.
Like, is it
usually is.
Because I feel like the
This is where I keep getting back
I feel
to.
I feel like a lot of Democrats feel
Yeah.
that the protest voters are sort of unwinnable, are sort of like never happy, right? Whereas there are like centrist median voters that are more winnable, right? And that's, I think, tends
how has
to be
that
the
been
strategy,
panning out?
and it tends to be the reaction to losing an election.
The thing is, they actually have a better, like, and this is going to be unpopular, but they have a better chance at actually courting those people now, especially that Trump is fucking up again, than they did, during that. But this is also putting into, an unrealistic way that that there is no change
And
there.
how is that panning out? Who are these centrist voters? So this is you're completely right. This is the Democrats' belief. They believe that if they take Liz Cheney, the daughter of the architect of the Iraq War, to Dearborn, Michigan, America's largest Muslim population, and parade her around on the stage, that they are going to find some voter, some Midwestern war-loving voter who is so in love with Liz Cheney, a woman who lost her seat.
That again, you're putting like you're focusing on like the microcosms here, not like the broader,
because she wouldn't
like idea that she's also saying like Trump didn't win those people, but realistically, when you constantly say I will not vote for Democrats because of this, then they don't like. You're kind of fucking yourself because you told them that you're just never going to be happy. So why try to cater to you then? That's the problem here.
subscribe to Trumpism.
And I feel like ignoring that is also like to your detriment.
And that's somehow going to gin up votes for her, right? Like you're completely right. The Democrat, but this is where I would disagree with you. This is where I would just modify that a little bit. I don't think that the Democratic Party necessarily believes that there are more voters to be gotten in this like weird, socially liberal, economically conservative middle ground of people that I don't think really, exist in any big numbers. But I do think that they are fundamentally unwilling to go the economic populist route because their donors won't allow it. And you keep asking me, which a really good question, which is,
but then what's the alternative?
why is it
So just let the donor class and fascism rule, and we can complain harder?
does it seem to be so
That's where I get a little lost on some of this.
much easier for Republicans? And I think I would answer that in two ways. One, because Donald Trump is in fact throwing meat to his base. He's saying we're going to go after immigrants. They're the wrong kind of people. He's saying I'm going to be an anti-war candidate. It's a lie, but he's saying all of that stuff. And that's what his base wants to hear. I cannot fathom what the Kamala Harris or Joe Biden equivalent of that was. What did Kamala Harris run on?
I mean, a lot of the messaging was very pro-democracy. Like,
Okay,
I think
so anti-Trump.
yeah. I think yes, it was anti-Trump, which I think probably, well, evidently it did not work. I mean, I think it appeals to someone like me who's concerned, like who's like deeply bothered by Trump and by January 6th.
Well, it appeals to people who are already going to vote Democrat no matter who.
But it
so
doesn't. It's not. No, it's
so
not.
it doesn't
a
matter.
Table issue. I agree.
Right. So it's fundamentally
No. That's ignoring the people that don't come out. They're like,
probably not be the focus.
It's not a blue no matter who at that point.
Right.
Like you do have people doing that, but that's not the that's not the majority.
It's a waste of everybody's time because the people who that appeals to are gonna vote Democrat no matter what. No matter what. So who do you actually need to get? You need to get me. You need to get the Muslims in Dearborn.
Peace, Zach.
But like,
catch you later, man.
Are you gettable?
I mean, me personally, it's like I don't think that it's useful to talk about me because I live in Washington D.C.
But
because I am
someone.
Right, but I just mean the royal me.
The royal you.
What you needed to get was the millions of voters that voted for Joe Biden in 2020 that declined to vote for Kamala Harris in 2024.
Right.
And who said the number one reason they did so was the war in Gaza.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
That's what you needed to get.
Like,
I don't think that that's what kept people at home. Maybe in some areas like Dearborn, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, but everywhere else, no.
I feel that the 2028 primary will decide this. Like, but I also think that again, just like looking at the history of Democrats losing elections.
What's the point of doing this if she's already got that like attitude of just okay, so we're just gonna lose?
Like usually,
are you acknowledging that this is all pointless at some point? Like,
when
what are we
the
doing?
Democrats lose a presidential election, the next candidate is further to the right and not further to the left.
Yes.
Right. And that after 12 years of Reaganism, you got Bill
And why
Clinton.
is that? Why is that?
When Gore lost in 2000, you got John Kerry. When Bernie Sanders lost in when Hillary Clinton lost in 2016, you got Joe Biden. I mean, why is that? I think it's because the Democrats pivot to attracting centrist voters.
Right. And why do we allow them to do that when it repeatedly causes them to lose?
But it doesn't cause them to lose. Like Bill Clinton.
Did Hillary Clinton win?
No, Hillary Clinton didn't win, but Hillary Clinton was coming after 8 years of Obama.
Exactly. And Bill Clinton won because he came coming after 8 years of Reagan. Right? Yeah. Like a friend of mine said this once. I think it was Pete David. It was someone over at Current
Why do they always forget about Bush 1?
Affairs who said this to me once.
What the fuck? Like, honestly, it's kind of hard for me to listen to somebody like this when she just said something like that.
Maybe it was even Nathan. That the candidate that wins every...
It's like, that's actually bullshit because Bush winning kind of proves that wrong, where Reagan was pretty popular and they wanted more of them and wanted more of the policies. But then Bush said, no new taxes, and then raised taxes. And then people were like, nah, fuck that.
Year. They care.
God, some people are really up their own ass with politics, like to the point where it's just like, oh, they need to misappropriate like how it was to kind of sell a narrative.
Characterize it as the most Jesus-like candidate. I would characterize it as the most like outsider sort of Messiah-y candidate. Is the person who was able to frame themselves as the biggest outsider wins.
I mean,
right?
If I agree that for the last 20 or 30 years, there is.
Yeah. Then how come we've had a really hard time with actually selling somebody like that?
There's like an anti-incumbent bias,
right?
Yeah.
Right, where like the people want a change,
That's
and
true.
so they vote for the other party.
Right. So the problem is that phenomenon gets confused with the sort of electoral viability of centrism. So Bill Clinton wins doing third way triangulation, basically running as a Republican who is from the South and pretends to be a black person because he's plays the saxophone or whatever, and that gets interpreted as third way neoliberal triangulation works. And the Democrats have been doing that for the last 40 years.
Didn't it work?
Well, no, because what we just described was that after 8 years of one, we're going to get the other. That the person there's a kind of incumbency disadvantage when it's one party has been empowered for a long time, is blamed for everything that's going wrong in the world. And so whoever is on the other side.
Yeah, because we have this tendency to always focus on what's going wrong instead of what's going right. That is a problem.
That is going to win. Like we just agreed that
it's kind of what we can say this contributed to Biden and Kamala losing was the fact that there was a media bias where they wanted Trump. Like I said this earlier, they wanted the 24-hour news cycle and they knew they would not get that with Kamala Harris.
Case, right? We just agree that that's a phenomenon. And the problem...
I don't think it's like inevitable, but I think it's a tendency.
It's not necessary. I mean, sure, but we just both agreed, did we not, that that's been the case for basically the last 40 years?
No, but like I just said, her negating Bush 1 and saying that 8 years of Reagan is what led to Clinton is bullshit.
Years.
Yeah.
So that
you could add another fucking 4 years to that.
Being said, it feels like seems like is the same people who elected Bill Clinton are still advising the Democratic Party. You got James Carville still on TV saying the same thing he's been saying since then. No matter how many times,
to be fair, James Carville is,
he's been proven wrong. No matter how
he's fallen asleep on TV. I don't know how much he's actually contributing anymore to the Democratic Party in strategizing for them.
how many times Hillary loses Obama and then Hillary loses to Donald Trump. Joe Biden, I would argue, narrowly wins in 2020 largely because of COVID and people's lack of faith that Donald Trump can manage this global crisis. And people feeling really endangered and their health is on the line and they just need someone normal and sensible back in the White House. And then you get a Joe Biden. And then you see how fragile that coalition around Joe Biden was 4 years later. Right?
Yes. Well, but so you seem to think that the solution to this is to like for if the Democrats pivot to the far left, that there's this like available
The far
voter
left?
base. Well, by
Is
Democratic
not
Party
supporting a
standards.
genocide as
By
far
Democratic-
left?
By Democratic
Jesus Christ. I swear to God, sometimes
Party standards.
this is the shit.
Well, isn't
that,
that
like,
quite the
I'm gonna just say it. This is the shit that normies hear and they immediately fucking check out.
Admission.
Well, I'm
Isn't
not,
that
I'm
quite
not,
the admission that we have a far right
It has
Democratic
nothing
Party
to do with even the substance of what she's talking about. It's literally the way that she threw that out.
if something like ending a genocide is considered to be far left?
Well, I don't think necessarily that
Speed it
particular
up.
issue, but you
I will.
I mean, so
Medicare for all, raising the
suggested
minimum
that-
wage.
I don't know. To be clear, I don't necessarily think any of that is far left,
Speed it up, please, for the love of God.
right? But like,
It's populist. It's
your
centrist
position seems to
politics.
be, yeah, but your position seems to be that like there's this sort of like available untapped voter base that will manifest if the Democrats run on these issues. But why doesn't that voter base manifest in the primaries? I guess is my question.
Well, you
2016
refuse to acknowledge the riggedness of the primaries.
Yeah.
You refuse to, so I don't know what to
that is your
tell you.
position, that the primaries are rigged, but I just
Well, it's
feel
not
that
my
you-
position.
I
It's
feel
the people who
argument-
rigged the primaries position. They're openly admitting it at this point, Natalie.
I feel the argument that the primaries are rigged is like, I feel like the evidence does not rise to a level where I feel like rigged is an appropriate description for what happened.
Well, how would you like? I frankly, I use the phrase finger on the scale when I first brought this up in our conversation. Oh, so I don't need to use the term. I mean, if that is just a semantic issue, then we don't have to use that word.
Like, okay, so like, it's not like, again, to go back to 2020, like, okay, so there's a sort of minor conspiracy of like of center left candidates dropping out so that Joe Biden gets all of the voters available to that. That strategy simply would not work if the more progressive candidate Bernie Sanders had. If there were just simply more voters for the progressive candidate than there were for the center left candidate, but that turned out not to be the case.
Yeah, I think, there's a few things that happen. As you are aware, many fewer people vote in primaries than in general elections, and it tends to be more plugged in, conventional media, mainstream media, watching folks who are tuned into their MSNBC every day, and exactly the people who are getting the overwhelming message that someone like Bernie Sanders is not electable, which we know not to be true.
But this,
I mean,
this
in
ought
terms
to
of
be
the head-to-head polls
this
with
is a
Trump.
problem that ought to be solvable by generating energy to vote for more progressive candidates in primaries,
Okay,
right?
now we're talking about the same thing.
If it's like Kamala Harris's fault that she lost in 2024, then isn't it also kind of Bernie Sanders' fault that he lost in 2020?
What do you mean? How do you mean?
Well, by failing to generate the energy or to
Well, yes, but here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Campaign in South Carolina or whatever we think is the condition that Bernie would have to meet to win.
The problem of how to overcome the media, and I don't want to overstate, I really want to say like $70 million worth of earned media that came out of Biden's South Carolina win. Like Bernie out fundraised everybody in the race, but there's only so much you can do about the entire media infrastructure, hailing Joe Biden as the king of the blacks and the ultimate winner of the election after winning one southern state that's a red state that actually has no bearing on the outcome of the general election, right? What to do about that is a huge problem that dovetails with our enormous media capture problem that we're dealing with right now with respect to Israel and Gaza. I will say that Israel and Gaza is demonstrating that despite the overwhelming
The thing is, it is getting more mainstream play as far as
control of the media by these corporate interests that are now
some of like the louder voices out there, like Piers Morgan.
explicitly owned by
You'll be back. Much love. Thank you, Rebecca. Appreciate that.
Zionists in too many outlets, in too many forms than I could count, that it hasn't managed to keep a grip on public opinion. So it's a really interesting thing that we're seeing right now, that for the first time, there's some kind of messaging that has overcome the media. That being said, it's going to be a longer term struggle for folks like Bernie Sanders working within the Democratic Party, especially to figure out how not just to overcome the party's messaging, but the fact that they will never
good. More of this.
be able to be seen. I mean, right now,
Did you watch the whole thing, DA?
Natalie, you have a Green Party candidate for governor. It's a first to past the post system, right? So it's not like a spoiler argument. It's a dunkel primary.
I promised I would watch the rest of this. I keep my promises.
You had all the Democrats, the top 3 Democrats before Swalwell dropped out, polling at 10%. You had the Green Party candidate polling at 5%, and the Democratic Party sued to get him off the ballot because God forbid he actually participate in a debate. And the people of California, ostensibly our most liberal state who would be open to something like this, actually hear someone who supports Medicare for all in Gaza. But they simply undemocratically sue to get you off the ballot to preclude Americans from even finding out about you. I heard you tell Joshua Citarella that you think there's something kind of masculine and sort of like man-coded about the antipathy toward the Democrats and people like Hillary Clinton and the kind of drive to be contrarian and vote green and what have you, which as one of the country's most famously hated Green Party voters, I took some issue to that, especially since I voted for very much a woman, Jill Stein, twice now, right? And Nina.
Yeah, and blatant Russian asset that also was a terrible fucking candidate. Did you hear her Breakfast Club interview?
Turner's also
this is part of the problem that I have is never acknowledging how piss poor the candidates that she has supported outside of Bernie, obviously. And recognizing that it's it's kind of on them.
Famously hated Green Party voter. Susan Sarandon is a famously hated Green Party voter.
No, I think that the Green Party is also somewhat feminine coded. I would agree with that because even the concept of a Green Party as being sort of initially like an environmentalist party, environmentalism is a feminine coded issue, right? So that's not necessarily what I was talking about. I guess sorry, I still am tempted to bring this around because it does seem like. So it seems like when
tell the your baby is. You don't have kids, so it's, tell the wife happy birthday.
A center-left candidate like Kamala Harris loses a general election. You seem to place all the blame for it on them. When a more progressive candidate like Bernie Sanders loses a primary, you blame the media. I mean, like why is it not also sort of Bernie Sanders' fault for not?
Well, I think I did.
Why is it not also sort of the media's fault for Kamala? Because I mean, the media did also obsessively focus on Joe Biden's health. There's all kinds of things that you can say about it.
Okay, a couple of things. It's different when the media lies versus when the media tells the truth. And what the media, in fact, did with Joe Biden is run cover for him.
No, they really didn't. Oh, my God. No, they did not. Look at this is so disingenuous. Look at the way that they fucking baby gloves fucking Trump and the economy and the way that they hammered him during that fucking cycle. And they did the same thing with Kamala Harris. What are you talking about? This is what pisses me off about her. She totally just negates how the right wing is part of this and how they suck up all the energy. They suck up all the fucking oxygen in the room.
A clear state of decline going back to 2019.
Damn.
Right? So if anything, the media
is extensive media coverage of Biden.
And then God forbid somebody just says, hey, you're coming off as unlikable. It's like, what? Hey, don't call me unlikable, you shit-lib fucking centrist.
Health in the years up to 2024.
I am not one to promote Jake Tapper in any way, shape, or form, but co-written by my neighbor at the wall behind me, Alex Thompson. There's an entire book about the media cover-up of Joe Biden's senility. And I remember covering this on Rising. It was very frustrating that every time that Joe Biden did something that was obviously reflective of his lapsing incompetence, mixing up the names of foreign leaders, walking out the wrong door,
it was embarrassing and it sucked.
Tripping all over the place, having these falls, that it was attributed to being a right-wing conspiracy theory. That was the actual language used that you were using. You were dealing with right-wing conspiracy theory.
The Democratic Party, right?
Yeah, in Democratic media with Democratic figures on Democratic media talking about Biden's senility. And in fact, going back to 2019, I'm sorry, listeners to the show, you've heard me say this a million times, but on the debate stage, rising stars Cory Booker and Julian Castro had the temerity to point out that Joe Biden seemed not to remember what he had just been talking about on the debate stage in 2019. And when they called that out, Castro called it out on stage, and then they both said something about it in the spin room afterward. You didn't hear from either of them for another 4 years. And I still haven't heard from Castro. I don't know where he's, and these were rising stars in the Democratic Party. These were going to be our Gen X presidents.
Yeah.
And now we're skipping them.
Well,
you get punished.
Well, it's not like they're any better than, like Cory Booker? Like, come on. This is where she's so full of shit.
As they deserve. I mean, I'm not sitting here obviously rooting for Cory Booker or anything, but the fact that the Democratic Party would sideline, and this is conjecture here.
This is what happens when you think about politics too much and don't get high.
It's just my observation. But seemingly that there would be more consequences for calling out Joe Biden's senility at a time when it could have been avoided as a consequence for the party than there is for actually being the senile person who puts America in the position of a second Donald Trump term. Strikes me as a little backward, no?
Well, I agree with you that a lot of blame for this does rest with the Democrats. Like, I am not conspiracist about why Democrats lose elections. Yeah. Like, I don't think there is a conspiracy necessarily against Joe Biden. I mean, but it seems like It
Wouldn't
does
call
seem
it
like
conspiracy as much as it's like just obvious that he didn't contribute to the cycle that they
it's a
wanted.
little bit what you're saying when it comes to discussing like why Bernie Sanders can't win a Democratic primary.
No.
Like,
To be clear, I don't think that Bernie can't win, and I think that he should have anticipated what was going to happen. That there was going to be coordination. That was
Well, the second time, yeah, dude, I was pissed at that. I was like, dude, okay, the DNC ruining his first chance. That was just like, okay, like he was so close and he could have won. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. I'm not going to fucking dwell on that. But it was kind of on him to have a little bit of a better run the second time, knowing that that was going to be the case.
something that was anticipated, that they were going to try to leverage the black vote against him and use South Carolina the way they did. All of that should have been anticipated. But it is also fair to acknowledge that is an extremely, anticipated all day and night. And it's an extremely high barrier that he had to overcome, that a candidate that was not a threat to the healthcare industry, the private insurance industry, the weapons manufacturing
this is the obvious part where it is like, yes, the moneyed interest did not want him to win.
industry, the oil and gas industry, et cetera, would not have had to face.
on some level, I think that's true. On some level, some of it also just simply the product of like Bernie Sanders having been a party, like an outsider to the party, having been an independent in Vermont. I mean, I just think that like there's a limit to how much of this you can attribute to that when like it is ultimately the popular vote that he is unable to win. I mean, you can blame it on media bias to a certain extent, perhaps, but
well, that's the whole point of the quote unquote rigging of the first election. That it's not the popular vote, that the delegate counts were rigged, that he won every county in West Virginia and didn't get any of those delegates. I mean, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about the rigging. That it was not a popular vote issue. And moreover, if we wanted popular vote Democratic reforms, you would do things like support ranked choice voting, so that the spoiler candidate issue that frequently causes people not to vote for someone like Bernie because they think he's quote unquote unelectable would no longer be at play.
Well,
the Democrats oppose ranked choice voting. And when it's passed by ballot measure, I think in Maine it was passed some years back, Democrats work to overturn it against the popular will because they know that it's a threat to vote blue no matter who, which is the only way they ever get any support, given that they won't support popular policies.
I mean, I support ranked choice voting. I mean, I would love to get rid of this.
Yeah, ranked choice voting
that we're in,
great.
right? But like, I just at the end of the day, we're having like a debate between the losers, and we're stuck with Donald Trump. I mean,
well, I don't see us as being at the end of history. We're not at the end of history, but I think
it's not about being at the end of history. Even
frankly,
it's about ignoring what we're living through and not recognizing that having even just a stupid argument like this keeps you fucking fighting each other and not progressing your fucking movement. Like, this is just mental masturbation. This is stupid.
It's funny that like the left gets characterized as like nihilistic. You've characterized yourself
because it's easy to get nihilistic when you realize that it's not going to fucking move.
As nihilistic or despondent, or both here and in your recent chat with Joshua Citarella. And every time you said that, I would kind of smile because I don't see myself that way. And in fact, you are kind of claiming the term pragmatism. I see myself as a pragmatist. I see myself as a pragmatist insofar as not kicking Lucy's football again is the pragmatic choice. And you can say to me, well, how do you know there's another football to kick? Well, I don't. Truthfully, I don't. But I know that Lucy is going to pull it.
How is voting for third party not?
Or you kick Lucy in the fucking face.
Its own kind of kicking Lucy's football again. Like if since like Ralph Nader and Y2K, like voting third party has sort of failed to shift the Democratic Party to the left. It's failed to
Pep living in reality.
Right.
And because the Democratic Party
here's why.
To elect
Sad part is like
here's why. I hear you asking that question, and I have not responded to it. I haven't responded to it as specifically as I should have. So
this is what happens when you're not as academic. I keep saying it, but it's just like,
let me do that. It is not enough to simply divest from the Democratic Party or to vote third party and to not frame the reason as why. To stay home, that's not sufficient. Here's why. Democrats, part of the Democratic Party propaganda is to characterize non-voters and Green Party voters in such a way as to insulate themselves from having to be responsive to those voters and moving in the direction of those voters and get away from the direction of their donor base, right? So this is the whole thing we're talking about with uncommitted and the obviousness of the role of Gaza and why they won't release probably the DNC autopsy report.
All right, this sucks.
But this has been the case since a long time before Gaza. If the public were to wake up to the fact that elections are winnable, and in fact are winnable by FDR numbers where you're winning every single state by Democrats, but that the Democrats are declining to do so, that's a crisis for the credibility of the party as a whole, right? So what they do historically is to say they vilify Green Party voters, they say Jill Stein's a Putinist, they vilify national heroes like Ralph Nader, who saved so many lives with his consumer advocacy around the seatbelt and car safety and all of those kinds of things. They make these people into a pariah. You get people like Mehdi Hassan and like I remember Samantha Bee in 2016, a week out from the election, doing weird screeds against Green Party. AOC did it this last time around. Weird, unasked for screeds against the smear Green Partiers, as opposed to trying to win votes and talking about why Kamala was actually good.
I mean,
and this is why,
aren't you just describing campaigning? Doing hits against your electoral opponents is part of campaigning, right? And like you certainly do hits against more mainstream Democrats, right?
No, I think campaigning is more than that. Talking about why you're elected.
It is more than that.
This came up in your
to argue why your opponents.
This came up in your conversation with
better choice
with Joshua. I think it was really interesting because you were talking about like the right wing online influence machine versus the left influence machine, and like why does the right have more influence? Why are they more persuasive? And you've brought up in this conversation a couple of times like why is Trump more persuasive? And how like you have been doing counter programming for all of these years, right? But that you are sort of. And you're increasingly pessimistic about sort of the reach of that counter programming because a lie goes around the world twice before the truth gets out of the door, or whatever. There was a word, a name that you used to describe this phenomenon, started with a B that I can't remember.
Brandolini's law.
Brandolini's law. Okay,
right,
because of Brandolini's law.
It takes like 10 times the effort to debunk bullshit than it does to generate it.
Exactly. And I was listening to that part of the conversation with interest because my belief, and that's just my belief, is that is true. But that the way you counter the OG programming is with your own OG programming. You have to change the conversation and shift it to territory that is more advantageous to you. So I agree with you that the Democrats are sort of fighting an uphill battle when they say, no, really, I'm the better candidate on immigration because you're fighting immigration is the right issue and the rights issue, and they are trusted more on immigration than Democrats. Same with trans issues, saying, no, actually, I'm going to throw trans people under the bus. One, it's immoral. Two, no one's going to believe you. So like, why even play in that sandbox? What you have to do is redefine the conversation around things that people care about even more than whether one of 5 trans, middle schoolers gets to play on the girls' soccer team. You have to talk about something like, I don't know, Medicare for all, which is an overwhelmingly popular issue, right? And so I think that all of this stuff in the electability is dovetailing together. It's Democrats are playing in these cultural sandboxes where they're going to lose precisely. They know that they're kind of losing on trans. They know that they're not going to convince anybody that they're better on, quote unquote, better on immigration.
I would argue that's be easier to argue for Medicare for all now that Trump has done so much fuckery with the budget and how we're just investing trillions and trillions of dollars into the military where, guys, it's going to be a lot harder for any Republicans or right-wingers to argue against it now when we have done that. Now, will we be able to sell that message very well? We shall see.
And Republicans, but they won't take the easy layup that's right there. And why? Why, Natalie, would a Democratic candidate, knowing that Medicare for all is an 88% issue with Democratic voters and a 49% issue with Republican voters and a 60-something% issue with independents, not run hard on the most popular issue in America years after a global pandemic?
Numbers, in my opinion.
Why not?
Well, because if it's such a slam dunk, I just don't understand why. I just kind of keep going back to why does Bernie Sanders not win Democratic primaries?
But that's not even the right question, Natalie. The question is why did Bernie Sanders manage to come out of an obscurity and be a front runner in 2 back-to-back elections in the first place? The miracle,
I agree.
The evidence is not that he lost. The miracle is that he almost won. And frankly, the miracle is that he managed to out-fundraise every other person in the race, even though they were taking money from billionaires.
But why is that a miracle if there's such widespread popular support?
Because, it's not a miracle. It's evidence of the popular support is what I'm trying to argue. It's evidence of the fact that there is, in fact, this unwedded appetite, this appealed to popular population of people who are waiting for someone they can vote affirmatively for instead of just hold their nose for. And the Democrats are saying, absolutely not. We will do anything and everything in our power to make sure someone like Bernie doesn't win. And that's why I'm not especially sanguine about the primary prospects in 2028, though I hope to be proven wrong.
Well, we'll see. I guess again, a lot of what you're saying are things that I think are are completely within the realm of reasonable debate to be had about what Democratic strategy ought to be. I guess it's just a little bit difficult for me to take when it comes from someone who does not support the Democrats in the elections anyway.
Yeah, see, this kind of goes to what my point on this has been. You cannot have leverage if you blatantly just say, well, I'm never going to vote for you anyway.
Well, I'm not the only one making this argument.
Because that's at that point, you're kind of no better than MAGA. I'm sorry, it's true.
Makes this argument.
You have to show that you're willing to work with, these people that you disagree with.
Now, West makes this.
But I think that now it's such a vendetta-based thing that she's too far gone.
Argument.
Right.
Hassan Piker is increasingly making this argument, although he's still for on the most part pretty down with voting for Democratic candidates.
Yes, he is. He has said as much, and it's not just he's just like a little down. God, and I hate how she's misappropriating that. No, Hassan has said that you're going to have to vote Democrat, and that you're going to have to suck it up. It's almost like it would be phrased blue no matter who, but it's Hassan.
These people are sort of abandoned Harris people, right? I guess again, I think these are there are reasonable arguments to be had here, but I just think that it feels like slightly disingenuous to me to be being like, oh, here's what Democrats have to do to win. Here's what Democrats have to do to win, when also spending at the same time a bunch of effort on helping on making sure that Democrats don't win to whatever.
No, Democrats could put egg on my face tomorrow. I dare Democrats humiliate me, embarrass me.
Okay, just because you have a fetish doesn't mean that we need to play into it.
Prove me wrong. Destroy my priors. Make me look like the biggest fool and the wrongest person in the world by getting behind a populist left candidate in 2028.
Well, we'll
prove
see.
me wrong.
We'll see. I mean, it's up to primary voters. It just is.
I would love. It's not. Unfortunately, it's not. Because by your own admission, we haven't had a primary in at least 8 years, and I would argue. I would argue since 2020.
We had a primary in 2020.
All right.
We did. I'm sorry, we did. You're in denial about this.
Okay,
that was
a primary.
I hate to say it, she is.
That was 6 years ago. So
that. God damn it.
In at least 6 years.
I agree. I'm well, and I agree that 2024 was a catastrophe in a number of ways. I do think it would have been better with a primary.
So just to be clear, Natalie, you think it's normal? You think it's like when Joe Biden doesn't win Iowa, he comes like 4th or 5th in New Hampshire. He loses Nevada, like 3rd or 4th place.
Let's realize this.
And Bernie wins arguably all of those, although the Iowa contested, blah blah blah. You think that it is, and then Biden wins one state. Others have been doing better than everyone's been doing better than Biden.
What up, Tamara?
He wins one state. It's a red state that has absolutely no bearing on his electability writ large. And the media hails him as the inevitable winner. And subsequently, all of the candidates who had been performing better than him up until that point in those 3 subsequent primaries drop out. That doesn't strike you as a sort of coordinated prioritization of the Democratic Party that's stopping Bernie?
Could you be specific about what it is that you're implying?
I'm saying very expressly, in a way that has been reported out and is not even conjecture at this time, that the Democratic Party decided, Barack Obama picked up a phone, told everybody else to drop out of the race and coalesce behind Biden to stop Bernie from winning. This is like, at this point, this is so far from the realm of conspiracy theory.
The strategy would not work if Bernie had the capacity to win over a center-left candidate without that vote being split.
I agree, but that's not the exact question that I'm asking. Now we're litigating the quote-unquote riggedness of the primary.
Yes, that we are.
Right, because we're in this little bit of a conversation about how long has it been since we've had a real primary where because you're saying that the voters get to decide, that the primary voters
I think that's a real primary. I mean, again, candidates are entitled to maneuver and try to drop out into. It's fairly normal behavior for rival candidates to at some point drop out and support. I mean, again, candidates who are more aligned will tend to.
So candidates that are doing better than their other candidates to drop out and support a poorer performing candidate. You think that's a regular course of action? That's like a normal thing.
Why do you think that
in a democracy?
Why do you think that candidates who are doing better would drop out if they didn't think that Biden had a better
They're promised Secretary of Transportation.
Okay. But
and they got it.
But Biden did win, right?
And they're promised support from the Democratic Party when they run for election in the next cycle, which Pete Buttigieg will get. Sure. He's going to be the chosen one because he played ball. Just like I just interviewed a congressional candidate who's running against Richie Torres, who says that one of the big Democratic donors came up to him and said exactly that you're very promising. We'll support you in an election down the line, but can you drop out so we can coalesce behind the moderate candidate in this race? This is
what is so you're saying this is not all kinds of maneuvering goes on in any kind of election, but you're saying this is not.
I mean, that's politics.
A real primary. I mean, what's
is that democracy? What does a real primary look like? Is that a democratic choice?
Okay, now it's all just it's always moving the goalpost. Okay, the problem I have with Brianna is that she cannot work within the framework that we have to work
being made by the electorate.
Yes, we can start to change it a little bit, but you gotta be empowered to do that.
Transparent democratic choice that is being presented to the electorate. Or is it a skewed choice that is being skewed by not just the media, but by the Democratic Party, who has argued in court that it has a right to rig its own primaries?
Well, rig in what sense?
That's what they argued in 2016, that they have no obligation to hold a fair contest, that they're allowed to get behind candidates, that they did in fact get behind Hillary Clinton, and that they were under no obligation to do otherwise.
But getting behind Hillary Clinton does not. Again, voters still have the opportunity, have the capacity to vote against Hillary Clinton, right? She won the popular vote by 3 million votes in the 2016 primary.
I think we're going round and round. I don't know
There's
that
like a limit to how much.
Oh, it's only going round and round when she actually is the one making actually a decent point. Like, come on.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm gonna be able to persuade you of this. I would just say that I would hope that knowing that Bernie in every single poll was in never at any point at any risk of losing to Donald Trump, knowing what a threat Donald Trump was likely to be.
Her entire thesis is, it's not fair. I'm right. Yeah, it really is.
And has proven to be. I personally would have a lot more irritation for Hillary Clinton for promoting Trump as a Pied Piper candidate, which we learned from the Podesta emails. And I would have a lot of ire for the Democratic Party, who looked at those polls, knew that Hillary Clinton was a risk case, and got behind her at the same time. And I would have a lot of frustration for the liberal media, which pretended like Hillary Clinton was the more electable candidate, than I would for leftists who allegedly don't want power, don't want to wield power.
Well, again, I have no grudge whatsoever against people who voted for Bernie Sanders in the primary. Like,
but
I voted Bernie Sanders in the 2020 primary.
But let's talk about this.
That is what I think progressives should do, to be clear. I think progressives should rally around progressive candidates in primaries.
Okay, and when we feel like that candidate never had a fair shot because the primary was rigged, or we just didn't have a primary at all.
I view this like rigged framing as sort of avoidant.
Okay, but let's talk about 2024. You acknowledged that there was no primary in 2024,
That's right.
and Kamala Harris lost to Donald Trump.
That's right.
And yet you still seem to be placing blame on primary voters in 2024, as opposed to fully placing the blame on Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, the Democratic Party for running a race without a primary that ignored the will of the constituents.
I do not place, of course I'm not placing blame on voters for a 24 primary that effectively didn't happen. My blame for the 2024 election is, okay, one, on Biden/Harris for not running a better campaign, Biden for not dropping out earlier.
Yes. I totally agree with her on that.
And two, on people not voting for them in the general election, right? Those are the two groups of people who are responsible for this. Well, and also
you still do blame people for not voting for them, even though they never had an opportunity to choose the candidate.
I blame them for not voting for them in the election, in the general presidential election against Donald Trump.
Even though they had no say over who their candidate was going to be in the general election.
Yes. I mean, I think that Kamala Harris was a vice president. She was selected by Biden, who was selected in the 2020 primary.
Undemocratically, that the people had no say in, you know what I mean? Like, the vice president is not somebody that we voted on. They were, on the ticket, obviously, but that is not.
This is how the system works. If we don't like the system, okay, we can talk about maybe how we ought to change it.
Well, that's what I'm doing.
Like, this was a situation.
No, you're not.
That we were presented with in.
You're not doing a very good job.
2024.
You have no leverage, Brianna.
And people chose not to vote for Kamala Harris, and now we have Donald Trump.
Her smugness is actually also like, this is the shit. This is the shit. This is what gets everybody that has a maybe passive interest in politics, leans left, but when they're talked to like the way that she's talking, I'm telling you, check out city.
And all the consequences of that.
It almost makes you fucking not just check out. Sometimes you will actively just be like, you know what? Fuck her.
Right.
Now it's like, I'm checking out. No more fucking politics for me.
And we have that.
The blame for that is widely distributed, but I don't understand why opposition to Kamala Harris has helped this. Like, when the world and the country are just demonstrably much worse as a result.
Brianna's condescending expression when she's like, oh, you didn't want us to support Trump because we hate the Democrats, actually infuriating.
Kamala Harris losing.
Infuriating.
There's a party that had, what was the number again? Like $1 billion spent in the 107 days of Kamala's presidency, candidacy. There is the DNC is an apparatus.
Cough or sneeze. I'm not sure which one.
Hundreds of millions, billions of dollars, tens of thousands of people on the payroll.
Feels like force the vote all over again. Oh my God, it kind of is.
Think tanks, former presidents, world leaders, all of this at their disposal. They know exactly what the numbers are. They can run polls that Green Party candidates only dream of knowing in terms of having voter information. They have networks of door knocking and voter access and email lists, all the power in the world. And to collapse that power.
5 minutes until my local 420.
Into the power of a few.
Y'all want to celebrate with us?
Hundreds of thousands of voters scattered across the country or concentrated in certain must-win swing states who were horrified by the fact that Kamala Harris could even distance herself from a genocide where every day you had to open your TikTok and see children without heads and hanging from their limbs and starving to death in Gaza, and to say the blame is widely distributed and not so squarely on the people in power? I think that's what's frustrating. You say the left doesn't want power, the left wants to endlessly critique power. I want to critique those in power who aren't wielding it, whether they're centrist Democrats or they're someone like AOC.
But the consequence of this has been that not only does the genocide continue, right, and avenues towards mitigating the worst effects of it are closed off, and we've also handed Donald Trump access to a nuclear arsenal so that he can go on social media and issue apocalyptic genocidal threats that a whole civilization will die tonight. Like, I don't understand how this improves the situation. It seems to me that it makes it even worse.
Okay, let's break that down. It is not intended to improve the situation because I, as a voter, don't have the power to improve the situation.
Well, you do have the power to improve the situation.
No, I don't.
Yes.
I have the power to choose one candidate that's pro-genocide or the other candidate that's pro-genocide.
So if you're a single issue Palestine voter,
yes.
which
if
are you?
I am. No, frankly, because I didn't vote for Joe Biden in 2020, obviously. Because if anything, I'm a single issue. Give me health care. We're the richest country in the history of the world. And I know it's very uncool to still care about Medicare for all. It's very uncool. That's like a regret, like a chuggy issue from 2016. But I'm sorry, my values and my morals aren't trending like a Twitter topic.
Yeah, you're kind of admitting that they're not exactly popular. It's almost like you have to, I don't know, make them popular. And that means selling them.
I'm deeply invested in them.
God damn. This is why I was talking to, like, Anna, I know that we had this conversation about, like, marketing. Well, that's kind of part of it.
I'm getting angry, but not at you.
I mean, I understand what you're saying about the condescension thing where you're like, yeah, we've been condescended to, so we're a match energy. It's like, well, that's not a great strategy.
Yeah, I'm getting angry
No, that's fine. That's fine. We're all angry.
You know, and I think, and frankly, as a Black person, and having George Floyd in the Black Lives Matter protest having been such a big part of 2020 that got immediately erased because it was supposed to be sublimated in order to get Joe Biden to win. And as someone who sits in a country who has the world's largest prison population, not per capita, but absolutely, and modern day slavery, yeah, I'm mad about a lot of stuff.
It's not about acting. Lord, it's not about that. Lord Almighty. Sorry. I was just about to say, like, this is.
And for all of those reasons, those are my litmus tests. And I wrote an article in defense of litmus tests in 2020 that holds up pretty good. But I also am very glad that the rest of the world seems to have come along to what their bright line is, which is way farther to the right than my bright line.
It's weird to agree with you and also just be like, yeah, but it's not going to happen as quickly as I think you want it to.
But I'm glad they got there, and it's genocide. I'm glad we can all agree that genocide
unfortunately,
is right.
I think that you guys are missing, like, this. If you agree with her, then I'm going to just say, then I think that you, like, this is where I keep trying to tell you, you're missing some steps. You have to kind of, like, get these shitheads in there to beat them. Like, you have to prove that our ideas are that much better. And sometimes you do need them to be in power to prove that that is the case.
Line.
And also, it's a lot harder to fight against somebody like Trump and the Republicans.
The whole country and the whole world agreed upon this.
To be honest.
The only people who didn't were Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, the Democratic Party, and of course the Republican Party as well. But the lane is wide open, so wide open that Tucker Carlson's running through it. There's a significant
out here consistently conceding to the position of the DNC establishment and harking on the position of random lefties.
There's a significant likelihood that Tucker Carlson's going to be the next president of the United States of America because the Democrats have left the anti-war Israel critical lane so wide open that he's sprinting through it, making New York Times reporters look like fools. Did you watch some of that interview?
Yeah, a little more.
I did, yeah.
Oh, geez. Yeah, 1 minute.
It's hard for me to believe that he just sort of organically reached this place at the end of February. He's like, oh, I think it's a good idea. He did not think it was a good idea. Shutting down a fifth of the world's oil and gas? Of all people, Trump knows that's bad.
You said he's a hostage just now. You told the BBC he's a slave to foreign interests.
Correct.
So I just want to ask you to be sort of explicit. I mean, Trump is being held hostage by whom?
By
who,
Benjamin
by
Netanyahu and by his many advocates in the United States. And we know that not simply because Trump started the war on February 28th, but because he couldn't get out of it. He declares we're having a ceasefire. This was 4 weeks in. He says we're having a ceasefire and we're having these talks and they're going great and we're going to open the strait. And Iran says, yeah, one of our conditions is Israel's got to pull back from southern Lebanon. You can't use the Iran war as a pretext for stealing more land from a sovereign country. That's not your country. Like, no. And it's not just Iran who felt that way. I think the rest of the world's like, what are you doing? I thought we were, fighting the great existential threat, Iran, and now you're taking the opportunity to take Lebanon shore, Litani River, and bombing downtown Beirut. Like, what is this? Anyway, this was
like, what is this?
It's all very well known. And within hours of announcing this, Trump announcing this, Israel publicly, in a way that was designed to get the attention of everyone, including the Iranians, starts killing civilians in Lebanon. And what was the point of that? Not to secure the Israeli homeland. The point of that was to end any talk of a negotiated settlement, to keep this going until Iran was destroyed and chaotic, which is the Israeli goal. I'm not attacking Israel by saying that. Their goals are different from ours. They're a different country.
Yeah, they would argue, of course, that what they are doing is neutralizing the threat that has been persistent in Lebanon through Hezbollah.
Oh, okay. But I mean, they invaded Lebanon in 1982. Okay, so that was 44 years ago. They've had a lot of experience in Lebanon, a lot. They've had a lot of time to fix Lebanon. They killed Nasrallah. They blew up Hezbollah with explosive pagers. Like, they've done a lot since October 7th in Lebanon. They chose that moment to derail the negotiations, and they've done this repeatedly. And so my perspective as an American is, look, we're the United States. We're a country of 350 million people. You are wholly dependent on us. You're a country of 9 million people with no natural resources. I'm not against you, but like, we're not co-equals here. But the point I'm making is Trump could not restrain Netanyahu. Netanyahu is the one person Trump could not say, hey, settle down, or we'll just defund you and your country will collapse in about 10 minutes, which is true. Israel can't defend itself without the United States, despite whatever propaganda you may have heard. So again, it's not an attack on Israel. It's an attack on American leadership for not constraining its partner in a way that helps the United States. Trump said, I want a negotiated settlement. Israel stopped the settlement. Trump refused to even criticize Netanyahu in public. Are you joking? That's slavery. That is total control of one man by another. And it's, that's between Trump and Bibi and God, as far as I'm concerned. But as an American, that's our president, our elected president, whose job is to protect our country and our interests and our economy. And he is looking out for Israel first. That's outrageous. And no amount of like, oh, you're an anti-Semite, which I'm not, and I'm never going to be, is going to stop me from noting that that's outrageous. It is outrageous.
What did you make of it?
Well, the thing is, like, Tucker Carlson I see as the populist moment, but he's a very sinister figure to me, right? Because I feel that he's, this is a person who spent like 10 years ranting about white genocide on Fox News. Like, okay, now he's realized that, like, oh, there's this, there's an audience to be had for being anti-Israel. Mm-hmm. Well, that is savvy in many respects. He's noticed the direction of the wind, but he's going to use it to the worst possible end.
Of course he is.
Yeah. So I guess what I just can't stop coming back to is like,
it's like Nick Fuentes using it. That was, yeah.
For every like proposed protest vote, or for every all the effort spent criticizing Democrats, like, but ultimately to what end? If the end is that Donald Trump is the president, or that Tucker Carlson is the president, and
What's up, Rowdy?
The country sinks deeper into a fascist nightmare, then I consider this not to have been effective or worth it.
So Natalie, and I think you're right, that Tucker Carlson is opportunistic. Look, people are gonna get mad at me for saying that. The point is that there is an inconsistency between his interest in Muslim lives and Arab lives now versus then, an inconsistency to which he's acknowledged and in some ways apologized for. He's apologized for cheerleading the Iraq War. That's neither here nor there, whether you think that's good faith or bad faith. But the point is that there is a change that seems to be following the wind. And the wind is going in a very clear direction, and that nobody wants to support Israel, given what we've seen they're capable of in the last 2.5 years. You have identified that. I've identified that. Tucker Carlson has obviously identified that. Why then won't the Democratic Party do at least as well as Tucker Carlson?
Well, we'll see. I mean, I think that
what are we waiting for? Today's the day. Why are we saying?
Yeah, I mean, there are candidates there are people in the Democratic Party who take a much stronger anti-Israel stance than has ever been normal in American politics until recently. I mean, AOC,
as strong as Tucker's,
for example.
Tucker Carlson is to the left of AOC on Gaza in terms of rhetoric. I'm not saying
is that being to the left, or is that some kind of like horseshoe populism thing? Where it's like,
horseshoe populism?
Sort of God.
So like people on the far left and the far right both agree on hating Israel, but like hating Israel for what reasons? I mean,
because it's doing a genocide.
Yes, but is that really what Tucker Carlson is concerned about?
Well, no. I share your skepticism.
No, okay. I was about to disagree, but then I was like, wait, I see where she's going with this. She's actually pointing out that, it's because a bunch of disingenuous shitheads who are literally anti-Semitic are using this, and they're trying to be like, come on, lefties, I thought that we agreed on something.
About what his long game is, but I'll tell you what he says very compassionately at a level that no Democrat has.
Yeah, I am not going to agree with Brianna on this one.
Described on a platform bigger than any Democrat has. He has become, it pains me to say this, but it is true, the loudest, most eloquent, most passionate, and articulate critic of Israel and its genocide in the country. And that is a problem for anyone left of center.
Do you not worry that by upholding like Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens, for example, as these exemplars of like anti-Zionist, being anti-Zionist champions.
So what? He's lying. Yeah, but she already established that apparently if you lie well enough, then she'll fucking support it.
By allowing people on the far right,
which is weird, because then she's like, giving them that's not actual democracy. It's not very consistent.
The credit of that rule. Don't you worry that this has a potential to kind of blur the leftist claim to anti-Zionism with a right-wing anti-Semitism?
You said it right the first time. First you said allowing, and then you said giving credit for. So let's go back to allowing. I'm not giving credit for anything. I'm ringing the warning bells loud That the Democrats are allowing, which is the word you used the first time, which is correct. They are allowing Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens to be the best anti-Zionist voices and the most high platform anti-Zionist voices in the country. They're allowing it. And yes, I do think that's a problem.
I mean, but shouldn't left-wing anti-Zionists be eager to distance themselves from right-wing figures whose anti-Zionism is very likely to blur into anti-Semitism, right?
It's possible. It's possible.
I feel that is a significant risk.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because you raised that as a concern with Joshua as well. That you anticipate a backlash of genuine anti-Semitism as opposed to just the anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism against Jews here and in the diaspora as a consequence of seeing so much carnage that's been inflicted by the Jewish state on the people of Palestine and now the greater region, Lebanon, Iran.
That's not what she said.
Now I have this other worry, and this is where
I don't think I was that
caused
far
myself
off.
to become an arch villain of the online left recently, is I also worry that there'll be a backlash to that as well.
A backlash to what?
Well, a backlash to the visible spectacle of Israel's ethnic cleansing, which kind of, I think, has led many people to have an almost obsessive fixation on Israel and Zionism as like the great Satan, right? Which maybe I'm overactive in my anxiety about it, but maybe I'm not. I mean, I think that some people are going to want to retaliate for the hundreds of videos they've seen of children being blown up. That sort of worries me, not just for the victims of the retaliation, but for the continued like escalation of violence that it implies. I don't have an answer. I don't know what to do about it. It's just a thing I'm watching like a train wreck. In the same way that I think on October 7th, when that news came in, of course I was horrified by the attack itself and the victims of the attack, but also was overwhelmed by fear of what Israel was going to do next, which would likely be worse. Is how I felt.
It has been.
And it has been. Yeah.
My problem with doing this show is that the topics that interest me are all of the most thorny topics that the online left gets extremely aggravated by.
Yeah.
So you got some pushback from that, right?
I've noticed.
What do you make of that? What do you think about that pushback?
Well, so my view is not that like, oh, we should all ignore that there's a genocide happening because it might cause people to be anti-Semitic. Of course, that's not what I'm saying. But I do think many people on the left sort of underestimate the risk, or not underestimate, but completely dismiss the possibility that there's some potential issue when it comes to the anti-Semitism and the anti-Zionism getting sort of blurred. And I feel that risk is sharpest when you see alliances being formed with people like Tucker Carlson, where I do not trust Tucker Carlson to maintain a principled anti-Zionism that does not descend into like the most like insidious kinds of anti-Semitic conspiracy theorizing about Jews controlling the media to corrupt the white race or whatever. that is the direction I can see him go. You put a
lot of stuff in there together. So in his New York Times interview, again, I'm not defending Carlson, but I think that if you are going to critique Tucker Carlson, you have to be very specific, because Tucker Carlson is very smart about what he does and does not say. And if you critique Tucker Carlson in a way that is perceived as bad faith, I think we on the left can lose credibility and Tucker Carlson only gains more. So I'm pointing this out as a factual matter because I think we have to be really honest and specific and clear about Tucker to maintain our own credibility. In that New York Times interview, Tucker Carlson, it is insinuated that he's an anti-Semite by the interviewer. He balks at this. He says, I'm not an anti-Semite. I never have been. I respect Jewish people. I have Jewish friends, whatever you think of that kind of line of argument. And he's very specific to say that I have priorities as an American. I want the interests of Americans to come first.
Hold on. I got to read this. I'm sure there's some conservatives who oppose Zionism on non-anti-Semitic grounds. The problem is because of their politics, we can't read minds. We can't really know without time. With Tucker Carlson, you don't need time. He's given you all the time and all the clips and all of it that you need. Nick Fuentes too. You can see how they use how anti-Semites use this disingenuously to platform their hate, and also to kind of get some people like this to kind of blur the line where it's like, well, I mean, you can't really know what they're thinking. It's like, yeah, I think you can.
It's very clear that this foreign policy of protecting
them specifically,
Netanyahu and Israel does not behoove Americans in the least. I told Donald Trump we should not.
Oh, you're talking about regular people. My bad.
Go to war with Iran.
I thought you were talking specifically about Tucker Carlson and those ilk.
Seem to have done so reluctantly.
What? No, I'm pretty sure that they're pretty open about it.
And that's a problem. And when what you just did there, when you said, you know, Jews control the media and it's for the purpose of, you know, whatever, elders of Zion. I mean, you didn't say that, but the New York Times
Elders of Zion type
Elders
stuff.
of Zion.
Elders of Zion type stuff.
You know, Tucker bristled at that.
Concern. Yeah.
Tucker bristled at that. And I got to say, I bristled at that too, because we have to be willing to talk about Zionists controlling the media when they do. When the Ellisons buy TikTok and Nexstar and Paramount and all of these things, and explicitly say they're doing so because they want a Zionist point of view, and they hire Barry Weiss with no qualifications to do Zionist control at CBS. When I'm fired from my media job at The Hill explicitly because I've been fighting for, not explicitly because they never said anything explicitly, but after having fought for 6 months to do any coverage of Israel, despite the fact that the Israel coverage was critical, Israel coverage was driving our views and making the company money, we have to be able to talk about the way that Zionist media is out of step with popular opinion and, frankly, the truth.
So I think that it is possible. So look, it is possible that I'm wrong, right? It's possible that I'm overreacting to this risk.
I don't think they're talking about that, Kirk.
It's possible that people like Tucker Carlson will, in fact, be disciplined anti-Zionists who are savvy about not allowing their anti-Zionism to metastasize into some kind of protocols of the Elders of Zion type nonsense. If that's the case, I will look stupid. However, I'm willing to take that risk because I think that the odds of this metastasizing into some kind of protocols of the Elders of Zion nonsense are fairly high.
I would be clear. My disagreement is not that there is not risk about where Tucker's going to take this, but that we cannot. If we start saying, oh my God, every time someone talks about Zionist media influence, that's Elder of Zion stuff, well, then the only person who's going to be taken seriously, the only person who's going to talk about the true thing of Zionist media influence is going to be Tucker Carlson. And when he goes and takes it, if he goes and takes it in a genuinely anti-Semitic direction, then everyone's going to go with him. So what I'm saying is we have to be able to talk about, yes, Zionists are buying up the media to shut down people's support of Palestine. This is an explicit discussion that was had by people like Jonathan Greenblatt and the TikTok purchasing battles. Right? This is happening. And if we aren't willing to talk about that happening, then of course the only people who are going to talk about it are people who could weaponize it to bad ends.
I mean, I do. So I accept the criticism that it is important not to overreact as someone coming from my position. In other words, to be cautious about anti-Semitism accusations, because the excessive anti-Semitism accusations to shut down any criticism of Israel has given, I think, many people a fatigue when it comes to even discussing the concept of anti-Semitism at all, right? Yes, because they're used to, they've grown accostomed to it being used in this disingenuous way. This is how it's often used in Israeli media to describe any opposition to anything that Israel does whatsoever is characterized as anti-Semitism, right? Yeah, so I think that's a real problem, but the pendulum can, in fact, swing too far the other way. And I feel like I've seen that already happening in certain areas. And I think that I'm unable to suppress my knowledge about who Tucker Carlson is as a person and like what the types of agendas that he's tended to attach to. I do not trust him to be a voice for anti-Zionism at this point, that does not devolve.
Brianna Joy Gray is kind of like using the TYT defense for it
into some kind of neo-Nazi nonsense.
She's trying to get a job with TYT.
I have gotten some flack from my own audience for saying this as well. But I think I share your concerns. But I think the reason you got pushback for that particular clip from the Citarella interview is because it felt like, and maybe we'll clip it in because I don't want to misquote you, but it came out sort of like, because people are seeing so much carnage out of Gaza, it's going to cause an anti-Semitism flare-up, as though the way to prevent that is to simply not look at or somehow suppress the truth of what Israel is doing in Gaza. Yeah. I know that it's not, but I do think that is part of what was so frustrating, like what part of the backlash was about.
Yeah, well, I think I maybe need to be clearer about what exactly I am saying there, right? I mean, I think that people have often. I wrote a very poorly worded like a Reddit post a year ago, which I think a lot of people have reacted to. I mean, of course, I'm not suggesting that Palestinians should not record what is happening to them and disseminate it, right? Of course, I'm not suggesting that we need to suppress the reality of what Israel has done in Gaza in order to prevent anti-Semitism. No, that's not the case at all, right? But I do think that this energy needs an outlet that is constructive, right? Or that is not going to kind of devolve into sort of like, well, an almost a kind of like anti-Semitic inquisition, right? Where like every Jewish person is like demanded to like prove their like that they are not morally suspect or guilty until proven innocent. What does that look
like? Would it be fair to ask a new acquaintance, hey, I'm gonna say I'm on a date, and it comes out that the guy is Jewish. How do you feel about Palestine? Are you a Zionist? Are you an anti-Zionist? Do we think that's kind of inquisition?
I'm not going to tell you what to say on a date, but I have seen people on social media, for example, like, under any Jewish sounding actor posting like, oh, I hope they're not a Zionist. Are they a Zionist? Blah, 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 blah. And I do feel that this creates this kind of like atmosphere of like a default suspicion of Jews, which sort of is an echo of a centuries long dynamic. I mean, I think that I'm more concerned. I mean, again, this remains sort of a peripheral cultural issue. I guess I'm more concerned about figures like Tucker Carlson and the way that they are going to kind of. I'm worried that the energy, the anti-Israel energy that people have, is like an exploitable energy by some sinister people, right? In the way that, I don't know, like disillusioned like young men on the internet turned out to be a dangerously exploitable energy.
It
right?
is, Natalie, but like, what are we gonna do? Like, this is why I'm so frustrated with the Democratic Party. You and I can't do anything about that, right?
Yeah.
You know, I'm not promoting Tucker. I'm in fact, to the extent that I'm playing Tucker clips, I don't even really retweet Tucker. I won't, but except to say sometimes, gosh, how embarrassing that Democrats aren't saying this. How embarrassing that he's making a stronger statement on this than Bernie or AOC.
But don't you think that's like giving him too much credit?
No,
like why are you
it's the
accepting
opposite.
Tucker Carlson's framing of himself?
No, because the reason I'm doing this, Natalie, is because that is the truth of what's happening. Whether I say something or I say nothing, the truth is that credibility is being earned on the right and lost among Democrats. And I can say nothing.
What?
And Tucker Carlson is going to be president. like the lane Tucker Carlson is driving through is a 7-lane highway. And it will be a cakewalk because nobody else, including a lot of Republicans, right? He's now like breaking from Trump and the MAGA, are willing to occupy this lane. And so I think it would be a dereliction of our responsibility as people who don't want Tucker Carlson to have that authority and to be leading in this area, to try to get other people who do have the possibility and the platform and the microphone to have similar kinds of authority to take up the mantle. Why isn't AOC, or name someone else, I don't mean to put it all on her, who's this particularly articulate person on the left? Ro Khanna, I don't know.
Yeah.
Why aren't they speaking in the same passionate, moral terms that Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens are speaking in?
Because Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens are like harnessing this this rage for like they're like sinister, like right wing, like borderline.
Well,
like,
honestly, yeah,
gibberish, right?
Really, that's not fair. We all share the rage against Israel.
No, yours is genuine. Theirs is using yours to fucking manufacture something and they're going to use it for much more nefarious purposes, dude. This is what I'm trying, like, wow. This is where I was getting a little fucking frustrated with this. I'm sorry. I like, it kind of broke me there. No, it's just as bad as I thought it was. With what she's saying here. Okay, at this point, she is actually kind of like playing this like, might have to vote for like a Tucker Carlson if he runs.
You can't have a heart and eyes and not, frankly, detest the state of Israel for committing the worst humanitarian crisis of our lifetime, live stream on TikTok.
But that rage needs to be usefully put to work towards actually achievable political ends, like conditioning aid or denying aid to Israel, or even more aggressively, even sanctioning Israel, right? Like these are things that could actually be achieved.
Right.
Unlike
whatever, yet they were not supported by our Democratic candidates in 2020.
Right, which is a failing. I agree, that is a failing, and I think that is something that will need to shift.
And there's an ongoing debate about whether or not candidates in 2028 will do so, and any candidate that's currently even campaigning with Hassan Piker is getting the Atlantic smear treatment and the New York Times smear treatment. And frankly, there's very little difference between how institutions like the New York Times and the Atlantic are treating Tucker Carlson and how they're treating someone like Hassan Piker, who is an off-ramp for what you're concerned about, who is a left version of the rage against Israel that is fundamentally not anti-Semitic, right? Or do you think that Hassan Piker is?
I mean, I would certainly rather have Hassan Piker than Tucker Carlson.
But
let's put it that way.
What's your reservation? What's your reservation about Hassan Piker?
I mean, we'll see. I think that
I ain't starting this.
I think that
smoke
again. I mean, I'm frustrated with this
actually kind of smarter
reasons,
to say
some
that.
of which are
we've had our differences, but I'm curious what your concerns are.
Well, some of it is related to my frustration with him, his taking a somewhat similar position to you during the 2024 election. Some of it is more just a personal grudge that I have against him. Well, see, I mean, so honestly, I appreciate you, for example, to actually talking to me, because many of my critics on the left won't talk to me. They just they accuse me of genocide from the comfort of their doggy torture chambers. Sad. Like
now, Natalie, you don't think he actually tortured his dog.
I mean, I'm kind of yeah. This is like petty. This is petty nonsense.
You know he loved that dog. I'm sure he does. With Hassan because I don't think he has enough in my camp. I think that he has been too pro-Democrat and been too much of a sheepdog, ironically.
So we all think that he's a traitor.
All right,
okay, so now I feel sympathy for Hassan because I empathize with the position of being hated from all directions.
But I can still say, I mean, I don't think it's the left eating itself because I don't publicly, I don't try to publicly smear or really criticize him. I speak to our differences. I would love to talk to him. I agree with you. I wish we could all talk to each other. I was very glad when you agreed to come on here, and I've really enjoyed talking to you. I've always liked you and respected your work. And my goal in this was, I would love for you to be persuaded by me in some small way, or at least to, understand the left's position more in a way that maybe gets that meme of yours used a little bit less.
Well, I have no control of this meme, to be clear. Like, this is a throwaway line in a video from 2021 that sometime in 2023, people, I don't know how. I mean, there's no accounting for the way a meme works. So I don't take responsibility for how widespread that meme is. I think that there's a lot of situations where people feel that it applies, and that's why that had the popularity that it does. But this again is not like the central. I don't think this is like central to my message. But I do continue to be frustrated with. I mean, we'll probably continue to clash over as we get to 2028. I mean, we'll see. I'm going into 2028 with a very like neutral attitude towards. I mean, I'm sure I'll support someone or another in the primary, but
who are you liking? Who? I mean, obviously.
We don't have anybody. I really do hate it when they play this game where it's just like, I don't fucking know.
There's a lot.
Has anybody actually come out? Has the DSA put anybody out? No.
A discussion about possible. So we kind of know who the field is going to be.
Yeah, I like AOC. I like Ossoff. I'm willing to tolerate anyone, however.
AOC and Ossoff are the two that I said yesterday. So
I know people on the left hate when I say that.
Okay,
but
so
it's true.
Natalie,
it's true.
Natalie.
Like I'm openly not taking any. I'm not black. I can't. Yeah, I feel like I'm not in a position to be making demands because
it's 2026. Like I said, nobody's really been put up. Kind of a problem.
I am the hostage. Is how I feel.
You're not the hostage.
Although then again, I guess I remember back towards the end of Trump's first term, where we kind of were like, man, these election cycles are too long. Can we just can we go back to it where it was just like a year long?
You're the client.
And then fucking there goes Trump running for fucking 3 years.
You're the client. The Democratic Party is the hostage. I think this is our fundamental.
I can't sit here and pretend that I'm just gonna not vote and let JD Vance win. Because I'm not gonna do that.
It's not pretending if you mean it. Like you have.
I'm never gonna mean it.
But when Chris had just talks about the power of the people.
Oh, she just said that.
The politics.
Damn.
The fear. It can't be an empty threat. Like I don't want to not have to vote for a Democrat. Right? Like I would love. When people look at me and they're like, well, you're just doing symbolic politics and you're just expressing your feelings and that's not real. I would love to be the one that gets to sit around and say, Zohran Mamdani's adorable. I'm rooting for him. Kamala Harris seems like a really nice lady and a great chef and her hair always looks fantastic and I'm rooting for her. That would be like, do you know what that would do to my nervous system and my adrenal glands to be able just to sit and like ride the wave and like play my little part of the voting booth and go about my life?
Maybe
you think I enjoy getting in fights literally everywhere I go? Ruined my friend's birthday party the other day because the conversation about who we support in 2022. I didn't ruin it. This other woman ruined it, but never mind. My presence ruined it because I know my position is a galvanizing one. That being said, I think I am doing the fascism. I am a handmaiden on fascism. If I don't, at very least, in 2026, create some litmus tests that have the possibility of pushing the Democratic Party into a winning direction. When Hassan Piker, I loved when he said to Jennifer Welsh that he wasn't going to vote for Gavin Newsom. Now he says he'll vote for Tom Kritzer, a billionaire whose cousin in the Epstein files and a bunch of other stuff that I think is silly, and I would love to talk to him about at some point. But at very least, I think it is a very responsible position to draw a line in the sand 2 years out from even the primary and say there are some candidates who are not acceptable and who will not win. And if you want to win Democrats, you have to listen to us. Every other constituency group gets to do that. If I were Elise Slotkin,
this is the problem.
Sitting in some Connecticut mansion, the Democratic Party would be salivating over doing more arms sales to Saudi Arabia to get my vote.
This is where I was also saying she seems to be like more charitable with some right wingers than she is like with Democrats. It seems to me, at least.
Hey, can I have a little health care, please? Can we do a little less genocide, please? Can we not have a guy who who gets hard off of rounding up homeless people off the streets of Los Angeles, please? He's enemy number one because he's saying, hey, there's lots of people I'll vote for. Gavin Newsom just isn't one of them.
I maybe would have felt this way in 2015. In 2026, I just feel like a hostage. I feel completely demoralized with it. I don't feel like I'm in a position to make any demands whatsoever. I'm just gonna vote blue no matter who. That's just where I'm at.
Natalie, I want you to, for someone who's so interested in psychology, like what do you think is going on there? Like kind of like psychosocially that makes you kind of take the approach that you're taking, and I'm taking the approach that I'm taking.
Well, I think I feel very like beaten down from watching Trump win twice. It has sort of like detracted from my capacity to like hope that America can be a better country than it is. I mean, again, I'm like the last person who should be doing Democratic Party messaging, as you see, because what I'm saying is, of course, what I'm saying is emotionally honest. It's not good political messaging, and I know that, right? Like I know that what I'm saying is not good political messaging. Every Democratic candidate, no Democratic candidate should listen to me on because the way I talk is not. It's like the opposite of how someone should campaign. But it's just I'm just being emotionally honest about where I'm at, right? Whereas I feel so defeated at this point that I'm just willing to take anything that's better than this.
But you know, there were enough voters in 2024 that didn't agree with you, that weren't willing to take anything, that Donald Trump won, right? Enough Biden 2020 voters that didn't agree with you, that ultimately Trump won.
Yeah, they didn't feel inspired or whatever.
So let's say that those voters are.
Yeah, but I would argue that like if there's a Democrat that's going to, not, criminalize being trans, that might be something that Natalie would care about, and I mean I care about. That should be a bigger issue where we should probably harp on that, where it's just like, hey, are you guys like gonna play these games, or are you guys actually gonna issue some fucking protections, and let people kind of continue to live their lives? Like just the passport thing alone right now is kind of fucked up. It's really fucked up.
Irrational and they're stupid, and let's just concede that for the sake of this argument. Knowing that they exist and that they're irrational and they're conceited and they're willing to take the party hostage. There's no part of you that says, fine, let me lean into that direction. Because if I can get the party to move to where they are, the party can win.
I really do hope, I've hoped for a long time. I mean, I hope this in 2020 in a way. I hope that the Democrats do nominate like a leftist, progressive leftist, in part, if for no other reason than to actually try the experiment. Like, will they win? I would love to know.
But materially, because again, Natalie, you've accused us on the far fringes of the left for not being sufficiently rooted in materialism. I've tried to bring up several times in this conversation the material reasons why I think that will never happen. Largely being the donor base of the Democratic Party is a corporate donor base that's largely contiguous with the Republican donor base.
But I just don't understand I feel like you're not able to paint an attractive alternative for me.
Okay, so two things on this. The analogy I used before was that even if I don't know if there's another football to kick, I know for a fact that Lucy's going to pull the football. So anything else I try is more likely to succeed than doing the thing I know to be futile. So that's one argument that I will make.
Or you kick.
A second argument that I've made during this conversation.
See, if you're going to use the analogy, then you change the game. If you know that she's going to take the football, then you fucking kick her in the ass.
Is that put aside my own personal politics? Even if this is kind of a grand bluff, I think that Democratic voters who like the Democratic Party and just want the Democratic Party to be better, who don't have real lofty aspirations for Medicare for all or any of the things that I care about, who don't actually want to end capitalism or anything like that, at very least should say that my vote is conditioned on populist policies and make the argument that you're more likely to win if you agree with me, too. So I think that's a clear strategic argument to make. And if you do it loudly, I was trying to make this argument earlier and I didn't finish it, so I just want to tie a bow on this. The reason that this hasn't worked historically is I think that there needs to be the Democrats they label and give a message to non-voters, like they ascribe politics and a message to non-voters because they're not organized and they can't speak for themselves. I think the uncommitted movement was very, very smart, and insofar as that they said these votes are gettable, you can get them. Here's how. And so it became very obvious that the Democratic Party was choosing Israel over winning. I think we need to do that at a grander scale, and that's
not necessarily against it as much as it's untenable. Like the thing is, I don't like if we had ranked choice voting, even to the point where like you could support a Green Party member and then your vote would go towards the Dems. Great. That's a system that I would be willing to fight for. The thing is, this is where I say you either take over the Democratic Party with like the popular ideas and all this shit, and you actually like just show them their ass and just win with your ideas. Great, but I've seen the Green Party just be a failure over and over and over again. So I have very limited faith in how that would work, because also I haven't seen anybody step up to the plate to really go with a third party run. Like I see libertarians on some of the local ballots here, but I never see like a DSA candidate. That's why I keep harping on that.
That's part of why I believe in voting third party as opposed to sitting it out, because it's much harder to pretend that Green Party voters secretly wanted the country to move right than it is to pretend that non-voters wanted to move the country
it's also
to the
just
right.
Not acknowledging what the Green Party is and Jill Stein and how she's like one of the worst candidates.
That we just need President Slotkin to save us.
I think I would be much more. Yeah. If this was
that's why I still disagree with it.
2012, I don't know. If we were talking about like an Obama versus Romney situation, I feel like I'd be much more willing to entertain this.
Well, we're never getting Romney again because of vote blue no matter who. Because vote blue no matter who says yes. Vote blue no matter who says the.
I'm talking DSA candidate or somebody like, or you just say like the progressive fucking party.
Republicans move to the right. Democrats move to the right.
Anybody, like, the thing is, I don't see you guys trying to take over the Green Party either.
Republicans move to the right. Democrats move to the right. If someone occupied the Tucker Carlson lane, right? If a Democrat occupied that lane.
I'm sorry. You know how it is here. I'm telling, I know it's uncomfortable.
Then Republicans would have to be serious about getting into this anti-war debate and come back to this.
Do I think that this will never happen? No. I just don't think it's going to happen 2026 to 2028. Sorry. It's just.
If Democrats own.
That's what we've got.
If they own Medicare for all, Trump wouldn't be able to get away with this. I'm going to improve
this is the comfortable argument. I would love it. Like, this is why we don't really. I have this thing where it's like, I think that sometimes this is why we don't want to face the right wing and the actual like realities that we're living in.
A line that he used to win, right? It was bullshit, right?
Plan.
Like, I'm not gonna. It's obviously bullshit. Concept of plan, exactly.
Yeah.
They can endorse candidates.
Why did he even have the space to make that argument?
They can have somebody that is like part of the grassroots movement from the DSA, become a candidate. You know what? This is why I don't like really going this deep into it, is because it is kind of annoying where it is just like, oh, okay. Like, I get it. But this is where I kind of do feel like it's like, you don't want to see it my way, and that's fine. But
because Democrats are sitting here trying to sell it.
This might sound arrogant, but I do kind of feel like, well, yeah, this is kind of how it is, though.
Mitt Romney's Affordable Care Act plan from 2009. When we have these...
more than willing to admit that I'm wrong if I can be proven wrong.
Horrible. The ACA did drive up people's premiums. People are paying out of their ass for healthcare. It is not a good situation.
I really don't give a shit.
And just because it was better than before is not an argument that wins you elections.
I agree that I think the economic populism is a winning argument at the moment, right? The combination of affordability, healthcare, these types of issues for sure. I don't necessarily know that I think a leftist Tucker Carlson whose like primary thing is like channeling rage against Israel. I don't know. I feel like my experience of median voters tends to be that they're like a little bit detached from these geopolitical things.
But that's not. But come on, Natalie. That's conventional wisdom that foreign policy doesn't really matter in these things, and Israel has turned that on its head. I don't know how many times I can read this IMEU study or point to other confessionals or statistics about how dispositive Israel was. But it is, I just had a candidate running in the Bronx for the House on saying that he talked to a voter. It was a Richie Torres voter. She had always voted for Richie Torres. And then he asked her, okay, how do you feel about Israel? And she said, I hate what Israel is doing in Palestine. It makes my blood boil. I hate seeing those kids. Fine, give me a leaflet, and stormed back into an apartment building. Like, things are changing. And to your point, like, I don't think it should be the only issue, because number 2 on that IMEU poll, right, was the economy. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I think that, I guess I just wonder why it didn't cost Trump very much.
Well, I don't think Kamala offered very much on cost either is the problem.
Yeah.
She did. What was her message on
having an internet hiccup? Give me a sec.
Affordability. What was she going to do?
Yeah,
healthcare is an affordability issue, right? Mm-hmm. Minimum wage is an affordability issue. These are issues that the Democratic Party has long abandoned.
Well, I agree that yes, the kitchen table issue should probably make a comeback at the forefront of Democratic policy and messaging. I don't think that the pro-democracy thing worked. So, I mean, that it appeals to like abstract-minded people like me who are like concerned about some like principle.
No, Anna, I have voted third party. Like that's also part of the fucking problem.
Maintenance of like the functioning of our
not acknowledging that Jill Stein also didn't and I'm gonna harp on this one. She took the money and ran. It's not like she has grown the Green Party. It's not like it's a viable fucking option right now.
Institutions or whatever, but like that.
Now it's just it's a way to throw your protests out there and still feel like you're doing something.
Average voter doesn't give a shit about that.
Realistically, it kind of does. It is. This is why when they said it's kind of like throwing your vote to MAGA, it kind of is at that point where it's just like, but this is where we're probably going to have a fundamental disagreement that I do think that Democrats are the easier opponents. And that you need to fucking sell your ideas against them.
At least I think that's the impression I got from the results of the 2024
Because if you
election.
have the extreme right wing in power, then it's so much easier for just anybody who's moderately to the fucking center from that right winger than actually getting a leftist.
Yeah.
But again, we probably disagree on that.
That was not effective.
I know.
So I do think economic populism. I agree. Economic populism would be a good pivot.
And to be so clear, healthcare, all of these issues, like
I think healthcare is part of
childcare, elder care.
Yes.
All of these. When there's an episode.
Elder care is a huge one that we don't talk about that needs to happen.
Like,
I agree with you on that.
Like, seriously.
I agree with you on that.
But like, I had a guest on who ran down.
We also need a cultural a cultural shock or some shit to kind of bring us back to like, I don't know, kind of looking to our elders and being like, yeah, you know what, maybe we should take care of them.
The drivers of inflation. Like
the boomers kind of made that hard on us, where it's just like, number one, economically not very viable. Number two,
inflation is not this
they kind of fuck us.
Abstract thing. It's like prices are going up.
Hey, Zach, thank you for the
and it is transportation, it is food, it is healthcare, it is education. Right. So those are policy things. So healthcare policy, free healthcare, is a huge driver of exploding costs. Education, free college, free public college and universities. We're having
I used to do a job. I can talk about this one. I used to work where it was an estate company where we would go to nursing homes, and it was one of the saddest jobs ever, because do you know how many times I saw people that were at the end of their lives, or like they had already passed, that like the family was actively arguing about not taking their stuff, and then you realize that this person died alone in a nursing home while they're fucking like shit kids. All they could think about was like the inheritance.
AI crisis.
Yeah, man.
People.
It's fucking dark.
Don't know what to do with their professional lives. Free vocational school. Like these are things that you can run and win on, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like all of, and Democrats are not doing that. And in fact, Joe Biden chose to abandon his student debt promises and lift the student debt moratorium that Donald Trump had put into place in 2020.
Yeah, and he tried.
A month before the election. Like, these are all choices, right? And I can make a case that I think Biden did that because of his his financial interests as the senator from Indiana, the Delaware senator who was deeply embedded with the banks and who was responsible for student debt.
Oh, no, I think that's also disingenuous, because he tried to fucking cancel student debt several times where the Republican Congress was just like, nah.
Being the only kind of debt that's non-dischargeable in bankruptcy. And he has a long history.
He wanted to also, raise the minimum wage. He said he would sign it, but then Kirsten Sinema did her little fucking booty dance.
Being on the wrong side of these things. And then none of this is an accident. The Democrats do rotating villain theory to make it seem like they're always trying to do the right thing, but narrowly losing. And that's why I have no confidence in the
Which is weird, because Kirsten Sinema ran on a like, that's what really bugs me, is she ran on a fucking like pretty hyper progressive platform.
But I don't want to belabor that point. Natalie, I know I've had you here for a really long time. Although you're famous for doing really long form content.
Jabbering endlessly. Yeah.
Not at all. But I did want to hit 2 quick points before we wrap.
Cool.
Quick. This question of violence, political violence, came up with you and Joshua Citarella. And it has also been a mainstream kind of, I don't say talking point because that sounds like I'm belittling it, but like a point of discussion, let's say. It was a recent discussion point on an episode of Pod Save America where this journalist named Peter Hamby was on, talking about an article that he had just written for Puck about this growing tolerance, as he characterizes it, on the left for political violence, whether it's through the shooting of healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, or these assassination attempts on President Trump, or the murder of Charlie Kirk.
It does seem to be like an emergent property of the amount of vitriol, hate, lack of empathy, cruelty on the internet and beyond. I think that Trump is both a cause of and a symptom of. And I struggle with how you think about those two things, but the comfort that people have, right? Whether it's the shooting of the United Healthcare CEO or the killing of Charlie Kirk, that is morally wrong before you even get to whether it will encourage future violence. It said something really ugly about our politics and our culture, and I do think that is real.
Yeah.
So that's the thing I struggle with.
And there has been some discomfort, I think, both among liberals and on the left, you and Joshua Citarella, about a growing left-wing appetite for that kind of violence. I found myself, do you think have I characterized your position well?
Well, I guess the point that I would object to is that I'm actually not sure that this is specifically left-wing appetite, because it seems to me that a lot of these
dude, that's weird, because I was about to
assassinations
say the
are
same
like
thing.
sort of deranged centrists.
Yeah.
So I don't know that
they were all
yeah.
pink-haired men's girls.
I mean, I think it's like cheered on by people on the left, but I feel like the left is not. I mean, with like Luigi,
that one was like, dude, I had right wingers in my fucking life that were just like, you know what, I don't condone it, but it was
like almost across the political spectrum. The people responded positively to Luigi. I don't think it's specific to the left at all.
Yeah.
So in Peter Hamby's article, he does a lot of like wheel spinning first about how, of course, most of it is right. Most of the political violence historically, even now, is
pink hair shade
from the right, and he the caveats it pretty heavily. But still, I think there is this like, well, let me just put my cards on the table. In these discussions, I find myself frustrated because I think the discussion of these acute moments of violence invisibilizes the much greater volume of violence that is done, that because it's not hand-to-hand combat, gets accepted and grandfathered into how our society works. And the reason why you have a public outpouring in support of someone like Luigi Mangione, who may or may not have done it, we should say, innocent until proven guilty, is because for once, there seems to be a rough justice that's done that acknowledges the gross injustice that is being done by a healthcare system. That is not a healthcare system, it's a health insurance system that puts so many people in the position of having to make financial arguments over the phone when they should be attending to the life or death of their loved ones.
Yes. I agree. That's why.
You agree?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
so it was frustrating because it didn't seem like that was, and I know that you know this, and I know that Joshua knows this, but there's this way that I feel like people who are public facing feel the need to poo-poo political violence.
Well, yeah, because if you're smart.
Well, I don't think
the thing is, it's also, there is a legal side to that. They gotta kind of be careful.
The way you talked about it in the context of,
just gonna say that much.
Like these like Tarantino films. Like we're being given these permission structures to enjoy violence. Well, that doesn't strike me. I mean, no, I'm not wanting to defend Tarantino, but when I think of a movie like Django Unchained, I don't think of it as wanting to defend, like enjoy the violence. We don't enjoy watching the violence that it's inflicted on the slaves. We enjoy the retributive violence that's done as people are being violent to get free from slavery and oppression.
Well, the violence against the slaves in that movie functions to make the violence against the slave owners feel sort of
justified,
like a purgation. Yeah,
and is it not? That's the question. Is it not justified?
I mean, the thing is, like, is it justified? Is that real violence justified? Yes. Like, is killing Hitler justified? Yeah. I guess with that video, though, part of what I'm pointing out, though, is that these are entertainment spectacles, right? And so it's like the theater of justice that Tarantino stages is functioning to kind of, because I think my argument with Tarantino is that this is a man who's fixated on the sort of pleasure of violence for its own sake, right? And I point to his like earlier films like Reservoir Dogs, where there sort of isn't that level of justice, or there isn't that level of retributive framing. So
fair. Pulp Fiction, fair.
What I'm suggesting is that I'm not suggesting that there's that no violence is ever justified. Of course, it sometimes is, right? I mean, I think everyone thinks that it sometimes is, whether they explicitly acknowledge that or not. But I think it's more just sort of examining the conditions under which people feel good about violence and the way that morality interacts with that, right? The way that I think morality there's a kind of aggression and violence that's part of morality itself. And I guess there's a psychological exploration of that. I think it's a dynamic plays out in all kinds of situations. Sometimes, the argument about whether the violence is in fact justified is sort of separate from the psychological analysis of how it works. Because I think
I kind of am wondering why she didn't bring up Charlie Kirk in this, because that would be a much better example.
A lot of violence that we find abhorrent.
Like, it's pretty easy to be like, I didn't like the guy at all. I hated his politics, but I cannot in any way condone what happened to the fucking guy.
Is perpetrated by people who think and. I mean, like the IDF is a great example, right?
That shouldn't be a hot take.
Like, don't you think that, like, how does the IDF like live with themselves doing these things? Doesn't it come from some sense of like victimhood and like avenge, right? They think that that's what they're doing, right?
And they are allowed to do it because the entire Western world has manufactured this narrative. But that's the problem. I think the problem is we are told to say violence is wrong. And we are forced as interlocutors in this space, or they try to force us to condemn Hamas, when there was never a commensurate push to condemn the state of Israel. And in fact, even in the context of our conversation,
I disagree with that, because now there is.
We have expressed concern.
We actually have the most amount of people in America now condemning Israel.
That even telling the truth about the actions of the state of
And like she was kind of pointing out, that we have more politicians that are willing to come out and condemn Israel too.
Israel will gin up blowback against random Jewish people in the diaspora.
To be clear, right? I don't think that we have any kind of obligation to conceal the truth about what the state of Israel has done, because out of fear of blowback. Though I do feel some obligation, I think, to, in addition to telling the truth about what Israel has done, to do whatever is in my power to mitigate that blowback by being cautious, again, around my framing.
Sure.
And by not becoming allies with Tucker Carlson.
But the focus that I'm trying to have is what happens. We all know, I think we all understand the rhetorical dance that is the rhetorical effect of
She's talking about how we don't have people demanding there be a condemnation of Israel like there is Hamas. again, that was more so the right wingers that were fucking using it as a fucking talking point.
How it reframes the entire conversation.
Realistically, you were only hearing that so often because it was like the fucking right wing thing to do with that. Like, and now you have guys like, because Piers Morgan used to play that one. Do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas?
Around the, the debt. What
now they are saying we condemn what Israel did.
What it means to have a debt.
Like, I don't know. That seems like a fucking step in the right direction.
Israeli versus what it means to have many, many more dead Palestinians and a whole community that's been under apartheid for almost 80 years now, right? We kind of understand what.
I feel like this is a long way to try and get us to justify what happened on October 7th, and that's kind of like playing with fire.
To do, and it's a similar reframing.
It's that whole thing about the open air prison, blah 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 blah. Like, it's just like, and then it's like, okay, I see where you're going with this.
That I think is happening when
I don't think that you're going to really win too many people with that kind of framing. I'm going to just say that much.
Sort of rush to condemn the murder,
agree or disagree,
of Charlie Kirk or Brian Thompson or whomever. And it's not that, like, I don't believe in the death penalty, right? I don't believe in state-backed violence. But I also have been struggling with, as a leftist sitting here, knowing that every single revolutionary moment and everything that has ever been achieved for the left has come with violence, whether in the context of a war or labor actions which have turned violent, in which people defended their rights with their fists in chains. And to tell my side of the aisle that we are only in the position of condemning an action, condemning a tool that is being actively, repeatedly, and at a scale that is unmatched in the history of the world, inflicted on us in return through the U.S. military, the Israeli military, the surveillance state, U.S. imperialism, all of that. And so the way that violence, condemning violence, when we have, again, 2 million people sitting in prison, I mean, it all strikes me as a kind of giant, do you condemn Hamas?
But I mean, isn't it just, I guess I see like Democrats condemning political violence. I see it as like a fairly cheap and easy
it's literally easy
political win to take.
It's literally the fucking, like, don't hit people. Keep your hands to yourself.
Right. Like I mean, like when there's assassinations, you say, I mean, especially when it comes to like, people attempting to assassinate Trump, or like, I think it's fairly like, why shouldn't the Democrats simply say all lives matter?
Yeah. And that is actually kind of, like, I'll say that much. Like, why is it a hot take to say that that's fucked up? That,
like in
I do condemn that.
Reaction to that, in reaction to that, in effect,
because then again, like, that's where it does get a little murky, where it's just like, okay, so,
which I feel like is what they often do say, right? Is like political violence is always wrong.
Damn it.
Like, I feel like that's like a fairly like easy thing for a politician to say, and like I don't really see it. I feel like it costs very little.
But they don't say that killing 68 million people every year from a lack of health insurance is political violence. And they don't say that America funding the Iron Dome in a way that it's insulated Israel from accountability for its genocide and apartheid is political violence. And they don't say Flint, Michigan, or the hundreds of other cities in the country that have bad water, or where people are living next to these data centers.
Someone didn't update their bot prompt.
Or nuclear power facilities. Or they're building highways through low-income brown neighborhoods.
Breaking news from February 11, 2026.
Is political violence. And they don't say kicking Green Party candidates that actually support populist parties is political violence. And they don't say war on drugs is political violence. And they don't say that funding the poppy fields in Afghanistan is political violence. And on and on and on and on and on. Well, so what does it mean to condemn political violence? It means at the end of the day, you're often just condemning political resistance. Violent resistance. The same way Hamas and Palestinians have a right to violent resistance under international law as an occupied people. That's not something that ever gets discussed.
But don't you? Okay, so I mean,
I guess that's where my eye for an eye thing kind of comes in.
I feel like on some like theoretical way, I probably agree with what you're saying. But like, should a politician say that? I feel like, there's forms of like Trump's immigration policies I would consider to be extremely violent.
Being a pacifist sucks in 2026.
They're also popular, like in that there's forms of like scapegoating and mass violence that the political right sort of thrives on encouraging, and sort of harnesses the violence of mass deportation now. That seems to work to their advantage, right? So yeah, I mean, I do think that the violence of this should be pointed out by Democrats on the left, but I think that, like, pointing out the nuances around the causal reasons for political adventurism from disgruntled people, like, I feel like there's fairly little to be gained from politicians being like, you know what, I support the assassins, like, or at least like, I don't know. I feel like it's like fairly generic politician behavior to be like, we condemn political violence because like,
I was about to say
it is. Because if you start saying that,
how does Brianna not see that?
If you start like sort of softly defending adventurism and assassinations, it also sort of like contributes to sort of an intensification and
yes,
it's literally the fucking like thing that the right wingers like to say that we do on CNN, where it's just like, oh, this violent rhetoric.
But then you also have to do with people assassinating leftist
you and
people.
Joshua Citarella are not politicians. Neither is Jon Favreau and Peter Hamby, right?
Yeah.
So it's not that I don't expect Zoran or Roe or Barack Obama to say anything else but
pro-assassination.
Right. But I do wonder, it seems like there's like almost a rush to seem like the adult in the room among people who are not even being asked.
No, they're trying to literally like calm the fucking like the atmosphere out there.
And when you have,
because they know what's coming next, they're anticipating that the right wing response is going to be, look at the violent left and their violent rhetoric.
Leftists, people who are liberal.
It's not playing into being the fucking meme that they already try to make us out to be.
The leftist center.
Seemingly
feeling the need or urge or push.
See, here's a tweet.
Talk ad nauseum about how bad it is to kill Charlie Kirk the way that Ezra Klein did. When they spend none of that time talking about how bad it is that Charlie Kirk fomented so much hatred and
Jesus Christ.
Against all kinds of groups of people and supported
So now you're gonna
supported the MAGA movement in a way that has such direct real world effects. I think we're playing their game. And I also
you should take this up with Ezra Klein. I'm not someone who is too speak. I do not.
Well, no, honestly, that's fucking fair. If she said that shit to me about Ezra Klein, where it's like you're insinuating that I have the same exact opinions as Ezra Klein, why don't you, again, take that up with him.
Not speak at length condemning the assassination. I mean, I've never condemned the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I've never said I supported it either. I've never said I supported it.
I think it was Brian Thompson, sorry, the healthcare CEO that was the subject of the conversation between you and Josh.
Yeah, I mean, I think I analyzed it as, seeking to explain why people felt so supportive of that assassination. I don't necessarily endorse it. I don't necessarily condemn it. I just understand it, which I think is a position that many people already would consider extremely pro-violence, implicitly, right?
Piers Morgan certainly would.
He would, yes. He would see that as me tacitly endorsing violence, murder.
Okay, my last.
Like, I think that my position on this would be seen as like quite like militant and radical by many people. Although not on the left, not on the far left.
not on Bad Faith Podcast, but I'm with you. I hear you on that. Okay, last quick question. I was very intrigued to hear you weigh in on this question of the manosphere and asking Josh, are women lonely? I've tried to have this conversation a couple times on this pod with more or less success, but I very much agreed with you when you said something along the lines of, it seems like every time we wonder if this is a broader phenomenon that includes women, or try to kind of focus at all on what's going on with women and if they're being affected in similar ways, there seems to be some hostility around that reframing. Yeah. How do you answer that question? Are women lonely? What do you think's happening?
I think women are lonely. I think I guess the reason I get so frustrated with the male loneliness epidemic argument is I feel like there's an often implicit assumption that men just kind of matter more than women, and like men's feelings matter more, and men's votes matter more, and men's opinions matter more, so that men are treated as this kind of like elevated class that needs to be like won over and cultivated and protected and cared for. And then women's job is just to do all that caring for and protecting and just
what up, Nick?
Just be quiet about your own concerns. Like I feel, a minor level of resentment, I would say, but a noticeable level of resentment about this, because it's frustrating to constantly be told that like it's men's feelings that are the ones that matter, and like everything needs to be like focused on that.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Like I understand why, and I do think like, do men's feelings matter? Yes, and like should we be concerned that men are lonely? Sure, but it's so often framed in this way where it's also sort of implied that it's like women's fault somehow.
Yeah,
that's it. That's what I was going to say. That's it right there. Because
like, is it women's job an obligation?
Wow, they actually agree.
Of women to make men less lonely by what?
You good? Yeah, I'm fine.
By what?
Yeah, this is what I keep asking. Like, I'm interested in talking about this. Like, I'm interested in talking about a lot of problems. I'm very interested in sort of like the socioeconomic roots of men feeling like they don't have value in society. Like, I'm down for all of that. Like, I don't want anybody to be upset. Like, I think people like you who have, pulled people back from the brink on Bread 2, people like Hassan Piker who are like this attractive version of masculinity that's not hateful and stuff. Like, I'm all for that. But we get to a point in the conversation where I start to feel like I'm being told that I'm somehow responsible. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do about this? I don't have a child.
You're supposed to be a mommy. You're supposed to be a mommy to every man. Like, I do feel that's like the sort of legal implication. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm sure That's bound to be the most controversial part of this, where, you know, if we hadn't lost various parts of each other's arguments up until this point, now everyone's mad at us. So we can go down with this ship together, Natalie. Maybe you'll come on with me for my next dating episode, Valentine's Day.
Women are lonely but have better healthy coping mechanisms and the ability to form communities and support networks. Men lack these skills but seek validation of other men in shallow ways. Yep.
Oh God, yeah, sure, I'll do it. Although I've been in a long-term relationship for a few years, so I feel like it tends to like not generate the level of exciting stories that being on the dating apps does.
It's true. I tend to want to always select for single people, but my audience is always like, you need to get married people on because you single people don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, okay. So I always do have married people on. Like FD Signifier was on the last one. He's been on a couple actually. And so that's not disqualifying.
Okay. Well, we'll have to talk about that come Valentine's Day.
Amazing. Love it. Very excited. Natalie Wynn, tell the audience where they can find more of you and your work on the internet and beyond.
I usually go by the handle ContraPoints on YouTube, on X, the Everything app, on Instagram, on Patreon, so you can find me there. And appreciate you.
All right, we did it. We actually got through it. Holy crap! I wasn't sure if we were gonna make it through that one. Yeah, obviously had to break that one into 2 segments. I guess I could overall summarize that as I guess I need to watch the one where Contra was on with somebody else, because I guess that's where the controversial stuff was. I didn't see much controversy, to be completely real. And honestly, like I kind of said, I'm in the middle there. Like there are points on Brianna or with Brianna that I agree on, parts of the Contra that I agree on. I mean, it seemed like I was agreeing with Contra more than I was agreeing with Brianna this time, but realistically, it doesn't really move me off my position of just like we have to try and grow the and I hate saying this, grow the coalition. It's almost like buzzwordy, but it's true. Like, I don't know, man. You either use those old libs that show up to the No Kings protests or you don't. But if you don't, then don't be surprised if we don't, actually win elections. Like, I'm sorry. I know that's probably my most unpopular opinion. Jesus. Opinion. Okay. And like I said, the Green Party needs to shape up. If the Green Party actually could do something of substance, that would have been nice. But I don't see it ever doing such, especially with Jill Stein at the front of it. So, and our participants in our own oppression. Yeah. I mean, it's on us to not puss out whenever they're acting a fool. This is why I don't have many right-wing friends, and I don't have a lot of friends that talk shit about oppressed groups. Especially when they're cowards about it. I was not very popular in the locker room as far as when they would talk about, oh yeah, my side piece and all that kind of shit. Yeah. Dudes are kind of pieces of shit, man. Breaking news. Especially if they didn't have I mean, I'm not sure if I can even say that. I was about to say it's probably because they didn't have a great mother. What am I, fucking Sigmund Freud? What do I think about the frogs? The frogs, gay. They're all gay now. Every single frog. The gay frog epidemic, it crossed over. Nobody talked about it. We were so focused on, the Kung flu that we didn't even bother thinking of the frogs. Nobody thought about the frogs. And now the frogs are out there using their venom for our pharmaceuticals, and now it's gay frog venom, so now it's turning all the kids gay. We need to do something about this. Poor frogs. I mean, frogs catching strays today. Damn. Hey, I'm gonna do plug time. If you guys are just joining us, I appreciate you being here. If you can do me the solid And follow over on Twitch, and also sub and like the stream. Really, really appreciate it over on YouTube. Hey, Televani, Lesbian Spider Queen is here. Thank you for the floating heart. Appreciate that. Oh, man. Yeah, that was a little intense. And also just, I kind of, like, sorry if, to, like, Anna and, Sylvie, like, guys, I hope you understand that I'm, you know, we've had this discussion so many times that I really do feel like it's beating a dead horse, and I haven't really moved or, really changed my position on this at all. So, it's kind of weird when I have, a show like that where it's just like, oh wow. I think I said it halfway through that where it was just like it would almost be easier if there was a right winger on. Like I would like to see Brianna actually debate like a right winger. Televani, yeah, I finished the ContraPoints thing with Brianna Joy Gray, and it was, you know, I had some opinions on it. Like I said, nothing out of the norm for me. That's why I think I kind of was like, I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. Also, yeah, late cheers. Agree, Mouse's house is only certain people benefit from all this BS, and it's not average men. Yeah, the Manosphere really, and it uses these guys. All right, let's get through some of this news. I gotta do like a quick speed run the news. I gotta end right around the 4-hour 30 mark or 5-hour mark, depending. Got Arcadian coming by today. And I don't think he wants to be on stream, so if he does, I have to do a special hour or something. Here we go. All right, this is fucked up. Can I show this? I'll show this.
Around lunchtime.
All right, so yeah, this guy was running around firing at passing cars outside of Harvard.
Randomly pointing at traffic near Harvard University. People running for their lives, others hiding in their vehicles.
I tried to crawl underneath the seats, and then I saw they was getting closer and closer, and I could see them coming, so I crawled out of the van.
2 men in their cars were hit, suffering life-threatening injuries.
Oh, shit.
Police saying the gunman fired up to 60 shots, at one point seen smashing this car window.
I opened my car door to peek out to see what was going on, and the shooter was right there. He was aimed right at me.
Was it like rapid fire, like a...
Rapid.
What the fuck, man?
Pow, 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 pow.
A state trooper and a former Marine were nearby and jumped into action, shooting the suspect.
Went towards the suspect with their weapons to try to end that situation. Both the civilian and the trooper fired their weapons, and that suspect was struck multiple times in the extremities.
Without their quick and selfless acts, today's situation would have been a lot worse.
Authorities say the
Yo, this is fucked up.
Suspect, 46-year-old Tyler Brown, was on probation. Our Boston station, WCVB, reported.
Yeah, well, that's great, because Donald Trump just made it easier for this guy and people like him to buy more weapons.
He has an extensive criminal record, pleading guilty to a previous shootout with Boston police.
Yeah, let's not have that conversation.
In 2020, after a prior conviction for assault and battery. The district attorney at the time slamming the prison sentence Brown received as too lenient. Police say this latest shootout has left many people traumatized.
Those individuals on the river, walking, pushing baby carriages, riding by. We know that that weapon had the capacity to have struck people on the other side of that river.
At least a dozen vehicles were hit by gunfire. The suspect is in police custody in the hospital.
Yo, that was fucked up. And the fact that it was just like random. Yeah, here you go. Chief Justice Department moves to roll back gun regulations as Senate confirms new ATF chief. Yay! That's great. And then get this. Oh shit, I don't have it. Fuck. All right, well, I'll just tell you what's up. Yeah, Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. have a stake in a company that's essentially the Amazon of guns, quote unquote. And yeah, Trump is trying to loosen federal regulations so they can just, get those out there, make it just a normal commodity, normal everyday, it's like going to the grocery store, which, as a 2A leftist, I have to say, man, that's fucked up. Like, these people do not respect firearms. Plain and simple. Like, they think they're fucking toys. Like, and they don't respect life. I bet you these guys, like, they play that game. They do not practice trigger discipline. They just do not practice discipline with firearms, which I have to say is just beyond fucked up. And yeah, you know how they say like driving is a privilege? Well, yeah, this is one of those things too, I would argue. All right.
Investigating a possible hantavirus case in Illinois. The state's public health department says it's not.
This is not what you think it is.
Linked to last month's cruise ship outbreak. So far, only one.
It's literally somebody got it from their house.
One American passenger from that cruise has tested.
But man, is the mainstream media still trying to push this shit?
Positive with no symptoms.
Let's be very afraid, folks.
Another cruise ship passenger with mild symptoms has tested negative, and the other 16 U.S. passengers are also showing no symptoms. Let's bring in ABC's Ika Jachi and ABC medical contributor Dr. Alok Patel for more on this. So I walk us through this possible case in Illinois and why they're saying there's no connection to the cruise ship.
Yeah, Diane, the key thing here about this Illinois case is what you just said. It is not connected to this cruise ship at all. Illinois health officials say they're investigating a possible hantavirus case in a Winnebago County resident who never traveled internationally and has not had any contact with anyone tied to that cruise ship. Now, officials believe this person may have been exposed.
So are we now just tracking all hantavirus cases? Like and it's all just going to start popping up because like, yeah, a lot of people get exposed to mice.
While cleaning a home where rodent droppings were present. They had mild symptoms, did not need to be hospitalized. They're recovering. The CDC, they're now doing confirmation testing, and that can actually take up to 10 days. And most importantly here, this is believed to be the North American strain, not the Andes strain that is on that cruise ship. North American hantavirus.
Oh, they're actually doing this. Oh, I was kind of joking.
Strains, they're not really known to spread person to person, and Illinois health officials say that the risk to residents there still remains low.
Mouse's house is...
Dr. Patel,
it's your fault.
How common are hantavirus cases in the U.S. in general?
They're pretty rare. Since surveillance started in around 1993, there's been something about 900 cases we've at least documented, so you're thinking about 30 per year. And as I mentioned, these are usually from very close contact with rodent droppings. People who are cleaning out homes, they don't realize that they're in the facility of that. They can develop symptoms later. But again, very rare, usually in the Southwest, spread by deer mice. And again, this is end-dead.
It's deer mice, not field mice, huh? Oh, shit.
So if you get hantavirus, you're not passing it on to somebody else if you have this strain. Different than the
mouse is going to spread hanta up here.
Andes strain. So it's important that people just separate the two. We're talking about hantavirus.
I'll put that smoke on mouses.
But two different scenarios. If Andes strain, you need to be worried about Andes strain if you were on that cruise ship or if you're in close contact with someone who was exposed. But for everyone else, just pay attention to any rodent droppings you might come in contact with and wear protective gear if you have to.
So on that point, let's go back now to the cruise ship passengers being monitored and the other people who had close contact with the cruise ship passenger. Where does that stand?
Yeah, right now health officials are in that tracing. They're essentially expanding this wider and wider. Health officials.
This is a whole lot of nothing, man.
Doing in-depth
I'm telling you.
interviews with the passengers to map out who they had close contact with. And we're reporting right now, ABC News that is, that some people who were never on that ship, they're actually being monitored
the way that they
right
really
now
are trying to push
after
this.
possible exposures during travel. Now, for those U.S. passengers, here are the numbers right now. 16 are at the University of Nebraska Medical Center. 15 are in that quarantine unit. One person tested positive is in that biocontainment unit. And those two other Americans, one who were showing symptoms, that couple, they've been sent to at Atlanta for further assessment and care. And the plan right now for all of these individuals are daily symptom checks, continued contact tracing, and then deciding case by case who may actually need to stay in medical monitoring or those who can actually go out and finish those 42 days monitoring on their own.
All right. So, Dr. Patel, for this person who tested positive but has no symptoms, what do you do in a case like that?
Continue to do serial testing. And people might remember some of this from COVID, when you are essentially looking at symptoms and then looking to see if the body mounts an antibody response to then test positive, depending on how you're testing, which is part of the reason why the incubation period is so critical, with up to 8 weeks needed to actually mount these symptoms, follow that by testing, and that's essentially how they're going to determine if people are safe. And this even matters if somebody doesn't have symptoms and they're testing positive, also to look to see if there's a match there as well. But that's why serial testing and looking at that response is so critical.
Just remember, guys, I'm watching this because I'm kind of laughing at this.
All right, Dr. Patel, Ikejachi, thank you.
This is a whole lot of nothing. Like, whole lot of nothing. Here, actually, got an update on the mayoral race.
An exclusive new poll from inside California
420.
politics and Emerson College reveals a new leader in the race for the governor of California.
And in the race for Los Angeles,
has a kick-ass voice.
Mayor Karen Bass still holds the top spot, but reality TV star Spencer Pratt appears to be gaining traction.
Oh, fuck.
Capitol
Oh, that's not good.
Correspondent Eitan Wallace reports.
Stand up. Democrat Javier Becerra, as of now, taking the lead in the crowded race for California governor. That is according to this new exclusive poll from Inside California Politics and Emerson College. The survey of 1,000 registered California voters shows Becerra, himself the former U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary in the Biden administration and former California Attorney General, leading the field with 19%. Republican former TV host Steve Hilton is just 2 points behind in second. In third, less than a point behind Hilton, Democratic climate activist billionaire Tom Steyer. Rounding out the top five, Riverside County Sheriff Republican Chad Bianco at nearly 11%, followed closely by Democratic
Really, Katie Porter didn't even break out of the tent.
Orange County Congressmember Katie Porter. All other candidates polled below 10%.
Javier Becerra, first time that he is leading in an Emerson College poll.
Camille Mumford.
Yeah, somebody made the joke where it's just like they were at a birdwatch thing in a landfill. How boring. It's just seagull, seagull, seagull.
To organize the survey, she says Becerra has seen a major increase since Eric Swalwell dropped out of the race last month.
Javier Becerra, he goes from about 3% prior to 19% now. He was at 10% last month, so you could see the upper momentum.
Still, his lead is within the margin of error. Mumford says that's important to keep in mind, especially with Hilton and Steyer so close behind in a race where the top two vote-getters will advance to the November general election.
Yeah, this race is a statistical dead heat.
Really, really close. That's why political analyst Matt Klink points to the portion of the poll showing 12% of California voters are still undecided, a number large enough to sway the vote.
It still means that, more than 1 in 10 voters haven't decided yet, holding on to their ballots to see which way this election is going to move.
Meantime, in the race for LA mayor, incumbent Karen Bass is in the lead with 30%, while challenger reality TV star
Spencer Pratt is number 2. I mean, oh, come on, Rahman.
Spencer Pratt is in second with 22%, and LA City Council member Nithya Raman is behind him with 19%.
It's actually Raman? Oh,
Another
okay.
16% are undecided.
Mayor Bass has the power of incumbency again, and it's really hard to beat a sitting mayor. That being said, that's 16% of the electorate. Those are people who are probably not happy with the status quo right now. And if you're not happy with the status quo, why would you vote for the incumbent?
The poll finding Raman and Bass each saw 10.
Oh, yeah, because voting for Spencer Pratt, who's just going to be a fucking MAGA sycophant, much better choice. Jesus fucking Christ.
Bumps since our last survey in the LA mayor's race 2 months ago. Pratt, meantime, saw the highest bump, increasing his support by 12%.
Spencer Pratt has to be smiling today. I think that he has captured certainly the interest. The challenge is whether that interest translates into votes.
I mean, as long as people don't remember who he is, that's what he needs to bank on. Fuck. Once I figured out, I'm like, wait, the guy from the hills? Oh my God, no. It's like, oh, if he's anything like he used to be, fuck no. What are you doing? Grocery prices rise, gas spikes.
The war with Iran causing Americans to struggle with higher prices. Cost of just about everything is up, with gasoline surging the most. California drivers really feeling the pinch at the pump. KTLA's Jacqueline Sarkeesian live in Anaheim now with the latest on that. Jacqueline, good morning.
Hi, good morning to you as well. Yes, you said a lot of people we've been speaking to here at a couple of gas stations. We've been bebopping around. Just really laugh. They're rolling their eyes when
well, I've been rock steady.
I say, hey, we're here talking about gas prices, and they just can't believe how expensive gas is.
I'm proud of myself
at
for
this
that
gas
one.
station, we saw prices dip slightly, but it's still a lot more than what so many of us are used to paying. We're going to show you this graphic right now, breaking down some of the specifics when it comes to how much inflation has rose. These are new numbers coming from the Labor Department showing inflation rose to 3.8% last month. That is the biggest increase in 3 years. Gas prices alone jumped more than 5%.
Wait, is that the guy that I found God on the corner of First and Amistad fame?
April, and are now up
I'll be honest, that sounds like him.
roughly 28% compared to this time
I just remember
last year.
the Spencer and Heidi show after the Hills, like,
Economists
and him being just such a whiny asshole, and then his whole beef with Perez Hilton.
say the war involving Iran is playing a major role. Right now, the average price of a gallon of seltzer.
This is what I used to, yuck it up with my sister about.
Regular gas in LA County is nearly $6.23. Here in Orange
Still
County, it's slightly less at
Just watch different trash.
$6.19. That's about $1.50 more than since the war started back on February 28th. For many families, wages are no longer keeping up with rising costs. The Labor Department says inflation is now outpacing pay increases for the first time in years. President Trump is continuing to defend the war effort, saying preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon is his top priority, even as Americans struggle with higher prices at home.
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. That's the only thing that motivates.
And that was the president taking questions from reporters right before he took off for China. Experts are saying that it may take some time to find that relief at the pump, even if the war overseas slows down. Reporting live from Anaheim this morning, Jacqueline Sarkeesian, KTLA
Daniel.
5 News.
That's funny. Is it Daniel or... Oh, it's Danielle. My bad. My bad. And yeah, gas prices fueling inflation amid Iran war from Fox News. I did this on purpose. I got Fox and I think that was ABC.
All right, while we wait for some movement out of these particular cameras, I want to segue now to another story that we're following closely. Of course, the impacts from the Iran war. A lot of that having to do with some expensive prices at the pump. And with the summer season coming up, travel is going to still be happening, though, it seems. Joining us next to talk about this is Robert Sinclair Jr. with AAA. Robert, I know that you sent us over some of the numbers of what AAA is projecting for the summer travel season. Let our viewers know, though, what can we expect, especially because, I mean, it's expensive out there to fill up your car.
Oh, shit.
Yes, consider the national average today is $4.51. We're a penny higher than we were yesterday. Last week, we were at $4.53. So there's been some moderation. The price of crude oil this morning plays into that. It's at $101 a barrel. We got as high as $106.88 on April 29th. So, that coming down in the price of crude oil has led to a slight lowering in the price of gasoline. But it's still high. We've done surveys of drivers in the past where 40% of drivers have indicated that $3 a gallon was the pain point for the price of gasoline. That at that price, they would have to drive less, put off making a major purchase, or combine their errands with their commutes in order to be able to afford gasoline. Now, having said that, 60% said $4 a gallon was the pain point, and 75% have said $5 a gallon was the pain point. Well, we've blown through $4 a gallon. Not sure what the future holds, but it doesn't seem to be affecting those who are traveling for Memorial Day holiday. We do see a slight bump up in the number of total travelers this year, with 45 million traveling compared. It's 200,000 more compared to last year. Consider last year was 1.4 million higher than the year before, and last year broke a record that had been in place since 2005. This year, 39.1 million people will be will be driving, and 3.66 million will be flying to their destination, and 2.2 million will be taking some other form.
Record profits. Jesus Christ.
Of transportation, a cruise, a train, or a bus.
Well,
so it's
I guess the plus side is that they're going to have to actually face the costs of this.
Slight bump up compared to last year. And I think that has to do with the fact that Americans get the fewest number of vacation days of any workers in the industrialized world. So we take advantage of it when we have a free day off, but we're not seeing the massive jump one year to the other that we saw from last year and the year before.
I was going to say, Robert, it's nice that even though things are expensive, people are still prioritizing taking their vacations, traveling. I mean, it's very important, I would say, especially during these times. We're taking a live look here at one of the highways there.
So are you acknowledging that shit's fucked, or is that just kind of like these times?
Here in Memphis, Tennessee.
Don't fire me, Mr. Trump.
Robert, let's talk about how this particular war with Iran and the disruptions that we've seen there at the Strait of Hormuz and this conflict, so to speak, kind of compares to past scenarios here where gas prices have also been affected across the country in the U.S.
Yeah, we'd have to look back to when Russia invaded Ukraine back in 2022, when we set the all-time high record of gasoline prices over $5 a gallon. Not sure that we will get there, but I think this situation is worse because there have been significant damage to major infrastructure in the Middle East, major oil, natural gas, and refining infrastructure, such that it has been estimated, and there are different estimates, that anywhere from 8 to 10 million barrels of production per day out of the Middle East has been what's called shut in, has been lost. Consider that before the war, daily global oil production was roughly 100 to 105 million barrels per day, and having lost 8 to 10 million barrels, that means there's a significant shortage, if you will, while demand remains in place. And so that means higher prices. Now, in the United States, we are insulated from any shortages. We are the world's #1 producer of crude oil, upwards of 12 to 13 million barrels per day. But this is a globally priced commodity, so we won't have any problems.
Until that, then we're not going to see any movement
with supply.
Yeah, we're just hearing the same bullshit. Not going to go through that. Do I go through that?
The president was asked a lot of questions about Iran today as he was leaving the White House, because it's looming over this whole trip to Beijing. I mean, he's obviously talking about Jimmy Lai there and also comparing him to James Comey. But Harry, I want you to listen to what the president said today.
Inflation is the highest in 3 years. Yep.
When he was asked about Iran.
I'm not sure if we have any MAGA in chat that actually want to address that, though. Seems like every time that we mention inflation, they're just like, but Biden had 8% in 2022. But Biden.
You're negotiating with Iran.
Same shit.
To what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. Every American understands, and they just had a poll, like 85%, which is surprising. It's only that they understand that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
I mean, the Democratic ad makers.
You stole the words right out of my mouth.
at the bullshit.
Oh, my goodness gracious. The American people are hearing what he's saying about the cost of living and their finances, and they think it's one of the dopiest things they have ever heard come out of Donald Trump's mouth is what he said today. And it comes at a point in which his net approval rating on the economy, according to our new CNN.
You got some MAGA that are like finally hearing this too, like going,
Paul, is 40 points under
you're gonna make me defend that?
The lowest it has ever been. Remember, in term one, the economy was his best issue. He was in positive territory at plus 10 points at this point. He is off in a direction that the American people want nothing to do with. And when they hear what he has to say, like he said today, they go, what the heck is going on in Washington, D.C.?
So what he said about the polls on Iran not having a nuclear weapon, I mean, I think most people would agree with that, but the term is the cost here in terms of this war. I mean, is that accurate?
Yeah, here's the situation. Of course, the American people do not believe that Iran should have a nuclear weapon. But, you talk about the issues that are the tops for the American folks. The Iran war does not rank anywhere near that. And when it comes to their cost of living, in terms of the negative impact that they feel that the Iran war has had on their cost of living, well, they see it every day at the gas pump, right? There is a reason why Donald Trump's net approval rating on gas prices is something like, I think it was like negative 58 points or something like that in our poll. I mean, this is just political nightmare fuel for Republicans, especially when Trump is making statements like he did today.
Sure, Michael. If you're the White House comms director or a Republican, political fundraiser, and the president says, I don't think about Americans' financial situation, what goes through your mind?
I mean, the message is you always think about the American people and their financial situation, number one. Number two, if you're in the White House, you're putting pressure on the Speaker of the House and the Majority Leader in the Senate to try to figure out, can Congress pass some type of legislation to provide some temporary financial reprieve to the American people who may make $100,000 and less in income and joint household incomes? That would be one immediate remedy. The president is headed over to China right now. My secondary priority would be, can you get the Chinese to put pressure on the Iranians to open up the Strait of Hormuz? About 14% of all oil purchased out of Iran goes to China. That's billions and billions of dollars that I'm almost certain the Iranian regime would like to have in their coffers. And so there's some levers here that the president can turn on that I think in the next 3 to 6 months could potentially benefit Republicans. But you got to start now before voting starts. And I don't see any indicators that suggest to me that the party as a whole or the White House, unfortunately, is looking at it through that lens.
I don't expect the leader of the free world to be thinking about this level of stuff when he is in the middle of a war. I think the problem is the messaging back home has raised a lot of questions for people. I want to play for you Kevin Hassett. He's been kind of the main messenger here, National Economic Council Director. He told Fox Business this on Tuesday.
Woot home just in time for chair.
About people's worries about the economy.
First of all, this is a temporary energy shock, and that's very clearly in the data. I think that the White House's position is this is very close to an end, and when that happens, there's going to be a gusher of oil and a reduction in prices. If you look at capital spending in March, the orders were up 3.3%, not at an annual rate. It's one of the biggest months we've ever seen.
It's like everything is good when you hear him talk, and then when we ask just people on the street, they don't say everything's good.
You know, the good way to explain it, and I was trying to have this, I was having this conversation. We were just talking about the Kevin Hart roast randomly.
Yes. No, what's the difference? It's almost like these people are very, very comfortable lying to us about everything.
Right? So,
but you guys are very, very bad at calling that out.
I hear some comedians say, you know what's interesting? We're all out of work. Like in terms of people who are in LA. That's just an LA thought process.
Yeah.
But in my mind, I'm looking around, you talk to your friends, a lot of my friends are just out of work.
Right.
While on paper it might look good, but I think most Americans feel this in a real way. Like, okay, where's the affordability? What can I do? I might be making more money, but I I feel like I'm more in debt.
Yeah. The wages are not keeping. We just want to show the math is not mathing. The economist's way of saying that is the annual inflation number in April was 3.8%. We talk about this a lot.
Which, if that was controlled solely by the Trump administration, they'd be telling us that inflation's at maybe 3%.
On the show,
they'd probably be like reducing it by a whole fucking percentage
this
point.
Idea of like, we remember when Biden...
No, it's not. It's only 2.7.
We had to defend Bidenomics, and then everyone said it was a vibe session. What's different here is that the public can pinpoint the exact day decisions were made, policy decisions by Trump that affect how they live now. So what is the kind of defense of this by Republicans as they head into midterm?
Well, I think Republicans accept that. Even Kevin Hassett basically said as much, right? This is an inflationary pop that's caused by what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the
How
Iranians...
long is a pop?
Well, look, it's been 1 month. This is based on the April numbers,
Yeah.
right? Probably will happen a second month. We should probably expect that. But going forward...
But like September, October,
I think for
November?
political purpose, we should hope it's happening in September, October. Those numbers are going down. But look,
Let me follow up with you, then you can answer at the end of this. Senator Bernie Moreno of Ohio asked about this on Tuesday.
The gas price situation is tough, but I don't think that's going to be resolved in the next few weeks. I think this trip to China is going to be instrumental in getting the Chinese to weigh in. If that happens, gas prices will crash just like they did.
They said they ain't getting involved.
On the way,
that was the first thing they did today.
Way up, they'll come on the way down. So I think by, call it Labor Day, it's all in the rearview mirror.
Is that the message?
I think that's the likely outcome. I mean, we saw prices drop significantly in Brent and WTI after some progress was made a few weeks back. I think that's the likely outcome when there's a positive announcement. But let's be clear about what Iran's doing. They don't have much leverage. They don't have military leverage. They're not getting the support that they think from their allies, right? So they are trying to work the American press into pressuring Trump through this economic issue. That's why the president's, essentially going on camera saying it's not what we're talking about. It's not what we're worried about. We're worried about the strategic threat of nuclear weapons. That's a pushback on what Iran's trying to do.
Look, there's a different conversation on K Street than it is on Main Street and my street. On K Street, Trump and his officials are intellectually being dishonest about what the reality everyday Americans are feeling. The reality is this war of choice and this economy of choice is sponsored and brought to you by Donald Trump and their neighborhood Republican Party. No one asked for this war, and as a direct result of this war, we're now feeling the pain at the pump, but also in the everyday lives of Americans. When you think about health care, when you think about utility prices, when you think about gas, groceries, goods, and the majority party have done absolutely nothing to lower costs for the American people.
Let me just underscore what you're saying here. When CNN did its polling, we asked the question, has the war with Iran affected your financial situation? 75% said negatively. So I think they're making it hard to change people's...
It's almost like 8% is kind of like the demographic of millionaires we have in our country.
Feelings about the economy.
And
let him answer this.
Yeah. Look, the math is the math, right? When the cost of diesel goes up, the cost of groceries and service delivery, all that goes up. That's why the Republicans have been essentially, very solid on this issue and consistent on this message, where they're saying this is a temporary pop. This is something that's going to happen.
But Joe,
it's getting that, it's landing that plane.
Guys keep saying temporary, but then you're also moving the goalpost every time that you say temporary. Again, this war was only supposed to last 2 to 3 weeks.
I think before, as Senator Moreno said, by Labor Day, by September, by October, you need to do that.
The reality is, no, you can tell people anything you want to tell people, but they remember how
they're
you
gonna
make them
fucking
feel.
remember
And right now,
that.
Americans don't feel good at all.
Yeah, it actually hurt Trump to do this when gas was at its fucking bottom. But dude, he actually did it. He actually got gas down to like a national average of around I think it was like low $2. Or not low $2, like high $2. So it was like $2.90 something.
They shouldn't. They lost 10% of their...
And then all of a sudden,
purchasing power in a year under Joe Biden. That has still not played out.
Okay, let me follow up on this in a little bit.
Can I make one quick point?
It actually made it a little bit worse for him.
It's not just gas. And it's not just the opportunities that Republicans have had since they've had this majority in the presidency. Things have gone up since MAGAnomics has become a failure.
MAGAnomics, love it.
Donald Trump.
MAGAnomics. Oh, that's it. Oh, all right, guys. We're adopting that today.
It's taking over this economy.
MAGAnomics.
And you mentioned, what Americans are feeling. I call that feelonomics. That's economics you can feel. And you all have failed on the economic front when it comes to my personal
talk
economy.
more. We're going to have a lawmaker here. We're going to talk about redistricting. All this matters ahead, to your point, about how people feel and how long that lasts.
CNN's Matt Egan is with us now. Matt, when we're talking about the war in Iran, what kind of an impact does it have
guys,
on America's
if you have not already subbed to the channel, please do.
There's been a major impact just since the war started, right? We've got inflation at 3-year highs, real wages falling, and prices are rising rapidly.
Hitting some goals, so I really, really appreciate it. And honestly, guys, if you have been enjoying the show,
on groceries, on airfare, and of course on gasoline. Now the energy.
I fell asleep. What's happening?
Like that's really ground zero.
When did you fall asleep, Tinkerbell? What was the point in the show? I must know so I can correct this.
For the hit to consumers. The estimates from Brown University are that the impact from higher gas and diesel, that's costing Americans $38 billion since the war started. They're comparing current prices with a no-war counterfactual. And this really adds up. $38 billion, that translates to almost $300 per household. And one of the big factors here is the fact that diesel, which is just a crucial fuel for farmers, for truckers, and all of us consumers, diesel is going to all-time highs in a number of states just today. According to AAA, we have new all-time highs for diesel in Wisconsin, Michigan, Illinois, and Indiana. All three of those at the bottom, well above $6 a gallon for the first time ever. Now, gasoline prices, they're no longer going straight up, thankfully, right? They actually fell 5 days in a row.
It's going to be like a kid with a new toy with this one.
But as you can see on the right side of this screen, of this chart, that decline, it's been pretty minor. You almost need a magnifying glass to see it. Gas prices did tick higher today to $4.51 a gallon. That's up from below $3 a gallon before the war started. And even the Energy Department is warning of more trouble ahead. The Energy Department's forecasting arm just yesterday increased its outlook, its projection for gas prices in both this year and next year. They are not projecting a speedy return to those pre-war prices that the president has talked about. They also see Brent crude staying near $106 a barrel this month and next. And while the president sometimes says that the Strait of Hormuz either is open or that the reopening is imminent, the Energy Department's, their forecasters, they're not seeing that at all. They think that the Strait will stay effectively closed through late May. They see traffic returning in June, but only gradually and not going back to normal until the end of the year. And so look, this is a race against time to get the Strait of Hormuz reopened. Gas Buddies Patrick DeHaan just last night, he said that if there is no reopening soon, he thinks gas will go to $5 a gallon nationally very soon, possibly as soon.
You're reaching Biden numbers, then what?
As soon as next month, and that would just intensify inflation and just put further pressure on all those household budgets.
But yeah, they never say it. They never say, hey, yeah, that's reaching those Biden numbers that they're talking about.
Up a little bit again today. Matt Egan, thank you very much for that.
God, really are useless. We got ground news. Let's fucking update it, see if anything happened. Utah grief author sentenced to life in prison in husband's poisoning. What? Damn. Brian Kemp calls special legislative session to redraw congressional map after Supreme Court ruling. Yeah, of course he does. Actually, kind of shocked that he didn't just give the 4,000 votes that Trump needed. Don't care about the massive insults. Don't care about Trump arriving in China. I really don't care. Here we go.
Joining us now is our great friend, Professor Robert Pape of the University of Chicago. It's great to see you, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so Professor, originally we're going to talk about Iran. However, you sent along some slides that you've put together from your most recent travels to China. We just spoke with a journalist about what happened, or what's going to happen in this summit, but you have a little bit more of an interesting and more in-depth view. So let's go ahead and start with some of these and put these slides up here on the screen, and you can tell us a little bit about what we're seeing.
So the most important thing that's going to come out of this trip is the world is about to rediscover China in ways they are going to be blown away. And I know because I've been going to China since 1979. I've been touring economic industries since 1979. And when I went back in June last year, while we were bombing Fordo, I was touring China's advanced industries 2 weeks. And China is just simply becoming an AI juggernaut. This isn't about is one company or one software ahead of America. That's a soda straw view of what's happening in China. The big picture, which is starting to blow away the journalists, is that China, we're beginning to confront the scale and the speed of China's already AI transformation in the economy. I don't just simply mean on the stock market. And so what China is doing is they are massively integrating AI, electrification, robotics, infrastructure in cities, and manufacturing to uplift whole regions, not just simply small areas or small cities. They are producing massive products. This is what the journalists are discovering as they drive through Beijing. Cars, brand new, that are seas of cars, not seas of bicycles. And these are electric vehicles you can't buy in the United States. They're beyond Tesla. They're going to come back and they're going to say, I want one of those. And the reason is because during COVID, what happened is we put all our money, $10 trillion plus, in debt.
Yeah, and China is making their companies continue to pay employees that were replaced by AI.
And that was for good reason, to help our people. But what China did, and China can do this as an authoritarian state, they invested. They didn't give, they invested. And what I saw in China are not just seas of cars, but I visited these advanced cities now that have been uplifted in the last 5 years. Major construction that's occurring. Here's a good example. This is China's Pittsburgh, so to speak. And in 2015, when I was last there, it looks like Pittsburgh. Now, this is like a version of, Wuhan calls it their Optics Valley after Silicon Valley. These are advanced AI-driven laser robotics that are just uplifting the entire city of.
Yeah, they're lapping us hard, dude.
10 million people, because it's not just about building a company. They're building, they're integrating all this citywide. So there's massive construction going on. This is another good example. I was in Hangzhou in 1979. I was part of the trip I was on, and it was a fishing village. Today, look at this. This is a completely different Hangzhou. There's still some fishing there, by the way, but what you see is this has been uplifted as a city. Just imagine if that was St. Louis. Imagine if that, this is Shenzhen. Here's another example of what was a fishing village just a couple hours outside of Hong Kong on the Chinese side of the border. Also, I was there in 1979. Now, this is an industry leader. This is where BYD is. But notice the city. It's not just electric manufacturing, electric vehicle manufacturing. Look at the entire city of 10 million people. Brand spanking new airports. This is what we're missing. China, it's not that China's catching up to America, it's that we now need to catch up to China. And it's not about inventing a single product. You see, I think we think that, oh, as long as we have the latest single widget, we are ahead. What China's doing is inventing new widgets and then diffusing them massively across whole sectors and regions. They've uplifted about 50 to 100 million people in the last 6 years. What have we done for our Rust Belt? What have we really done for Erie, Pennsylvania, where I was born, Pittsburgh, St. Louis, Detroit, Baltimore? They look almost exactly the same, and in many ways worse than they did 6 years ago. What has China done? They have invested up, and we're missing the big picture.
That's such an important point and important insight. And I wonder what you make of the fact President Trump was bragging about all of these CEOs who made the trip with him. You've got Tim Cook, you've got Jensen Huang, you've got Elon Musk, and over 12 individual CEOs of American companies who decided to go along with him, who he brought along with him. What do you make of that decision, and what do you think that indicates about what he's hoping to get out of this trip?
Everything, this slideshow you just showed, and I have a lot more, puts everything in a new light. Those tech bros are going because they're falling behind. They want to catch up. Elon Musk is getting beat out by BYD. He's going to try to find how can he get in on the electric panels that are we need for AI, we need massive electricity. What is China doing?
Solar.
They are producing massive solar power.
Yep.
And yeah, that will help the planet, but that's not, I'm sorry, that's not why they're doing it.
No, literally, they're doing it because it powers the AI that they need for the economy.
They're not selling it to help the planet. They're selling it to beat America and jettison above America.
But I'm also going to go on a limb and say that they're probably not, spiking the energy costs of their citizenry.
And those tech bros are going because they're falling behind. They don't want to admit it. They want to pretend, just like Trump victory talk. Same thing's been going on here. We are falling behind, and COVID was the hinge, and hardly anybody has been to China since COVID. I know, because when I used to go to China, I was surrounded by what? Americans. I go last June. There's no Americans. I mean, there are a few, but you could hardly find them. When was the last time a politician went to China? Gavin Newsom went about 18 months ago for 3 days. Okay. Wow. He went to BYD for 3 days, and there's still a video of it. That's it. And I came back. I tried to get a lot of politicians. I'm sorry to say, I tried to get journalists interested. Nobody could find the time because it wasn't on the radar. Well, Trump's
You gonna help pay for that trip there, homie?
Trip here. This is what the journalists are all talking about. The seas of EVs, the green license plates, brand spanking new, beautiful Porsches EVs. This is not like Tercels. Yeah, right. Okay, this is the leading edge. And they have even more that I got to see.
Yeah,
and,
people think that all the Chinese EVs are like Geo Metros. They think like cheap Chinese crap that we've gotten acclimated to over the last 20-something years.
And they won't put it, the robotic assembly lines, you can't find them on Google. Yeah. That's why I had to go. So they are not bragging, talking smack like we do. Yep. What they're doing is staying under the radar.
Yeah, under the radar, and then they're just coming out with like this huge innovation.
And just eating our lunch.
Right. Professor, to link this a little bit to Iran, if we could put F4, for example, up here on the screen. This is from the New York Times. New classified military intelligence assessments from earlier this month show Iran has regained access to most of its missile sites, launchers, underground facilities. U.S. intel assesses Iran has restored operational access to 30 of the 33 missile sites it maintains along the Straits of Hormuz, and that 90% of their Iranian underground missile sites are partially or fully operational. We just spoke with Andy Brown from Semaphore. He made clear Xi Jinping's #1 priority, 1, 2, and 3, out of this trip is something on Taiwan. Not necessarily a total change in the status quo, but trying to pierce the armor of the American view of Taiwan and his own Taiwan problem. It seems to me an American president has never met with a Chinese or even any counterparty in an instance in the midst of such a tremendous strategic defeat like what we have just suffered. And how that's going to shift the trip, I mean, I'm not exactly sure, not just because of what you're talking about their ascendance, but of our own weakness, of the relative weakness in a moment like this at the time of their meeting. I'm just curious.
Let me just make 2 points here, 3. So first, on your show a couple weeks ago, I said this is going to be scary for America because he's about to go in this position of strategic defeat. She's got all the cards. He's going to want concessions on Taiwan. So this was #1, absolutely predictable. #2, if you look at that intel assessment, so what has happened with America's bases? It's not that we didn't refurbish anything. Those are bases basically 30 years old, 20 years old. We're still living in the 90s a lot of the way like we're living in the Rust Belt in the 90s. Point #3, imagine what's going to happen now with this emerging alliance. Remember, I'm talking about China, Iran emerging as the fourth center of world power in concert with Russia and with China. Start to imagine even a trickle of China's AI that we're now seeing diffusing here in the electric vehicles and robotic assemblies, any of that going to Iran. And Iran can take advantage of it here. So this is the future here that we're going to contend with. We're still basically stuck in equipment, in basing structures that are 20
dude, look at our trains.
years out of date with with COVID, there was a hinge, and China used COVID to jettison ahead in AI, not inventing a single product, but in diffusing this and integrating this across whole sectors. This could be Iran in the coming years.
Yeah.
Wow, that is very fascinating to think about. And Trump tried
Man,
to
our
downplay
arrogance is insane, and it's gonna be the doom
Iran.
of America, where it's just like we're gonna be we're number one now, but we're not even gonna move down to number two. Like he was just saying, we're gonna move down to number 3, even 4, 5.
An aspect of what will be discussed with China, saying, "Oh, I don't think that's
That
going to
happens,
be
and
a
we're
big
really
part of
fucked.
it." What do you make of China's view on our attack on Iran, on the Iran war? Trump loves to point out that they get a lot more of their oil through the Strait of Hormuz, which is true, than we do. So they certainly are impacted by it. Of course, China is a nation that does a lot of trade with the world. So anytime that trade flows are impacted, that's going to be something that they pay close attention to. So what do you think will be said and discussed with regard to the Iran war on this trip?
Yeah, so a couple points. First, notice that Trump is the master of sleight of hand like a magician. That stat that you just said is not false, but it's out of the larger context he doesn't want you to focus on like a magician. The bigger context is China has been weaning itself off of oil over the last decade. Only 20% of its energy needs now, 20% are met with oil, and only 38% of that
we look at this from our situation.
Come from the Persian Gulf. So last summer when I was visiting the those advanced industries, the business people were telling me in the dinners that they may suffer 1% or 2% here or there loss of GDP, but the fact of the matter is their whole business plan is built around Asia. It's built around this will create opportunities for them to buy things and get deals on the cheap. They're more likely to jettison ahead as a result of this. Well, America gets sunk here. And what you are seeing is we just keep getting spun by Trump's rhetoric here, and we're missing big pictures. Some of it's because we just don't go to China. We try to get everything from behind our computers. And I know it's ironic that here I am, a professor, spend most of my life behind a computer, and I'm telling journalists and I'm telling politicians, you've got to get out and meet
Difficult Truth with a raid. What up, dude?
People and see the
Everybody should follow Carlos over at a Difficult Truth. Follow this
real world. That's
solid, dude.
What's happening? Otherwise, we're just stuck listening to President Trump's vision of the real world.
Right. I think it's very important. And I do think that this is like a collision of moments with the Iran war and this summit, because I do expect some sort of accommodation as something in terms of trade, Taiwan. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like. And it may not be immediately obvious. But in the long run, Professor, how do you see this playing out? Like the Taiwan question from China's perspective. It doesn't seem to me that they would want to do a full-on military invasion. They're more recent.
They would be foolish to do a full-on military invasion, even if they could succeed, because what that would do is it would take the focus off of blame of the United States. It would push Europe away, push some of the other Asian partners away they want. So they could help us out. I say this only half jokingly here to my classes. The best way to bail out Trump from the Iran war would be if Xi would attack Taiwan, because this would fundamentally help Trump. And maybe he's going to try to tickle Xi and say, don't you want to do this? Well, I'm sorry, I don't want to be too facetious, but the fact that
President Xi is just going to be like, oh, Donald, I don't like it when you tickle me in the belly. Don't you know that it makes me burst my seams? I'm a little hungry for some honey.
The matter is,
that's right. Come on, Xi. Come on. Tickle, 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 tickle. You know you want to go for Taiwan. Tickle, tickle.
What China has done now since the 1996 Taiwan...
Oh, fuck it. All right. Let's go bomb Taiwan.
Strait crisis. Think about that. 30 years ago, they did some missile gunboat diplomacy. It totally backfired.
You've convinced me, Donald.
Failed. They haven't done that since. Now they've done some incursions. I know. I've been to Taiwan. I've had the briefings from the National Security Advisor here. So
and just like that, Pep Talk's banned from China.
I got some action. I'd go to Taiwan too.
Have fun getting our EVs, asshole.
And what you're really seeing is China here is just getting stronger and stronger and stronger incrementally. That's true economically. That's true militarily. And at some point, Taiwan may just fall in their lap. They may not have to actually use military force. And look, we've run out of all of these boutique missiles. There's so many of them. We're really hurting now in terms of supporting Taiwan. What's keeping Taiwan afloat is its actual Taiwanese military power, which is not trivial here. They have months they could hold out against China on its own. But whether America is the cavalry that would come to the rescue after, say, 4 or 5 months of a blockade against Taiwan, that's an open question at this point, and Xi sees it.
Yeah.
And finally, we can't have you here without asking you a little bit directly about the Iran war. What's your sense of where we are, and are things just
nothing funnier than climate change whiners complaining about high gas
sort
prices?
of on pause right now while Trump makes this trip? And do you feel that the pressure is continuing?
It's almost like they kind of got us off of EVs there.
To build on him to take some sort of action.
Yeah, this is a lull before a likely storm. We just don't know whether that storm is going to be, sort of a cloudburst, or it's going to be a hailstorm. And the issue here we've talked about many, many times is President Trump is going to have an incredibly difficult time swallowing that big L on him, which will, as bad as you think his political prospects are now, he's still got a large part of MAGA behind him. And they will be even more behind him as they get into the midterms. However, if he accepts the loss and really just says, yep, you're right, I've got to stand aside while Iran gets a nuclear weapon, think about that, because that's what the real future is here, then a lot of even MAGA is going to lose confidence in the great leader because that great leader isn't so great anymore. So this is where the real problem of the
wow, you got some faith there, guy.
Trap is. As bad as it might seem to go down a road of escalation, going down the other road for Trump is worse. Now, the rest of us may be perfectly happy to let, make the choice. We don't want casualties. We'd rather go down and allow Iran to emerge as the fourth center of world power. That's the choice, and we may make a different choice. But the guy in the Oval Office is President Trump, and he's in there for 2.5 more years.
Well, you always leave us with a lot to think about, Professor. You certainly do. It's Escalation Trap on Substack. Go subscribe. Link down in the description. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your time.
Oh, thank you. You're always ahead.
That's honestly, that was a solid-ass interview. Definitely hitting the like on that one. All right, next domino to fall will be the buying power of the paycheck.
In just a few hours from now, the Senate is expected to vote on Kevin Warsh, the president's pick to head the central bank. Warsh cleared a key Senate vote yesterday, putting him on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, and is now one step closer to becoming Fed chairman. Warsh will replace Jerome Powell, whose 8-year shift at the helm has, of course, been mired, the source of frustration with President Trump over the past year, the two repeatedly clashing over interest rates and inflation. Well, now inflation is spiking under pressure from the Iran war. New data shows that wholesale prices are up 6% compared to last year, the biggest jump since 2022. Let's bring in our MS Now Capitol Hill reporter, Kevin Fry, and former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, Jared Bernstein. Kevin, the Senate is supposed to vote later today on whether Kevin Warsh will become the new Fed chair. What do we expect?
Yeah, I mean, we expect the vote to be not all that different, if at all, from what we saw yesterday when they voted to put him on the Board of Governors to begin with. That was 51-45, with only one Democrat crossing the aisle to vote to confirm him for a spot on
Gee, I wonder who that was.
the board. Now, if it does follow anything like that when it comes to this final vote for whether or not to make him the chairman, that is going to be very much a break.
It was John Fetterman, if you guys don't know.
Precedent over the last several cycles where we've typically seen these votes be very bipartisan. I believe it was back when Powell was confirmed the first go around under the Trump administration, the first Trump administration.
Yeah, except the difference is Powell wasn't an election denier.
That's
like fucking A, dude.
39 Democrats voted with Republicans.
And now, again, the worst thing that we could do right now is put somebody in charge of the Fed, a nonpartisan fucking organization that's blanketly partisan, and also a sycophant.
To give him that top job.
Like, dude, you understand that this is, like, we're already there. These all-time highs in the stock market, like, this is a symptom of what we're going through. Like, the economy sucks. job numbers we are being lied about. Dude, this would be the final nail. This could send us into just a fucking long-term, not just recession, depression. And it's not just hyperbole, guys. Like, this is, for anybody that studies history and sees the patterns, this is what we see.
This is much, much more of a narrow.
And this is one of those situations where I would love to be wrong about this, but why do they constantly do the thing that they really shouldn't do? Also, 420.
Divide that is certainly breaking with precedent and does speak to the concerns that Democrats have about whether or not he would just basically be a rubber stamp for the president's desires.
So, Jared, it's hard to overstate sort of the tumult that Warsh will find himself in, the economic tumult, if and when he is confirmed. So he's coming into this during a very challenging time. We mentioned wholesale prices up 6%. Overall inflation numbers from the last month were at the highest level in 3 years. What's behind all of these numbers, and how does that complicate Warsh's role if he is confirmed?
Well, certainly.
It's funny. He only shows up when we're talking about inflation.
The war is playing a really pronounced role in these higher inflation numbers you just cited. The gas price this morning, $4.51 nationally, of course, much higher in states like California, but that's
all right. Take care, Stephen. Good night.
Up 50%. The oil price over $100 a barrel. Not only is that affecting headline inflation, it's bleeding into other parts of the economy. Airfares are up. Food, groceries. There may be, we often think that the gas price is the price consumers see the most, and that's true. But grocery prices are right behind that. And the fact that we now see food prices also spiking is of great concern to consumers. And that, again, takes us right back to the war, because 80% of our food is delivered by trucks, which mostly run on diesel, and that's up even more than the regular gas that folks purchase for their cars. So certainly the war, tariffs are in the mix too. And this is a big headache, as you've mentioned, for the incoming Fed chair. I agree that he's likely to be confirmed because it's going to be awfully hard to do Trump's bidding and cut rates in that kind of environment.
So, Jared, you mentioned gas, you mentioned the price of food. What's the next domino to fall in the line in the fallout from this Iran war? What will consumers see next?
Really great question, Ariel. And the next domino to fall, it's actually already fallen, but I'm not sure if people are quite focused on it yet, is the real wage. That is the buying power of the paycheck. We saw yesterday with the release of the Consumer Price Index that prices are rising a little bit faster than wages right now. And that means that buying power is flat. Over the last year, these developments that we just talked about, whether it's consumer prices or wholesale prices, they've essentially wiped out the gains. There's the figure. They've essentially wiped out the gains in wages. And that's going to be really big for people who are already stressed about prices. Now they've got a problem on the other side of the equation. Their buying power of their paycheck just isn't what it was.
Kevin, Warsh has been a frequent critic of the Fed. He's even signaled that he's open to lowering interest rates, which President Trump has been pushing and pushing and pushing for. But during these confirmation hearings, he's promised.
Okay, and then inflation fucking through the roof. Come on, man.
To maintain independence.
It's basic economics. Like, this is something that you should be learning in middle school. Let's be real.
From the
There's a reason that they don't teach us this.
President. How could all of that influence how the Senate votes today? I know we said it's pretty much a fait accompli that he's going to get confirmed, but is he going to face tough questions?
Yeah, I mean, look, he is going to continue to face a great deal of scrutiny, particularly from Democrats who are going to be watching every single move he makes. And this is in no small part because Democrats and even some Republicans, most notably Senator Tom Tillis, were very critical of how the Trump administration has interacted with the Fed, in particular Jerome Powell, over the last several months. Of course, the only reason we are even at the point where he got confirmed to the Board of Governors, let alone has a chance of getting confirmed chairman, is because the DOJ relented on this probe of Powell and his handling of the renovations at the Federal Reserve building just across town from here. There was a lot of concern that was purely political pressure.
Oh, night, Zach.
Campaign that was being put on Powell to do Trump's bidding. And so Democrats are going to be continuing to monitor this to see what Warsh exactly decides to do and
check out You Couldn't Wait by your band Tin Pool.
Whether or not he complies with the president wants, or as has been outlined.
Hard grunge. Oh, is it like a real thing? You're not joking?
Perhaps has to deal with the various economic pressures that are coming as a result of the Iran war.
So speaking of those economic pressures, Jared, give us a reality check here. With inflation as high as it is right now, a 3-year high, is lowering rates possible, and is that a wise choice?
Well, I wouldn't say it's impossible. It's not looking at all like a wise choice, given everything we've been talking about. And remember, Kevin Warsh is going to be one voting member on a board of 12 people. Now, obviously, the chair has some persuasion behind his title. But as far as the Fed board is concerned, you already have seen in recent notes from them a change in what they call their bias. They no longer have so much of what's called an easing bias, meaning they're looking to lower rates. Their bias at this point, or their kind of vibes on where rates should go, is pretty neutral. And I think with these new reports that we've talked about, we really haven't heard from the Fed on them, that neutral bias is even going to be challenged. Basically, there's no way that Warsh can walk into this Federal Reserve and credibly argue for a rate cut unless there's some very different data things that happen between now and then, which I don't think is the case. Now, it's possible that some of these pressures could unwind if the war were to pull back some, but we just haven't seen that. So I worry that these pressures, including on wages, on workers' paychecks, are going to continue, and that means no, the Fed is going to have a hard time cutting into that kind of climate.
Works just fine for them billionaires. Yep, the way it's designed to. Oh, lonely Trump supporters. Republicans face bloodbath in the midterms. Let's do this one. I'm actually more interested in this.
So we have some new fairly bombshell reporting from Atlas Intel, which, if I'm not mistaken, Sagar, was the most accurate pollster both in 2020 and in 2024. So let's go ahead and put this piece up on the screen here with regard to the midterms. So this is what they call the generic ballot. They say just like, okay, Democrat versus Republican, not putting specific candidates in. Yeah. Who do you prefer? The Democrats are winning here by 14.5 points on the generic ballot.
That doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
For the House. That's
why I was saying to there were a few people in here talking about like Democratic lows in approval. That's where you should be more worried about.
Is a shocking margin,
especially
all
them being so unpopular.
Justified concerns about the way maps are being redrawn, et cetera. Like, you are not, if Democrats are winning the national vote by something approaching 14 points, there is no amount of map changes, there is no amount of ice at the polls that is going to truly be too big to rig in terms of taking control of the House. And poll after poll shows it's not that people love the Democrats. The Democrats have a lot of work to do to reclaim any sort of decent brand with the American people. It's just that they are utterly disgusted with the Republicans, with Donald Trump specifically. And Sagar, it does have some credibility given the fact, not only Atlas's track record, but given what we've seen in all of these special elections. 15 points is the average, roughly the average shift toward Democrats that we've seen in all of these seats. So, that gives it some credibility. Again, it's an outlier. I want to make that clear, but it does give those numbers some credibility, given that when people have actually gone and voted, this is roughly what we have seen.
Let's start with that. So remember, special election is the most predictive of midterms. It is by far going.
And this is the thing. They're like, but we want to be careful here.
Back
like they're
many
too
years
careful
for what's actually going to happen. Then we can start to look at some of the polls and their past track record. Now, you're absolutely right. 2022 and 2024, Atlas Intel was A+, was within 2.2 points of the general 2024 electorate. It was the most accurate of that year. However, what we also learned is that Iowa Seltzer poll, traditional track record, can be wrong. So let's put all those caveats. But I think whenever you combine the two things, you could say a general trend in this direction, unless it's some sort of Seltzer-esque, crazy misfire. But, you know, when I take a look actually at the issue by issue, that's where I really start to see huge problems for the Republicans. Let's put D2 up there on the screen from Atlas. Now lead on every major issue. Trump's two strongest areas are D+9 and D+7. This is from immigration and for defense. But at the very, very top, this is usual: environment and education and healthcare. Democrats usually are there. But this is where it gets interesting. Employment and job market and inflation and cost of living. Those are two areas for very traditional Republican strongholds. You have +15, +17 Democratic preference. Trade policy and tariffs, you also have another shift towards the Democrats at +13. Foreign policy, immigration, taxes even, you have a +8. Crime at +3 for Dems. So you know things are absolutely insane when Dems are getting +3 whenever it comes to crime. Maybe a lot of people are taking all these headlines about these white-collar pardons. Wouldn't be, honestly.
No, that's what it is.
Wouldn't be surprised to me.
I mean, to be real, there's another crypto bro that's a blatant scammer that is looking for a pardon, and it looks like he might get it. What the fuck?
I'm being dead serious in terms of how they're thinking.
Honestly, the lowest
Democrats is
number of white collar prosecutions in history happening right now under the Trump
And
regime.
there has been a massive
pardons.
decline in the murder rate. So if you put those two things together, you're not as worried about violence. Then you also have this white collar prosecution. It wouldn't shock me. But I think what it comes down to is a rejection at the mass level, very similar to how the public reacted after Obama was president for a year. There are a lot of reasons largely for that, but it culminated in that huge wipeout, the shellacking of 2010. And I think, well, first of all, the problem with this is it all presumes that Trump cares at all about their chances, which it just doesn't seem like they care. Like anybody who cares about their midterm election chances is not saying things which we let our show about. I don't care or think about America.
I don't care about the economy. No. I have this theory that he wants the Dems to win.
Americans' financial situation at all, right? So this is.
But then again, the gerrymander kind of flies in the face of that.
Where I'm like, I genuinely think that they have given up entirely on the domestic front, like completely. This is the only thing that can explain the sheer obsession with Venezuela, 51st state, the reflecting pool, the ballroom, Iran. That's all they really have any control over. The rest of the party has a political future. He doesn't care. He only cares about the future, but he's going to drag it down with him because the one last thing that we have to be clear on with the Republicans is while many people are fleeing the Republican Party, in particular, many of these independent or swing voters, not just swing, non-identified Trump voters, the actual Republican base is all in for Trump. I mean, do you remember very recently, these Indiana Senate races that were happening where some of these Indiana Republicans crossed Trump? They all lost, okay?
You're spot on. I've been saying this for a few years. I'm going to do a video on this. It's a planned collapse, and it's all about who gets blamed. I made it part of my goal to stop that collapse.
The actual MAGA people, they're still all in. And that's just a caveat that I want to make very clear.
Nice.
Like, Trump is still the chief of the declining. In fact, it might be more powerful because at this point, if you're still all in for Trump, there's literally nothing he can do, including shooting someone on Fifth Avenue, for which they will decline. And so that actually leads a very good place, I think.
Who knew he was so right about that?
For the Democratic Party. I would compare it, I'm trying to think. Maybe the 1970s, where like McGovern, this is a good example. So the 1970s, the entire, post-Watergate Democratic Party was having a tough time, especially after Jimmy Carter, kind of figuring out like what we're going to do. And what they did is it opened up this huge space for, remember the Reagan Democrat? That was like a thing back in the 1980s. Really what it was an inverse rejection of kind of the embrace of the new left and this identitarian, this Democratic Party which had no real identity. There was a very hardcore base of people who supported it, but not enough to create like a majority coalition, which is really what all these people decided to do when they voted for Reagan, even if some of them even didn't even agree with their policy. I would compare it now to the other. So you have a very, very small slice of the country, which is still very much all in and believing, but it leaves all of this open negative polarization space, which is the defining politics of our era, towards the Democratic Party. They not like them, but they don't like the Republicans at all. It kind of very similar to the 2024 dynamic. A lot of voters hated Biden. They didn't love Trump. They didn't like a lot of things about him. He still had a negative approval rating. We're still willing to vote for him in the end.
Yeah. I mean, you could also potentially compare it to, depending on how bad things get here with the Iran war and a possible global depression, you could also compare it with Herbert Hoover, you know, and
we're not there yet. We're not there yet.
But that's a possibility.
It
you
is.
know, I mean, but that requires having that FDR-like figure who can have a really broad appeal, centered around, you know, a sort of not only national patriotism, but also a broadly shared prosperity was really the cornerstone of what he offered, obviously within the context that there was not completely shared by Black Americans, certainly Japanese internment camp, all the caveats notwithstanding, and very significant caveats at that. But, you know, if you had that type of figure, I do think there's a possibility for that sort of coalition coming together. You know, we get very used to this very narrow partisan victories when you have both politicians basically sort of playing to the culture wars and not really promising significant economic change in a way that's credible. And that part, the way that's credible, is the most significant part, because one of the biggest questions is whether you can get Americans to really believe in a big national project of any sort, given the level of humiliation and decline that we're suffering right now. But in any case, you know, all of this, so you've got Republicans falling apart in terms of the national standing. Certainly the Trump coalition has broken down. His hard to score supporters are always going to be there with him, but it is a minority, is somewhere around a third of the population. That is obviously not nearly enough to win House elections, when, you know, even maintain control of the Senate, let alone hold on to the presidency in 2028. This poll from Atlas Intel was also very interesting on the Democratic side, and very different from what we've seen on other Democratic primary 2028, you know, trial runs. So let's put this up on the screen. This is the first one that we've seen AOC leading the field with 26% of the vote. Next in line, you've got Pete at 22, Gavin at 21, Kamala down at 13, and then everybody else is pretty far below that. Andy Bashir 4, Cory Booker 4, none of the above 3, Shapiro 2, Whitmer 1, Walz 1, Khanna 1, Rahm Emanuel 0.6, and Westmore 0.4.
Rahm Emanuel has nothing good.
Look, again, it's an outlier, but it does add an interesting data point. AOC is very much seen as the, you know, the heir to Bernie Sanders. She is seen as the vanguard of the left of the party, and the sort of inheritor of that legacy. What we've seen in primary contests around the country, and actually if we can jump forward and put Abdul's numbers up here on the screen here, D5, is that the energy in the Democratic Party is very much with the left of the party in a way that it truly, in our lifetimes, has never been, including during the times when Bernie Sanders was running, where people liked Bernie, but they were worried, oh, is he electable? I don't know. And there was kind of a limit to how far people were willing to go in terms of voting for him or voting for candidates who styled themselves in his image. That seems to be changing. We now have in the Michigan Senate race, Abdul El-Sayed is really surging here. We've got a new poll that has him emerging as the race's clear frontrunner, 28% support, ahead of Haley Stevens at 18 and State Senator Mallory McMorrow at 17%. So they're basically in a tie for second. And this is really stunning. They have him getting 80% of the support of voters between the ages of 18 and 44. So Gen Z and millennials, 80% support.
That's numbers you can't ignore. If Kat had those numbers, I would literally say, like, no, that shit was rigged.
Stevens is getting 4%.
Like, that's
4%, and McMorrow is getting 3%. So massive,
that's good.
Massive generational divide in terms of the view of this race. We can also look in terms of that left energy dominating the base of the party. Certainly Graham Plattner coming out of nowhere, having never run for anything before, and easily dispatching with the sitting governor of Maine, who was backed by the establishment of the Democratic Party. So, you know, this poll showing AOC in the lead fits with that trend of voters in the base of the party looking around and going, okay, well, who is...
Which finally I can say that is partially because of the politics. And yes, that partially. No, that is because of the politics and the policy that she, and policies
aligned with that Sanders wing.
Wow.
Who is going to, who is going to stand up to corporate interests? Who is going to be different? And, I've got my concerns about AOC that I've voiced on this show previously. But in terms of voter perception of who she is and what her branding is, I think it's very consistent with the energy that we've seen behind Abdul El-Sayed and Graham Plattner.
It is interesting. I don't know. I just don't see her coming out of primary. I don't. She's not a good debater. She folded in Munich. She doesn't really, I don't know. What was the analogy you made about how she always seems like she's studying for the test and looking for the right answer as opposed to having an answer that she already, that's really important for a politician. A lot of it right now is the idea of AOC as opposed to AOC, the politician.
I agree with that.
Right?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah,
and that
I agree with that.
You can't get through a
that.
primary through something like that.
No,
especially
I disagree with that.
If you're going to be
that's conjecture.
Challenged. The one thing that I think this whole thing presumes is that Kamala's not going to run again, which I am not putting off the table. She very clearly does.
They have her in there, and she's led most of the polls.
Yeah.
She has led for Democratic primary trial runs. That's why this one is different.
Right.
But it had her at 13%. So still,
Yikes.
Garnering
yes, I go with shit.
some support. But, I'm not that concerned for the same reason you're saying, like, you don't think AOC can come through a primary. I mean, I think Kamala has proven herself to not hold up well under public scrutiny.
Yeah.
So,
That's
I
fair.
think even though she'll be able to come out and say, look, I warned you that I said this about Trump and I was right. Like, I warned you. I tried to tell you. And there continues to be a lot of warm feelings towards her, in certain parts of the party. But I'm not personally that concerned with that translating into a Kamala Harris primary
The last
victory,
thing I'll
just
flag-
because I don't think she'll hold up to scrutiny once
The
again.
last thing I'll flag, because we have our guest standing by, is the primary calendar here matters so much. It matters so much how that primary calendar is going to look like. And as far as I know, you can tell me, I don't think that it's yet set in stone. But if they go the traditional route, or at least the Biden route, where they wanted South Carolina and first, and without any of the Rust Belt or Nevada, any of these places where Bernie did really well, remember, it can significantly skew the way things go. And I wouldn't put it past the DNC after what they've pulled with this Biden autopsy and everything that they've done. And I mean, remember, before what's her name, Mills dropped out against Plattner, the Schumer and them were going all in for them. So I would not put it past them whatsoever to nominate or to rig the scales, rig the system in favor of a Gavin or a Kamala.
It's so annoying that we have to fight the right wing and like the fucking DNC.
If it
I know I'm
or somebody
really
like that. So that's
breaking
my
new
last
ground
flag
here.
for people,
Yeah.
because it's so
They're gonna
hard
try.
to overcome.
Yeah, they're gonna try.
They're going to try. I just think it's going to be difficult to do what they did in the past because just like with the Mills race, people
I
were
agree
like,
with
oh,
this.
you're Schumer's candidate. That means I'm definitely
Fair.
not voting for you.
Yeah, no, that
And the ability to
and how unpopular AIPAC is within politics right now. Like,
manufacture consent with the media outlets is really severely
Something to be said
degraded
about
too
that.
by the
That's
rise
a
of
big shift.
independent media and also by the degradation of trust in mainstream liberal outlets.
Yeah,
So
good point.
we'll
All right,
see.
I've got our guest standing by. I'm going to do this one solo because he's in studio, and then Crystal's going to be back on whenever we're with Robert Pape. So we'll see you then. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or...
cool. That was fun. All right, let's hang out for a little bit. Decompress. Oh my god. Sometimes I wish, like I was saying earlier, that we don't see the shit coming. Like, but I can totally see what's coming down the way here, and I really hope that it's not fucking Newsom. God damn it. Wasn't he number 3 though? So that's kind of like behind Buttigieg. That's kind of, at least, I guess, cool. Yay. The DNC picks whoever the higher ups want. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I can see some of the arguments, like from like Brianna Joy Gray and some of the people in chat today. I do get that. But, I don't know. I think that you could argue that if there's enough pressure on them, that and it's just undeniable, they can't ignore it. It's kind of the same thing with Zoran. We can actually start using Zoran as a jumping off, a launch pad now. We really should. The fact that he's already succeeding in what he was running on, that, it's kind of fucking crazy to think about. We're not even 6 months in and he's already doing, he's achieving so much of his agenda. We would be very stupid to not be using that, but that is why, for lack of better terms, we need to make the primaries too big to rig. Yeah, exactly. No, that's how, and that's where I think that with Abdul, what is it, Al-Zayed? Or is it Al-Zayed? Whatever. I'm trying. That one is too big to rig. Like I said, if that was Cat's numbers and I was just, and then they were yeah, she's, Daniel Biss still won. It's no. You slow. What's up? How you doing? Every once in a while a name will pop up and just kind of be funny. By the way, guys, Primetime Propaganda will not be live today. It is going to be the hour where I played Operation Epic Furious. The audio is a little bit better. We did figure out that it was, too loud, but my mic still is still fun though. I hope you guys at least enjoy the hour, because if you guys missed it, especially, check it out. Just watching the gameplay alone is worth it. I thought it was also something a little different to add to the space lineup. So, watch. All of a sudden, my buddy gets here and he's just like, "Yeah, I want to come on." It's God. It's well, damn. No, that'd be awesome. There is always a possibility that could happen. I know that he was really comfortable being on stream, so he has expressed interest in coming back on. I do have to figure out my second mic issue. Shouldn't be too hard. Let's just add one more source, right? Let's see. Yeah, that might I'm gonna have to figure that one out. Game time was a lot of fun. You seem to be enjoying it. Yeah, no. You know what? I do need to. Alex has kind of pointed out that I should be playing a Pokemon game or something. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be playing Pokemon either Diamond or Final Fantasy 11. Oh, not 11, 9. Final Fantasy 11. Oh my god. Because Final Fantasy 9, I would be playing my actual first time. I watched my friend play it back in the day. Back when you watched your friends play entire games. But yeah, no, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, with Vivi and Zidane. Yep. Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna be doing something like that where, the back end of stream, I'll just be doing that. Or, you know what, a Saturday stream. It's coming up. Gotta chill out a little bit, and I think that that's a good way to do it. Try and get people over here too from different avenues of streaming. I have had that pointed out that does help, when you do that. Oh shit, I just realized something. My door is. Yep. Oh, it is shit. FF9 is one of the best songs in any Final Fantasy game ever. Yeah, no, I'd be streaming them both on YouTube and Twitch. So you can do gaming on YouTube, right? I think. Yeah. I mean, it's a category. Why wouldn't I be able to play a game? Tap the next burnt peanut. No. As much as I like this stream, you know, as far as or like to stream other stuff. No, I'm not trying to like make that my main thing. Honestly, like, I don't know. I'm all about trying to make this about the personality and also just like my interest in covering news, politics, and all that. But I also, like, today was a great example of how sometimes we have disagreements. Like, me and Sylvie, we were having disagreements. Me and Alirda, we were having some disagreements in chat. And yeah, we can also just go, okay, you know, kind of agree to disagree, or there's the big one where it's like, I'm willing to, you know, to learn a little bit more. I see a lot of Pokemon with different music. Shit. So you're telling me that Pokemon, they have the music copywritten, and I would have a problem. I thought that, like, most game music couldn't be technically, like, copyright strike or copywritten. Ah, fuck. Well, I guess I have to look that up. That's a side of TOS I really... playing in the background, still do politics. Yeah, no, that's what I was planning on doing. Like, I already have a window for it. I have my game capture. So I could do that. Let's see. Yeah, it would kind of be like this. Oh, I just realized on vertical you guys can't really see. But yeah. We can disagree, elaborate, and come to an understanding. Yeah. That's how it should. That's how most of these conversations should go. Realistically, it'd be nice to even have that. Like, I've had that with a couple right-wingers, but god damn, it's like pulling teeth there. I mean, I've had a few people just like say, "Oh, you know what? You got me on that one. You got me to change my mind on that one." I do kind of feel bad. I recently had a like when I was shitting on libertarians, I got somebody kind of mad about that. It's okay, though. I hope they realize that, no hard feelings. Oh. My buddy just got here. My best friends are the ones who correct me the most. Oh, yeah. Same, actually. I'm gonna open the door for him. Wait, what about left libertarians? Not left libertarians. It was something else. Like, I forgot what I was watching. I think it was Dave Smith. Ah, shit. I gotta let him up. Give me a second. Never mind. Just let him up. But no, it's about libertarians, where it was a Dave Smith thing, and I just kind of made like a blanket statement. Like, it was, you know, I was being a cheeky bastard. That was part of the problem. I think I was making fun of him pretty hard. I'm trying to remember. See, this is part of the problem too, is like, I kind of move on after a little bit where I'm like, I don't know what their problem was, but I just know that they let me know that they had one. Like I've said before, I appreciate the people in the audience that at least do let me know, where it's like, you had a problem with this, or the weird ones is when somebody reaches out via email, which I've gotten quite a bit of those, where it's just like, really? We need to talk to libertarians more. The libertarian. Yeah, right. Oh, wait a minute. Wasn't that what we were making? I think that was it. I'm pretty sure that was it. I remember making that joke, and that's when it came up. Yeah. Sylvia, do you remember who it was? Because that was the thing. I'm like trying to remember who was in chat that was freaking out. Either way, just so you guys know, I'm gonna be wrapping here in a minute. Nothing else to watch, nothing else to go through. It's gonna be a chill night, and then tomorrow I'm 50-50 on whether or not I will be able to stream. Got a pretty busy day ahead of me, so yeah, it's gonna be one of those. Keep the notifications on. If I do stream, it's gonna be a little bit later, like for 6 to 8. I mean, for any of my normal or my regulars, you guys already know what time I stream, but it's the one stream day that's a little bit different. Oh, actually, that's a lie, because today's a stream. I stream at 2. Man, all over the place. That's her libertarians, and I made a joke. Oh, you watching The Boys tonight? Ay, shit, that's tonight, isn't it? Fuck, I have to watch that tomorrow. Damn it. Yeah, I want to watch. Yes, I want to watch it, but fuck. I think that my buddy has not caught up to that, and even if he does, I think that it's one of those ones where it's like he watches it with his SO. So yeah, I hate it when that happens, where you're just like, dude, it's like the season finale. You want to watch this? It's like I'm watching that with my my partner. It's like. He is disappointment deferred. So much good stuff to watch already this year. Oh yeah, dude. This is The Boys' final episode, and I gotta say, I hope it's nothing like the comics. The comics ends really fucked up. Like, it's as nihilistic as the book itself, and that's the thing is, the show has kind of ramped up some of the nihilism, so I'm like, oh, no, this is episode 7? Oh, is it? I thought episode 7 was last week. Alright, spoiler alerts coming up. If you guys are not, if you're watching The Boys, and you haven't caught up, I'm just going to ask a question if I can't figure this out right away. It's the one where he gets the V, right? Oh, you're right. Episode 7. Oh, okay. Yeah, so there's one more after this. Episode 8. Oh, okay. Well, technically... Ah, shit. All right, so spoiler alerts for the Boys comic and possibly the series. I'm gonna just say this if you guys are watching the series. So Billy Butcher is like, he's a real bad guy. Like, and I mean, like, there's no redemption like arc for him, and it sucks because he kills the rest of the boys. Like, he kills MM. Pretty gruesome, and then he kills Frenchie and what they call the female in the comic. She actually doesn't have a name, but Kimiko. And then yeah, it's this is all after it's revealed that Black Noir is Homelander's doppelganger. But like, this is where it's definitely going to be different, because obviously Black Noir is just a different character, which I'm glad they did. I was kind of like, oh man, saw this twist coming a mile away kind of thing. I just hope they, but there's like the whole thing where essentially Huey's the only one left at the end. It's like, oh. I hated the ending of The Boys. I absolutely hated it. I actually started really hating The Boys around like issue 60. I remember getting really pissed, where I was just like, oh no, because they started like, just, it became Game of Thrones like level of, you know, take out a character that you really enjoy, to the point, and also they made the other characters like kind of hateable, you know, which Huey I got halfway through the comic run, and I was just like, I fucking hate Huey. I actually enjoy spoilers completely out of context. It doesn't ruin anything for me personally. I watch content like Billy Pilgrim, unstuck from time and out of order. Oh, okay. You kind of remind me of Mitch Hedberg. Oh, that's a compliment. I appreciate that. All right. You know what I like about an escalator? That it can't break down. It can only become stairs. Escalator broken. Sorry for the convenience. Anyway. All right, guys. Well, I do appreciate you hanging out tonight. That's where I'm actually going to leave it. So I'm going to take the compliment. Thank you for that. Yeah, if you guys have not already, please double tap the screen, hit the like button, and subscribe to the channel if you guys enjoy this content. And also just enjoy, like, come on. We got a pretty kick-ass hang here. You guys, like I said, you don't have to agree with everything. You can even be, you know, hate watchers, but please consider subscribing. And also keep the notifications on, guys, because, like I said, kind of 50-50 on stream tomorrow. But regardless of whether I see you there or not, I will definitely catch you on Friday. And normal time, 4 p.m. Central. Alrighty. Take care, guys. Bye.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.